this horizon. We are rising up to be free. Don't look back, oh, don't look back, 'cause the past ain't got nothing there for ya. Keep your eyes up overhead, 'cause a new day is right there before ya. Let's start anew like a sunrise, looking up to blue skies. I see it clear as daylight. It's alright, baby, it's alright. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. Oh, baby, come with me. Baby, come with me. Baby, come with me. Baby, come with me. you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. The summer sun is shining and I'm feeling so excited. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. All of us united, yeah, we grooving, yeah, we vibing. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. The summer sun is shining. I feel alright, I feel alright. It's summer and we vibing. I feel alright. Ain't a cloud in the sky, yeah. Oh Lord, I'm feeling alright, yeah. We about to have a good time, yeah. Darling, you're shining so bright, yeah. Every time you look my way, can't describe the way I feel inside. Everything is going our way. Ain't nothing wrong, cause the summer sun is shining and I'm feeling so excited. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. All of us united, yeah, we grooving, yeah, we vibing. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. The summer sun is shining. I feel alright, I feel alright. It's summer and we vibing. I feel alright, I feel alright. I feel alright, I feel alright. Every time you look my way, can't describe the way I feel inside. Everything is going our way. Ain't nothing wrong, cause the summer sun is shining and I'm feeling so excited. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. All of us united, yeah, we grooving, yeah, we vibing. Here we go, oh, oh, here we go, oh, 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 yeah. The summer sun is shining. I feel alright, I feel alright. It's summer and we're vibing. I feel alright, I feel alright. Ain't a cloud
day and welcome back to the Ionia Invitational Cup 2023. Now day 2 of this amazing event, this amazing tournament, and we continue to thank you, by the way, for your love and support not only to this tournament, but to the players and the love for the game. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Giang, and with me is Riku. And Riku, it has been an amazing experience so far. We have seen lots of emotional moments yesterday, especially from the players, from the influencers as well. I want to know your expectations for this day number 2.
Ooh, expectations. Oh, I love this question. Of course, my expectations is NAOS winning today, going surviving towards the lower bracket. Of course, that is exactly what we're all hoping. And what else? I suppose other expectations after from yesterday, where we got all three games of all our BO3 series. I do feel like it's going to be the same trend.
We kind of talked about this offline before the event as well, on how it's gonna go into places, and I'm happy that we have seen lots of games yesterday. I do expect the same to happen today as well, because we know already how the professional teams, the professional players are gonna perform, right? And we kinda are interested, curious in how the influencer players are going to participate as well. Yesterday we have seen one game per series. That's a total of 2.
Yep.
Hopefully today, despite backs against the wall for the lower bracket, we see more of these players still.
Yeah, I think that's definitely 100% what we're looking forward to. And I think one of the biggest takeaways from yesterday is the fact that everyone is tryharding. But of course, as you get to see on your screens, Vladimir is now available. Yesterday, Vladimir was picked and banned 100%. Like literally 100% of the time, that entire day. And we've seen how Vladimir is pretty much uncontested in the mid lane. It's so hard to shut him down. You can't really remedy it with a mid lane and jungle duo. But before I nerd out about Vladimir, there's also one other announcement that the Ultimate Showdown is also released already, September 8th. That's just like 4 days ago. So it's only up for a limited amount of time. So if I were you, I'd go check it out.
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen a lot of features here on Wild Rift, games that we have loved, mini events that we have seen that enjoyed as well. And we're just here to enjoy this Ionia Invitational Cup right now. It is the finals. We are a little bit closer towards the conclusion, but it's all about having fun as well, especially in the moments where we see a team just jump around, win their games. I can still recall yesterday, some guy from NBR actually was just so happy. I almost teared out just listening to his expression, him kind of like dedicating their series win towards his mom. It's just amazing in terms of
that is
efforts.
Yeah, such a heartwarming and touching moment yesterday, and really looking forward to see more of NBR. As we do get to see them later today, alongside with Nova, but that's going to be our second series. But we are opening our first series with an SEA versus SEA matchup, NAOS versus Cerberus, with their teammates, of course, SWG and BMG. And as we said, second series followed up by Nova alongside NBR versus Thundertalk with the Wild Rift Boys. That's the caster team, by the way. And we will find out our contestants rather, when it comes to the lower bracket finals at the end of the day. But let's take a look at the lineup. Oh my gosh, now it's lineup. Let's go.
Let's go. We have seen these players in this team for quite a while now. We know already their potential. We know their strengths and their weaknesses as well, that they have been looking forward to polishing as the days go by, as they join tournaments. And right now, they have another platform to just showcase their talent. Hopefully, this matchup is not going to be that much troubling for them. It's one more life on the line before a team says goodbye. And I can't believe we're starting this day with saying goodbye to a team on our first series. I actually thought it's going to be the upper bracket.
That's true. So you get to find out.
SWG
exactly.
joining them as well.
Oh, that's true. NAOS started twice in a row on on both days on the opening match. So a lot of pressure, but I'm sure they can bring it home.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for it. A little bit nervous as well, I would say. They are going to be up against Cerberus Esports, in which they have gone many battles against already, not only in the scrims, but also in the Icon series as well. The WRLA Season 1-2. And it's just going to be another day of work for them. What's exciting though is the mix-up between the pro teams and the influencer teams. I mean, the series has been more fun, I would say, seeing this kind of twist.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, right? Like, even though there is a big mix with, for example, this Cerberus alongside BMG, the meta doesn't really shift. Everyone is on their A game, playing their A game, bringing up, it doesn't matter, like, if this is an influencer team, we're still going to be playing meta. We're still going to try hard the pick and bans and make sure that we secure victory. I mean, of course, Ionia Cup, they want to definitely have fun, but alongside the fun is definitely winning. So I can see why they're really wanting to. Oh, look at this. Is this like rock, paper, scissors?
Okay.
Oh, rock, paper,
They're playing
scissors.
rock, paper, scissors on who's going to play first?
I think so. Or it could be an
Wow.
ARAM, because they still have to do ARAM. What is this?
Oh, yeah, true.
Oh, what is that in
What's that?
Flick, right? Flick. Yeah.
At least we now see a more open side towards them. I think yesterday some teams are just trying to get their groove in.
Oh, yeah,
Just trying
yeah.
to set the mood. And for now, it's all. I mean, from day one, they have been having fun.
Yeah, they have. They were dancing around with their teammates, and now they are doing the same thing, doing a bunch of exercises
We will
before.
show you who's better.
Cùng đại diện ở khu vực A Bắc, nhưng mà chỉ có một đội đi tiếp, đó chính là Cerberus.
其实我能1v9，但只是游戏限制了我。
都是主播队，打完记得来我们直播间学习我们的技术。
You know what, Riku? My favorite part won't be that much of the trash talk session that they have been doing, but the Wing Chun dummy board that the
Oh,
other
yeah,
guy
that
was
was so
practicing
cool.
on, just for that clip, the amount of effort, man.
The cinematography too, it looked very elegant and looked really cool. So yeah, looking forward to see those skills on the Rift later on.
The other person mentioned that he can 1v9. It's better to work as a team though, and I'm sure that they'll be working as a team. It's like streamers versus influencers versus other influencer teams as well. I don't think we have seen a pro team versus an influencer team.
Not
just
yet. The only thing
Might
that's
be a
closest to
nice
that
twist.
is the ARA match.
Yeah, the Iron Man. They mix it up, right? There's
Yeah,
like
they do mix it
influencers,
up.
pro players inside the team, and for those who are just tuning in today, the Fight for Side is the match wherein they decide with the Aram match who gets to pick the side selection, either to go on blue side or red side, because that is very important, especially for some teams that has more strengths on a particular side than the other. It's important strategy.
Yeah, it is super duper important, and the trend so far, there's a lot of teams, or majority of the teams, well, probably 100% of the teams yesterday has selected red side on as their priority, which is absolutely really interesting to see, because I do feel like, of course, if you're blue side, you want to prioritize your strongest picks, but it does reveal a few things, a few weaknesses, a few openings on what composition you're trying to go for. So we get to see the red side be more, I suppose, dominating when it comes to responses, when it comes to picks and bans.
We see a lot of Camille picks or priorities
yeah.
as well. Vladimir, yeah, hopefully.
Oh, let's talk about
we do
that.
see 100% ban this time. I enjoyed seeing it the first few games, but after a while, it's too OP, Rico.
It's too much. It really is too much. I don't think there's any solution for a mid and jungle duo to actually shut down a Vladimir lane, because if you leave him alone and make it a non-interactive lane, then you're going to be in trouble. He's going to be free farming mid lane and towards the side lanes and probably even roam. The damage is just too much, and there's really no answer because of the pool. And there was a potential answer. It was Omo yesterday that brought this up, which is the Kassadin. Kassadin,
Yeah.
very mobile. You are able to trade much better because of your shield. You're able to even silence and disrupt the combo of a Vladimir. But the problem is, it's still definitely not enough in a 5v5 standpoint. A lot of people really tried, but I think it's just please ban it. Like, just please ban it.
True.
The damage is just too much.
I don't think we're gonna be seeing the Vladimir being allowed this time around, especially after yesterday's games.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah, I do remember that game as well. Game number 1 of Thunder Talk and Cerberus Esports. It was close. There were signs of life for Cerberus Esports, but the game scaling Vladimir, it's just too much, too heavy to counteract in a way. Even if they tried, there were close moments. It wasn't enough. I think the best way to deal with a Vlad is to just ban it.
Just ban it. Yup. And look at this wonderful, wonderful place in Foshan, China. It looks
Wow.
absolutely incredible during the day and even at night later if you stick around and see the venue with all the lights and prettiness. But it is daytime, it is the afternoon, and we were seeing the players. A lot of good vibes, all smiles, but NAOS with their serious mode, it is on.
It is on. Absolutely. You see them just being serious all about this. They want to win. They want to redeem themselves. And that's the pride of NAOS Esports. We see Zappy most of the time. And here he is. Just having some fun. Even during the WRLA tournament, he has been very playful, colorful. Having many moments of highlights as well along the way. And that just shows how creative that NAOS Esports can be. And right now, as they try to challenge, one more time, Cerberus Esports, given the intense history that they have
Oh, yeah.
already,
Kayla's
it's going to be
oldest
exciting.
time.
Yeah.
That's true. Especially both of these teams, just as you said, want to redeem themselves after yesterday's performance. They couldn't really respond to any of the laning phase threats, I suppose, when it came against Thunder Talk and as well as Nova. So I think the biggest issue is how do you even transition after the laning phase, or even how do you survive? I mean, they're surviving the laning phase. It's just what happens after is the struggle, especially the first objectives. We always know that the script is there, where they just handshake objectives. They just trade Rift Herald for Dragon if they can't contest 5v5s. And after that is the second objective where the problem lies. It does feel like both teams struggle at that. So I'm really, really looking forward to see a different approach this time around, because so far for now side we've seen I guess the same thing, Mitsura on the Lucian. I think there's not a lot of change in compositions. Meanwhile, for Cerberus, you could see that they were experimenting here and there. So I think with this being a more familiar matchup, because as we said, they've faced each other many times before in many different iterations from their previous teams. So here we go. This is just side selection, everybody. Aram time.
Yeah. It's Aram time. It's a fun way to determine who's gonna get priority in terms of selection. There's Anmumu, there's Blitzcrank as well. And yeah, we're expecting already that this is going to be so messy in terms of team fights. The hooks, the engagers, and in this cramped space, five members each, it's going to be a blast.
Oh yeah, it is going to be a party. I mean, Margot's already wearing that party skin. What is that skin called again?
The birthday
Party Amumu. Let's just name it that. I'm not
Yeah.
very sure. But here comes Margot. Oh,
good hook. Gets pulled back by Akeno, and it might actually just give us life for it. Margot gets CC chain. That's first blood. And look like Cerberus Esports, BMG is happy for that.
okay. When it comes to pre-level 5, Cerberus is so much better. They have a lot of single target potential. They have a lot of single target root. But on the other hand, for NAOS,
There's so much tools here on the side of Cerberus Esports, but
Wow.
Yan 13 will get one in the end. Just avenging the Amumu a while ago as Mirmo is tanking too much. Might need to actually escape ops in the
There is-
ult, as now Death Mark gonna be used, and
There.
TB gonna fall down. That's the second kill this time around. NAOS Esports is just swinging back harder this time.
That's good. That's good because it is that level 5 that we were talking about. There's just so much wombo combo involved. Margot with the ult into a Katarina as well. Just imagine the
Yeah.
infinite possibilities if they're able to land these things. Cerberus, on the other hand, good pick potential.
Curtain call. They're gonna be in trouble. They have to back away now. Margaret's is gonna be the sacrificial member, but actually able to tank so much before he falls down. Just trading back and forth. This is the exciting thing about Aram, right? It's just so complicated in a sense that you have to get your takedowns. Also, try to survive as much as possible because if the death timer is correct for the other team, then they can actually take more than just kills. They can take a tower, they can maybe take 2 towers, or even end the game.
Yeah, I think that's the wonderful thing about ARAM. I thought that was going to be a full-blown fight, but it is the tower on NAOS SWG side, blue team side, that is now in danger, so they cannot die, or else that tower is going to go really down. I mean, when we take a look at it, however, Genza versus Taeyang, it does feel like Genza does have that advantage when it comes to range, so we'll have to see how Taeyang is able to survive through all of the things that's just diving towards you.
Everyone dives actually from NAOS Esports.
That's so good!
I think, oh, that's amazing. The 4-man stun. What's the follow-up though? They're still lacking a bit of damage. This time Zappy goes in. Will not get that takedown onto the DB. Still, they're still fighting back. They're just trying to get some information here, the proper timing. Because this is actually one of the things that's advantageous for the Jhin, because everything is cramped.
Oh yeah.
So the bouncing grenade is going to be high value for him.
That's true, exactly. And as well as the curtain call is just so much value because of that
There's no
angle. It
escape.
just covers the entire ARAM. At least in Wild Rift, you can move towards the side, but there's like, you gotta move forward or backward just to avoid that entire large cone of AoE.
And here we go.
There it is, the
Speaking of
curtain
AoE,
call!
no. Curtain call, Cyclone as well, the silence by DYDB. But there's no takedowns just yet. They kind of don't have the executing damage still. Maybe if they have the Garen ult, they'd be massive strike. Oh, wow. There's a drive-through there by Taco. Says thank you along the way.
Yeah, Taku, just a very swift execution there. Just so elegant to watch. And the hook!
Oh, no. It's so hard to dodge the hook there. Rocket grab just gonna grab you right under your nose and one by one get the pickoffs. The second time around, they got the Mumu this time. Margot's just gonna be bidding goodbye. And this hooked, man, the rocket grabs from Akeno is just on point. Starting now, Genza though might be in trouble. That's a lot of damage and he's gonna fall down. Mimo might be next. Has to be extra careful. But the damage from Yan 13 is absolutely insane. Pime gonna be trying to escape. Can he actually do so? Looks like he will be able to sustain as Taku will give his life in the end. There's only one left from BMG.
That is exactly what we were waiting for, right? The combo, the wombos and the combos, and being able to just pick one, or rather destroy all of the low health targets for Yan 13 to finish off. And you really need to knock this tower down before anything else, before everybody survives. But take note, just as I said earlier, Taeyang is a low, short-ranged marksman.
Oh man, 4-man stun this time and everyone falls down. There's only DYDB remaining alive. Tackle a little bit late to the party, but the party's basically over. This tower's gonna fall down. Now Esports happy with what they've gotten, and slowly but surely, they're getting the W.
They are definitely getting the W here. They're getting the W as in win and wombo that the follow-up that we were looking for. And Margot has been hammering down all of these amazing ultimates on the Amumu. As long as Margot is able to land that and a follow-up happens, I do think NAOS SWG combo can win this ARAM. Oh no!
I think the damage is also insufficient on BMG's Cerberus Esports side, but this time they try, actually, after taking one down. Yan is not going to be there to help. No AoE damage from the Katarina, but they're trying to compensate for it. So far, it's not actually enough. It's a 1-for-2 trade favoring Cerberus Esports in BMG.
It is because Margot didn't have ult just yet. Again, this composition from NAOS on ARAM is very, very reliant on waiting for that ult to come up.
Oh, uh-oh. I might actually be in trouble. Margot is doing a hell of a job, actually, saving his teammate's life. waiting for another opportunity. Maybe
Ooh!
to set things up here for Yan 13. The Nasus Mirmo unfortunately falls down.
Okay, Margot's ult is up. They gotta start a fight here and now because they need more space. But Taeyang is so low. Wait,
Cerberus Esports heard you, Rico. They're
Oh,
the ones who
no!
actually went in. Margot, I don't think this is the best time to engage. Yeah, you have ult. Yan 13 does have ult, but I think they have to wait for Taeyang and Mirmo first.
yeah, it's just too risky versus a 3v5 situation.
Too risky.
Oh.
Tower might
There
fall
it is!
down. They actually engaged. Curse of the Amumu will be there. Follow up, not that much, but they do get the kills done. They do get the damage done at the very end. Taku
Wow.
and Pimei try
Oh.
to fight back 1-for-1 trade. But at the end of that fight, it's actually more advantageous. Never mind for Cerberus Esports, because Taku is here, just answering back, perfectly executed there by this Akali player. Cerberus Esports, they're trying to fight back. They're trying to get their money's worth here in this fight.
Oh
Mirmo
my
might
gosh!
need to be extra careful. Goes in with a snowball.
Oi!
Takes one down. Now it's just Taku.
Now it's just Taku, but he did a lot of damage, a lot of work there to just mitigate the losses. And now it is, again, a reset once more because the rest of Cerberus and BMG are back online. NAOS as well, they can meet in the middle. Margot about to have his ult once more, so this is the key factor for SWG and NAOS to win this.
Yeah. It's up to this setups once more. Who has
Oh.
the better wombo combo will be the one winning. Taku actually gets initiated by Zappy. Looks like
So
he
low.
is going to be the primary target for this Zed, but instead, he falls down to the ground.
Margot's
Pimei,
also back up.
BYDB answering back as well. Looks like they have to escape. Akeno is trying to be that wall
There it
so
is.
that no one will go
Whoa.
further, but the stun from the Amumu is just absolutely insane. They go with the resets. They go and just charge forward here. But I think they don't have that much abilities anymore. No ults available except for Yan 13.
Yeah, except for Yan 13, and they gotta be careful for Taku here because he can just basically burst down unless Marco has other plans and brutes Taku down first before anything else. That's really, really sweet. Of course, Mirmu just wants to go and get items. That's why he went under the tower. Get that reset just confirmed.
Resets are gonna be there most of the time here for Yan 13. I think it's so fortunate here for NAOS Esports to have not only the setups available, but also the Katarina here. I think this is one of the most irritating champions to actually go against with in the map of Aram, because if you don't have any stun anymore, then you're basically just gonna be soaking all those damage from the Death Lotus. That's basically what SWG Yan 13 has been waiting for. Now Margot gets hooked. Has to escape a little bit, but I think he can just
So
stack in
low.
the damage.
They're gonna engage. They're gonna engage.
They're gonna go in, but Amumu falls down. Yan 13 can actually do something about it. The answer is no. And BMG, they make their moment best for themselves right now. They don't lose anybody. They take 3 instead.
There's only a very, very tiny window for you to be able to just dish out all of that damage, because if the stun expires, it's just going to be Cerberus and BMG's game, and they're knocking down the Nexus already. How can they hold on?
I mean, they're gonna try. They're
Wow.
doing some damage. Tai's actually doing a really good job. Zappy as well. But it's the only one
Dude,
left
menu
against
wave.
these 3. Fortunately, he managed to shove the waves, clear it up. Zappy takes 2 kills along the way as well. Genza might... I think he can still escape, but I think it might be better if he went to the base instead. Oh, that's a kill first.
Because the first thing hit. This is what we were talking about, right? Where the curtain call is just so advantageous when it comes to ARAM, but I think Margot has enough speed to land that hook, but it's just so difficult here with Ghost activated on Genza. It's just rushing
Yeah.
back through.
Yeah, you have the go, but it's a key summoner spell that has been popped already for Genza. He's not gonna be that mobile anymore for the next team fight, so he has to be extra careful instead.
And now it's a reset happening again. It is still CES x BMG winning this entire ARAM so far. Akino looking for a pick.
Oh, this is just the start of it. They're just pacing themselves because
Turn
Akeno
call.
has to land his hook, rocket grab onto maybe Zaupi.
What?
Best if it's Yan 13, but it's just so hard to do that given the amount of frontline power that NAOS Esports and SWG has here. So they have
Yeah.
to really, really experiment along the way.
They do have to get the right target. They do! They get
And that's the
Yan13!
best timing! Ostace is going to be used to buy some time. Can Yan13 actually escape? The answer is no. He goes in, tries to do some damage, but immediately falls down to the ground. Now, that's the second kill, getting Margot as well. Backline, Zappy's trying to distract them, but now puts himself in an awkward situation.
they gonna
Everyone's
chase
chasing
him?
him down. Actually doing well here. Still garnering attention. He can cut down the wave, prevent BMG and Service Esports from fully pushing.
Yeah, that's the thing, but they're still going to retaliate once more here. Mirmo in trouble. I don't think he can do anything.
Uh-oh. Curtain call. The knock-up is there.
Ooh.
Mirmo actually
Ooh,
dodging
flash.
so
Nice.
much bullets. Nothing hit him. Dying as well, just doing his best surviving.
Whoa.
Mirmo goes in, actually
Wait
pops
for
in the
ult.
ult. Genza might actually be in trouble. But yeah, there's so much you can do only with the Nasus. And
Yeah,
since
13?
it doesn't have that much damage, it might be the end of it all.
I think
they
it's-
have
I
the
think it's
wave to work around it. Jin falls down though, but DYDB and Pime can just end it for themselves.
Wait.
300 HP. Never
What?
mind. Oh,
Wait!
it was an almost moment for them, but now SWG, they're still kicking.
Okay, I do think, however, that the NAOS composition is very time-based. It's just such a small window for you to actually win the team fight. Their team composition is actually amazing, but it's very time limited versus CES. They just have to wait for the hook cooldown for them to engage, and then that's honestly it. They get a pick. One thing as well is the Garen pick is so good against assassins. Just ruin the combo. Zalpi dives in, Yan13 dives in, and then you just silence them and you just remove the escape, and therefore will make it even much harder for Zalpi and Yan13 to get resets to actually escape from the fight and find another low health target. Exactly what I'm talking about,
The resets are
right?
not being allowed anymore actually for Yan 13. We haven't seen a Death Lotus reset just yet. I think he's starting to have a difficult time shredding the tank members here of Service Esports. They try once again, but looks like it's Taco actually getting the opportunities to sneak around in this fight. Akeno is stacking so much, but might need to flash away. Genza this time is going to be in trouble. Zappy deals so much, but since Yan 13 is already down, this is the time for BMG, Service Esports, to just charge forward. Good snare. Amy can just follow up. Taku now just prioritizing Mirmo since he doesn't have any mobility anymore. That's gonna be the ace. Might be just the game.
Yep, that is it. That is it. They just have to knock on the Nexus door and they get priority pick on towards the first game in our series. And I do want to assume that it is going to be Cerberus versus NAOS immediately right off the bat. And I do want to predict that they're going to be picking red side again.
Yeah, the red side priority has been really popular, especially yesterday. We have seen it a lot as well during like the qualifiers too, the past few days. And it all makes sense, right? If you want to prioritize getting like the Jax, the Vladimir, if it's not banned away as well, you can actually have that kind of leverage against the enemy team, because most of the time we do see Gwen, Jax, or Camille being picked up in blue side. But that gives away so many champions to be picked up, and you have the leverage of picking two after that on red side.
There were just, yeah, exactly. There was just so many adjustments that had to be made after witnessing every first series of the game. Suddenly the bans revolved around exactly what you were talking about. The Camille, the Jax, and they had to already pretty much dig deep into the top lane pool, which is, I think it's still it's a lot, honestly. Like, okay, there's what do you call this? There's Jax, there's Fiora, there's Riven, there's Gwen, there's Camille. And sometimes if you really don't feel that much of a bit, you don't feel confident in that 1v1 matchup, and if you just want to pretty much survive, you just pick the Garen. And so I do feel like the top lane pool, I think I've talked about this yesterday too, that it's just so healthy right now. There's just so many options for you to choose from. But I think the biggest difference, at least for Wild Rift, is that if you ban a top lane champion, you usually also take away the jungle pool just a teensy tiny bit, just damage that pool a little bit. So I'm excited to see difference in bans. I think the trend still, however, they should really ban Vlad. I think there's really no answer. If you're not planning to pick it, if you're not gonna first pick it blue side, just ban it, please.
Especially if you have an inkling that the game is gonna go the distance, it's gonna reach up past 15 minutes. take away the Vladimir if you're not gonna take it for yourself.
Yeah.
Right? Also, the patch 4.3b has been helping a lot of Baron laners, especially with the slight buff on the Fiora. I'm just happy to see that champion being prioritized more nowadays, because we have seen so many Garens, especially in the Season 1 of WRLA, and it's ridiculously strong given its basic kit. It's so reliable.
It's so
and
good.
hopefully one day it's gonna be toned down a bit to the point that other champions may be more usable in the BR lane. But so far, yeah, aside from blue side, aside from Vladimir, what else should be like addressed now before we start? Because we're trying to like get the vibe right.
The vibe is honestly, finally yesterday people banned Varus and Ziggs. Because honestly, if you don't ban those two, we're just practically going to be seeing the same bot lane for the entire day. We've only seen a non-Varus Ziggs lane once yesterday. The rest has been 100% picked. It's like, okay, we're not going to look at bot lane for the entirety of this game ever. And the only time we're going to be seeing them is in team fights? Yeah, because all they're going to do is just wave clear. So I'm really happy when I see teams just ban those two main wave clear champions out, because it gives it opens up the Xayah, it opens up the Kai'Sa, it opens up the auto attack champions, it opens up like the poke compositions that is not Ziggs and Varus, like the Ezreal. I think the biggest problem with Ezreal yesterday is that you don't have wave clear. If you don't have wave clear, you don't have priority. That means you can't just annoy the enemy jungler. You can't get turret plates, and then you lose out gold, and then you don't have objectives. It's just, you know, it just all boils down to getting priority. And how do you get priority? By getting the better wave clear, winning your lane. So it's just, no offense, I love Ziggs. Like, I am a Ziggs user. There were a couple of seasons back, I just spammed Ziggs just in mid. But at the same time, it's like, wow, I want to see some Vayne. I want to see some auto attack champions, basically.
Exactly. We're the same here. I love how useful Ziggs is. Especially that all you have to do is Mega Inferno Bomb and things are done.
Yeah.
When your lane is being pushed from a mile away, you can just cast your ult and job's basically done.
And you're part of the team fight. Yeah.
You're part of the team fight already, even if you're just from far away. But if you want to see action, us casters, viewers, if we want to see action, we want to see the hyper carries in the game. Double ADCs, no Vladimirs, please. You want to see Zeri, you want to see Corki, you want to see Xayahs as well. Maybe pop in a Jinx too along the way.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Though we don't really see that champion anymore. It's basically extinct. Maybe someone can bring it back to life.
Maybe when Arcane Season 2 comes up, Jinx becomes popular again. but that's actually yesterday we saw Zeri in the mid lane. So the double marksman compositions, at least we get to see some action at mid sometimes here and there. But I guess maybe bot lane is where just the wave clear is at, and that's where mid lane is where usually we find the action lies.
Zeri is quite popular in the mid lane too. Corki, a little bit, Ezreal, it's being experimented. There has been a growth in popularity on Ezreal, particularly in the mid lane, especially because of the slight betterment or improved version of the what do you call this? The Essence Reaver. Also, the runes are more viable for Ezreal. But in terms of effectivity, I don't think we're there yet for the peak level of Ezreal. It's so hard to use it too, because you have to land your skill shots, right? And against these mobile champions, really hard to make it work. Yesterday though, we saw an unfortunate use of the Killer Instinct, that Kai'Sa got hit with a true shot barrage.
Oh yeah, we saw that.
I, for one, got frustrated in the moment. I actually paused the video and assessed where could he have used the Killer Instinct, and there's none. It's like checkmate on chess.
Yeah, I think he was. I think the Kai'Sa player was pretty much stuck in a corner because, you know, I think it was Oma that
Yeah.
explained this. He was taking, he was pretty much in trouble of, he was lethal because of the ignite, so he wanted to use the killer instinct to get the shield, but the shield would lead you to the true shot barrage. So, you know, it's just one of those things where it was really good coordination from, I believe it was NBR that brought up the double poke composition with the Jace and as well as the Ezreal. The biggest issue, however, with a poke composition like that is that both Jace, I believe both Jace and Ezreal don't really have innate percentage damage. You have to itemize against tanks. And the problem was they were up against 3 beefy members. I believe it was a Volibear, it was a Gragas. I think there was one other tank involved, but either way, it was just so tanky for the poke to even deal any sort of impact. So that is one of the biggest weaknesses, glaring weaknesses. If you pick poke immediately on your first rotation of picks, if you're blue side, it's just so easy to just ban against them.
Whoa, that's a highly accurate cosplay, down to
Yeah.
the details, and it just it got my attention because I am a fan so much on cosplayers because it takes so much effort to do
Oh
it.
yeah,
The amount
it's a lot
effort,
of
like,
work.
Yeah, and some even like DIY their outfit. That is just insane. I actually tried
Oh,
investing some time doing cosplay.
oh.
I couldn't get the outfit correctly.
Ugh.
And that just makes me appreciate these cosplayers even more. I mean, we all had some experience either looking at them, being with them as well, or being them too.
Yes. It's definitely a lot of work, you know, have to style the wig, take care of the wig, have the outfit transported safely, including the props. And then what if the props are heavy? What if the props are attached to like the costume as well? Yeah, there's a lot to think about. So yeah, I agree with you. There's just a lot of work going into just cosplay in general, and you know, props to the cosplayers that we always see at events like these, like the Ionia Cup right now, and then just, you know, we're just appreciating their craft as well.
Absolutely. I think cosplayers deserve more credit than they currently have right now, especially in esports industry. Like here in this event, I believe this place right now, the situation they have right now here is quite hot. They're literally out in the open.
Oh yeah.
Yes, there's a bit of air conditioning, but not everywhere is air conditioned. It's mostly just on the stage. So everywhere else, especially at this time, or maybe even prior to towards the start of this event, it must be so excruciating just to prepare for this moment already.
That's true. I mean, when we look at the players as well, the reactions that I think I saw like tissues when they rub it on their foreheads, because I think
I would
it's
bring a
still
towel.
daytime, it's still the afternoon. What time is it in China? It's like 5 o'clock p.m. in China. So the angle of the sun, I think, is towards them. So Ionia cosplayer.
Yo,
That's cool.
That's cool.
That's
I wish I
really
could pull that
nice.
off. Yeah.
Even
That's
the
all
sword
I can
looks
say.
like accurate and stuff.
Yeah, and actually tried searching for like prices. If I can't make my own, then I should buy, right? I tried searching for like how much does buying or renting cost. Ridiculously high.
Oh yeah. It definitely needs a certain amount of budget
It's
to
not
cosplay
budget
for
friendly.
sure.
There's a cosplayer though that makes low budget cosplay, like just content on videos.
Oh, that one's really fun. Did you see the Master
so
Yi
fun.
one where they use like bottles of water
Bottles
as
of
their
water.
the eyes as the mask?
When I saw that, I was like, no way he pulled that off. No way, but he did.
Yeah.
He
What
did.
did he do again? Did he tape like
Yeah,
8
he used
bottles
like,
of
duct
water.
tape and stuff. And
and wrapped it around his like head, and then a Master Yi. What other cute low cost cosplays did we usually see on like the internets for League?
I'm a fan for Yumi cosplay because I am a cat lover.
Oh
so
my
I'd
gosh, me
love
too.
to see like, Yumi, like some cat owners like
How do you-
putting costume on their cat.
How do you even
And-
how do you even get a blue cat? It's so hard. There's no blue cats, right? I don't think
There's
so.
no blue cat.
Okay, there's no blue
And the
cats
closest
in
you can
existence.
get is white.
Yeah, that's true. Get a white cat and then put it on top of a book,
Put-
and then boom, you've got a Yumi.
Boom.
Boom.
We got a Yumi.
And then carry
Unfortunately, my
the
cat
book
is
as if it's
not white.
floating. Yeah.
There's a skin as well. Like yesterday, right? We, Omo and you saw it on a Nunu. Like there's a hat on the skin.
Oh yeah, do you know what skin line that's called? Something food, I
No.
remember.
Yeah. Oh, I should have searched it yesterday.
Food
but
you.
I got to it yesterday. Like what?
Until now.
Up until now.
Wait. I am dying to know the answer to this. So let me Google, like,
Okay.
work on this.
I actually thought you're gonna ask me about food because if it's gonna be food again, oh, it's too early. It's too early.
No,
Fortunately, we're not
it's
seeing
5.
food just yet in
Yeah.
the area. Great view, by the way. I
Oh, I
wish we
got
were
it.
there as well because
Oh, yeah, that's
we
true.
would absolutely enjoy being there on stage, just being with the players, being with the influencer players teams as well, along with the crowd. And speaking of food, I wanna try food there as well. I'm a food lover.
Oh yeah. Same. Their food is amazing there. I've tried.
Oh,
It's great.
Amazing.
It's great.
it's
It's
great.
amazing. It's crazy.
Oh.
It's amazing. Oh, I finally checked the skin line now for Yumi. It's called
what's
Food Spirits Yumi.
Food spirits.
Yeah, Food Spirits Yumi Wilder skin. Yeah.
I'm gonna check that out. Oh, the one where Yumi's a little bit more golden.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Mm.
Actually,
I actually
what is
have-
your favorite skin line in Wild Rift?
I'm too biased on Wild Rift. Anything that's for Senna.
Oh,
But my
what is the best
bias
skin for Senna
breaker
for you?
kinda would be anything that is for Set. Because I love that champion. When it got
Oh.
released, I was all invested on that champion. Because it's the only one that does an RKO basically.
wait, is that like a wrestling reference?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
wrestling.
I knew it. It sounded like wrestling.
Yeah.
RKO. Ooh, that's wrestling.
out of nowhere.
I assume. That's
And
true.
it's a guy that doesn't hold back in a fight. He basically
like,
loves
"Ugh."
fight. Like,
Yeah. And he-
you punch me, I'll punch you back. Harder, stronger.
That's true. And he's very similar to like a fighting game character, I suppose, because he's like
True.
ooh, and then shoo, boom. What I imagine.
I can't wait to see more minigames brought us by Riot.
Oh
with
yeah, that's
Set.
true.
But
I
what
played
about you,
the
Rico? Sure.
the Soul Fighter a little bit. It
How
felt
was
like it felt like a rhythm game a little bit for me.
Rhythm.
yeah, because you have to press certain buttons. Wouldn't say timing, but I felt like I need to tap them like faster. Because there was a point where you had to like do the press the opposite symbol of what is shown on the minigame. So it was like, oh, this feels like a rhythm game. I got this.
I don't like rhythm games or fighting games
Why?
that much. Because I don't like memorizing stuff like patterns, combos,
Oh, that's
stuff like
fair.
that. When I play fighting games, I usually just do the basic moves and just try to time it correctly.
You button mash?
When my
Or not really?
my enemy attacks, and after they attack, I will attack next after
Yeah.
guarding. Just
Yeah.
basic stuff. I do it sometimes, but after they do a lot of combos, that's when I just put down the controller.
Nice. I concede. Oh, speaking of
We
set,
saw the yeah, it's the duo again. I'm saying.
oh yeah, the duo that
saw
I
this
thought was
yesterday.
Rakan at first, but it's not.
Uh-huh. It looks like a vibe though. Looks like a vibe.
It's such
Like,
a vibe.
it might be their preferred or like their favorite champion. Oh, so there's a problem. That's the reason
Oh,
why
there it
we're-
is.
Like
Service
more time to
reported
discuss
technical
what's happening.
problem. Yeah, we can discuss more of our favorite skins and lore. And actually, speaking of lore, because I saw Zaya, who is your OTP, your one true pairing in Wild Rift, or maybe in League of Legends even?
I'm not. Whoa.
Yo,
That's a highly
cool.
The even the ropes, like the
Yeah.
one in the back.
true.
No, that
The
must have been
hair.
heavy.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I see those kinds of ropes on gyms. It's heavy.
Oh, I see. Wow, that's pretty accurate.
Going
love
back
the
to
costume.
pairs, I think I might actually go with Zaya Rakan.
Rakan.
I when it was released, when I saw like the videos, the cinematics, like
I feel, and then your bullet time's just gonna get canceled, and you can't auto attack, and you're just kind of gonna die there. So Kai'Sa is the more safer and more reliable scaling option as well. As long as you keep yourself safe, you are fine.
ooh, Aatrox though gonna be a big threat towards the backline for sure here on NAOS Esports, and I love seeing because before NAOS Esports switched the Kai'Sa from Misfortune, Mirmo was actually looking at the camera, and it's something that we constantly see now on NAOS Esports players. I'm just staring at the camera, looking for quite a bit, just having fun, and that's just so important here in this event.
Oh
right
yeah,
now, 'cause
for sure.
we talk about seriousness. We talked about the degree of intensity of these games time and time again. But sometimes we kind of forget the reason why we play this game. And that is to have fun along the way of learning and also staying as competitive as you can be. And finally,
Thank you.
even if it's just the second banning phase, finally we do see the ban on the Vlad.
Yeah, usually Vladimir has been picked on the second second phase of the picks, and therefore I don't think NAOS wants to take any chances. We don't know, however, where the Kai'Sa is going to go through. We don't know if it's going to be a double marksman composition just yet. I do feel like NAOS needs to adjust on the fly whether or not they want to add additional damage on the field if it's just a solo Kai'Sa, or just add in a magic damage dealer or a wave clear. While Kai'Sa is pretty good at wave clearing, I do think it's going to be lacking. They do lock in this Ashe. I like this much, much better. It's safer. You have pick potential. But at the same time, however, Ashe, again, is a very vulnerable champion. There is a possibility for flank, a dive, and that's why you do have that hawk shot to make sure that your flanks are safe. Please pick the volley bear. I think the volley bear is much, much stronger. Yes!
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love the Ball Bear as well. I am on you on this because they need frontline power to back up the Ashe and the Kai'Sa as well. Because looking at the composition of Service Esports is already scary as it is. They have so many ways to protect Genza in the backline. BMM gonna be picking up the Karma as well. This is something that we have seen yesterday games. Karma being in the mid lane instead of being in the bottom lane or in the dragon lane, and it's just interesting in itself.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see this because I'm concerned where the damage is going to be coming from. I know that Karma may potentially just go full AP build, especially if you're in the mid lane. That's another additional, wave clearer. You want to get priority, and then you're able to help out either your jungle or just roam towards the side lanes. I'm a big fan of Karma. I love Karma. Karma is like, I just love her in general. She's just such an aggressive champion that you can use in the lane, and you're able to just trade much better because of your shield. You have movement speed to dodge everything, and just really good team fight potential as well because of your ult.
Yeah, I love picking up the Karma as well. In the mid lane, in the dragon lane, sometimes as support as well when I don't want to serve as a tank in my rank game.
Yeah.
Just want to deal damage.
Yup,
I get
yup.
blamed a lot for it, but it's okay. I mean, as long as you have fun.
It is actually in the bottom lane. It is going to be Genza being swapped. Instead of Genza bottom lane, it is going to be mid lane. So it's just a marksman going up against the mid laner, but just the same 80 double marksman composition. How is this lane going to go, I wonder? On the top lane, I do feel like we've seen Fioras winning the early game versus Camille picks. So I'm very concerned for Calm, because usually what's going to happen is that once you lose the trades over the Fiora, you're going to be under the tower, you're going to get very vulnerable to a possible dive. So they have to be careful, especially come level 5, because Duck B can just use his ultimate to just fly across the map and then just get a pick on towards top lane.
I think if you're a one-trick Fiora, like the absolute master or a demon on a Fiora, you can basically win against anyone. Fiora is just one of the hardest champions to counter with any champion. Even if you pick a Garen, even if you pick a Renekton, even if you pick a Jax, a Camille, whatever champion it may be, if Fiora is so good at timing his attacks, or whenever he goes back, or even with a repose as well, you're gonna get countered and you're gonna lose the lane. That's how scary this Fiora as a champion actually is, and with the buff on the towers too, split push, it's just so scary. If basically if Calm loses the lane, they're gonna lose so many towers.
Yeah, imagine if you're right, losing towers and as well as losing turret plates. We all know how the 4-1 can be immediately activated. But let's take a look at this fun fact. Crowd control time, the last FFS match. Blitzcrank contributed for 53 seconds of crowd control, while Mumu contributed 48. So the abilities, the champions from earlier with the hooks has contributed to a lot of crowd control. But we get to see now, Fate is in the river, and Genza, I think Genza and Duckby might be in trouble here. Unless Margot. Body slam, body slam!
Body slam not onto Gens though. Margot might actually be in trouble. Mitsura will be forced to use the flash. No one dies here in this early contents. A bit of a mistake, I would say, on both sides in terms of priority. But everything's fine. It's just that's the start of it.
Everything's fine. Everything is a-okay. In the bottom lane, I'm so happy to see something entirely different. However, because it is a Karma versus Ashe lane, I think that's finally something different from the Varus and Ziggs lane that we usually see or we saw yesterday over and over again. I do think, however, there is finally a very defined lead. Oh, that's the turret plate. Defined lead. I do think Ashe is so much better than Karma in that matchup. Let's see. Get the pick.
Ooh, they actually go in. Duckby might actually be in trouble. That's the first blood, but they need to be very careful on Y1. Margo just gonna sacrifice his life for it. At least NAOS Esports secures first blood. Cerberus Esports, they fight back.
That's a really nice first blood on NAOS. That's very clean. Level 5 immediately. Then just go over the crystalline arrow and then just get that stun. Let's take a look at that replay first. I think it's just so clean in general. There's really nothing much you can do with that tower plate because, again, Mitsura as a Kai'Sa is very short range. So the follow-up is here. The communication is right there. The unfortunate thing, however, is that Cerberus was able to trade with 1 kill. So I don't think it's that big of a win. It's still a win because you get first blood advantage with that extra gold. But CES, props to them for also evening out that score.
It's going to be up to Mirmo on how he is going to be maximizing the use of that enchanted Kasa arrow, because that's the pressure when you're using an Ashe. You have to be on point with your ult every single time, especially in the early game, because every time it's on cooldown, that's the opportunity for the enemy team to go around the map without being scared.
Oh yeah, you as long as you're able to land that arrow and get that stun down, you're able to just have your presence felt across the entire map without you having to even be there. The power of the globals, as we say, for both actually NAOS and CES. I mean, there is still, again, the Galio ult that is an incredible threat for any of the side lanes. Like, they shouldn't overcommit to a tower dive or else they will meet the wrath of again, that Galio and maybe turn things around. So that's why we will see NAOS play a bit more conservative, because they have to rethink and make sure that Duck B doesn't fly across the map and make it into a numbers disadvantage.
This makes me a little nervous, actually, because NAOS Esports, they should be stepping on the gas pedal right now. They have the opportunity to make picks across the map. Right now, they're letting Cerberus Esports take this RH. Hopefully, they do take this Dragon, which is going to be the case. At least bank on the scaling, because this is Cerberus Esports. They do not hesitate getting anything that is laid out for them. We look at Taco, one of the the stronger Baron laners that we have seen on Wild Rift. And whenever he gets his hands on a Fiora, he doesn't hesitate going in. Now Y1 initiates and calmly backs away, giving this tower to Cerberus Esports. They'll just be okay with it for now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think the combo was there for Y1, and the fact that the rest of NAOS is already nearby, so it's too risky to overcommit to that. I like the discipline. I like them holding back, but the arrow is not gonna hit.
Almost. Oh, that was too close. Too close. Now
Too close for
Esports still
comfort.
committing onto the tower though. I think they have to slowly back away.
Oh,
'cause
Duckbee's
now.
here. Oh,
they
he's
actually
fine.
engage. They do get the Aatrox, but that hero's entrance a little bit late for Duckbee. They could have timed it earlier to try and save their Aatrox life. With that slight hesitation, Y1 falls down. Now Esports gets something in top lane.
Yep, they are able to at least get that top lane. Let's take a look at that replay. The arrow, unfortunately, does not connect. And I think it's just a numbers disadvantage overall. 4v2. Even if Duckbee flies, it's still a 4v3 situation. I do love the fact that NAOS is able to bait that ult out and get a kill. Just swiftly funnel all their damage and didn't become greedy by shifting targets towards Taku, which is one of the next squishy member of the team. Oh, Duckbee though, for the initiate. No.
All alone, I think he would be fine. This is a tanky Galio, Duckbee, and you're just gonna be trying to get some information here on the red side jungle of Fate. Happy to just look around and maybe catch Mitsura here, which is overextended a little bit, and that slight overextension cost his demise. Now arrow gonna be used, missing by a slight margin onto Genza, and that's perfect already for Cerberus Esports.
Yep, that is already something that they asked for and more. Who got the red buff? Oh, it's Cerberus. They got it.
They got it. Yeah.
Unfortunate. NAOS right now though, they have to defend this middle lane. It's just already they're losing too much without any trade whatsoever so far. They've managed to trade objectives, but the tower, however, that's something that they are struggling a little bit. I think this is the issue with, again, on champions with short range. I do feel like Mirmo is a more longer range compared to the Kaisa, but if you're not able to even get priority in the lane to get close to these towers, it's so difficult because you're easily set up by. To be honest with you, however, I think Cerberus composition is good at more of reactive than being the one who initiates.
Yeah.
They don't really have a more reliable delivery system for this Galio ult compared to when you have a Jarvan on your team, when you have a Camille on your team. They really have to be more reactive this way. And I think the reason why NAOS is so... NAOS acknowledges this, and that's the reason why they're not as aggressive. So this is the reason why it's a bit slow. It's like 8 minutes into the game. It's just 2 for 2. But gold-wise, because of turret plates, it's 32k. It's a 4k gold difference in favor of CES because of all of these turret plates.
Cerberus Esports is just basically waiting for mistakes from NAOS Esports. When an arrow doesn't connect, when Margot misses the cast, if Calm doesn't have that much backup, that's when Cerberus Esports strikes back. They wait for a mistake from NAOS Esports, but this time they're actually gonna start things soft. Good Justice Punch. They do take the tower. They're just gonna be shoving them away as Y1 takes a bit of damage on himself as well. They do back away for now, happy with what they got in mid.
Yeah, I love how Cerberus Esports is so disciplined. Again, they're happy with just getting the tower. They don't have to overcommit. They acknowledge the fact that if it's a full-blown 5v5, there is a big possibility that they lose, especially, again, they're more of a reactive composition than, again, as I said, the ones that actually dictate a team fight. The fact that there's also just a lot of damage on the board from NAOS, especially scaling-wise. Mitsura is just going to be really painful later on. Mirmo as well. The fact that there's just so many squishy members on everyone on Cerberus, except for Duckbee. They have to really respect the damage for later. So that's the reason why CES is also playing a bit more reserved and just happy taking towers down. Now, however, curious to see how this 5v5 is going to go on the Dragon.
They have to contest this time
Oh,
because
what?
now you're the first
Genza!
dragon. This time they have to be very
dashed
careful.
in!
Good damage already from NAOS Esports, but they lost Mirmo. They might lose Mitsura as well. Good damage being thrown out by Cerberus Esports. Now they go for the chase. Now they go for the onslaught. Nobody can stop Y1 now, and it's Margo falling down to the ground face first, and Cerberus Esports just says thank you for this dragon.
The thing about the composition of I said NAOS has really good damage, but only after when you reach the 15 to 20 minute mark, around that and even more. Around this time, Karma's gonna deal a lot of damage to all of your squishy members. Zeri is like really painful right now. Galio as well, despite it being a support, is just so effective to squishy members. The reason why we saw Genza just dashing through and sort of, it seemed that he was endangering himself, but there were two of the key members from NAOS were pretty much half HP already. It was such a huge opening. Cerberus split the fight into two, and now you don't have your peel. Margot is nowhere near the important carries to keep them alive. So this is such good teamfight execution coming from Cerberus.
I mean, there's so much, just like what you mentioned earlier, there's so much backline threat from Cerberus.
Yeah.
Esports. Nobody can stop the Fiora. Nobody can stop the Aatrox. Nobody can reach Genza as well. I mean, they managed to get him a while ago, but after that, what's next? That's the downside of this composition of NAOS Esports. It's basically pick burst composition. Maybe some slight late game scaling or consistent DPS for Mitsura, but he's the only one who has that capability of dealing consistent DPS. The rest needs to get the burst done, take one down, so that they can have leverage here for NAOS Esports. And every time they fail to do that, Cerberus Esports just capitalizes on the situation.
Yeah, they're pretty happy about that lead as well with... Oh, we might see a fight, however, because Duck B is like right here and the arrow hits.
I mean, doesn't care, basically. It's just there to serve his duty as a tank, soak up the damage, soak up the CC, the rest will be fine for Cerberus.
And now Baron is up and running. This is the time where NAOS has to look towards the top portion of the map. The thing is, they don't really have that big of an advantage when it comes to map space at the moment. They also have to deal with Taku split pushing as well. There is no particular answer. I don't think Kam can win that 1v1 against Taku because of just the gold gap in general. So there is a big need actually for the Crystalline, for the arrow to reach and stun Taku first before Kam can actually go in and be confident in the fight.
He needs help from Fate, needs help from Mirmo, maybe Margot as well. Because alone, he cannot deal with the Fiora. Yes, you have your Hull Breaker to help with the push. But either way, the Fiora is going to win the 1v1. It's going to win if ever you do, you come as too far forward. And this gives opportunity for Cerberus Esports. Just move around the map, not being scared at all on whatever NAOS Esports tries.
Yeah, that's why. That's why CES is now on the driver's seat. There is still respect on the potential NAOS outplay. That's the reason why CES hasn't pulled the trigger yet on the Baron. They're not very confident on their 4v4 yet. I do feel like they really need Taku's assistance in here, but we'll have to see. I think the Hawk shot is just making things much harder for CES to comfortably take this Baron. And as I say that, they're actually just pulling the trigger now. They're like, okay, let's just bait them into this fight that they're not prepared for.
Basically, Cerberus Esports is like, okay, you see us? Now watch us take this back.
Oh, arrow.
They have no choice but to let this Baron be taken by Cerberus Esports. That's how ahead CES is actually right now. They have a 5,000 gold lead. They have contested the dragon scaling of NAOS Esports. And in terms of scaling, they actually have the better scaling comp.
I really do. Oh!
Ooh.
A potential fight. Oh my!
Hextech Ultimatum cancelled by Duckby with one item. That stasis.
I think that's the struggle that we've seen so far in the entirety of this tournament. It's just those single target lockdowns, just like the cease and desist. It's just so easy to be countered by hourglasses once you have the money, of course, but also skills like the pool of Vladimir. So that's one thing. Oh, they're starting to fight. Boom.
Isolation, but it's only Doc B. It's actually able to tank in so much damage. Now Stormbringer gonna be used. Finally, they do take him down. But what are they gonna do with Genza, with BMM? Taku as well, just waiting patiently in the backside. As now Y1 engages, slams the sword down, gets one down as well. And Cerberus Esports now starting to knock on the base. Mitsuna goes in with a killer instinct, but might be killed instead. Has to be extra careful. Aku is backing away as well, just giving respect to NAOS Esports.
They have the damage, but I think it's just not the same damage output as what Cerberus is dishing out. We saw when they're all clumped in one space, as we take a look at that replay, the focus is all towards the Galio, who had more magic shields, who had more defense mechanisms, who had basically took the brunt of all. That was beautiful, by the way. That is absolutely insane. And I think what do you call this? It's the Galio just really tanked a lot of that damage, of all the skills and everything in the world, all the abilities, and therefore it just gave Genza and the rest of the carries just so much space to work with.
You don't have Shred as well here on NAOS Esports. That's why Cerberus Esports is just happy engaging now. A while ago, during the first few minutes of the game, they were waiting for opportunities, but this time they're creating opportunities. Fate gonna be the first one to get engaged, has to be extra careful.
Oh.
Hero's exit gonna be used by Duckby, saving himself, but now they turn to BMM. Might actually be an opportunity for NAOS Esports, but they lose one member as well, and they need to back away. The Aatrox is wrecking havoc. World Ender might even be a game ender moment for Cerberus Esports as they get 4. It's only Mitsura remaining alive, but only to tell the tale that this game 1 is for Cerberus Esports.
What a game for Cerberus. This does feel like it's very by the book. If we were to read a story and see how it all began, where it went out of control on the ends of Cerberus, I do think it all started because of the tower plates. It was a 4K gold lead, and unfortunately NAOS just couldn't trade. They didn't have the ability to get priority in lane, to get trades on towers, and eventually it was all outer turrets still pretty much alive for Cerberus, and then on the opposite end, NAOS just didn't have enough map space. And one thing that I really want to praise Cerberus for is that they're so good at taking care of their lead and hammering it down and making sure that they keep their lead and they further it even more. I think for NAOS, I think there's this struggle when they went up against Nova, when they went up against now Cerberus, is that it's so hard to get back into the game and slow the game down afterwards. There were signs of life, I suppose, in some of the team fights, but it was just towards Duck B soaking up all of that damage, all of the important ultimates to win team fights. So, and therefore there's nothing left to expend on the key carries of Cerberus. But it is still a tough fight, but it's still a good fight for NAOS.
I mean, it's match point already for Cerberus Esports. We might see influencers versus influencers this time around, or we see SWG battle against BMG. So far, I have the same sentiments as you, Riku. We have seen a more proactive gameplay from Cerberus Esports, and now Esports, they have been trying to, get their groove still in this lower bracket. It's going to be everything on the line, though. This is the lower bracket semifinals, and if you lose the series, there's no second chance anymore. This is your second and last chance already. And if they want to continue going in this tournament, they have to get their wins first. Right now, these are the stats. It's a slow but steady game, actually, for Cerberus Esports. The goal difference over time, the turns they have taken, and also just absolute efficiency for every single player.
And speaking of absolute efficiency, it is Genza that dealt a lot of AoE damage on team fights, and that's the reason why there's a big gap between Genza and Mitsura and Mirma when it comes to damage output. It's just so much. I do feel like Genza would be the potential MVP here just because of how present Genza is for the entirety. Yeah, just the damage output in general and the presence of Genza in these team fights. I also want to praise Cerberus Esports' discipline. They acknowledge that if they don't need to fight, they just don't fight. They take the tower and they run away and they just get objectives. I love that they acknowledge this, and it is actually why I won on that Aatrox from earlier. 92%. I believe this is killer participation. I really can't read, but I assume this is kill participation. And yeah, I guess it's the fact that Y1 was able to farm up a storm and still be very present in the map alongside his teammates.
He's always there to help alongside his teammates whenever they find an opportunity. When NAOS Esports is exhausted, out of their ultimates and abilities, that's when they strike. Y1 is always there. That's why he gets the MVP. Well deserved as well. And well, that's just game number 1. Still a best of 3. There's still a chance for NAOS Esports, but let's see. We'll just go into a short break. Rico and I will be back.
I need only 3 weapons: water, muscle, mind. Water to me!
Welcome back to the Ionia Invitational Cup 2023. We have seen a fantastic performance by Cerberus Esports in game number 1. Question is, will NAOS Esports bounce back? And will we see SWG and BMG fight in this game number 2? We are your casters,
absolutely.
Giang and Rico, and we're just very excited for this next game.
Same here, same. I think one big takeaway or the rules are for, what do you call this, for the big BO3 and including the BO5 that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, is that it's always going to be alternate. Like, for example, in the BO3 series, the pro players can only go up against the pro players once. And on the second game, you can't have that anymore. It's the influencers having to go up against the influencers. And on the third game, when it does go to the third game, that's when you can mix up the rosters. You can go pull the pro teams back versus a pro team, and that's when it's TLDR unrestricted now. So it's quite similar to the BO5 tomorrow.
I mean, so far we haven't really seen a 2-0 victory. In a
It's all
so,
3 games.
It's all 3 games. So I think there has been a bit of nervousness, I guess, on some of the teams that are winning game 1. And let's see if that is gonna be changed this time around in this day number 2. I think in terms of comfortness, in terms of confidence as well, that has been fixed after yesterday's games already. I believe these teams are ready to battle against each other this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. They've seen how the teams work, how the teams rotate, see the teams, what kind of meta they're actually going for. And the thing is, even if it's like an influencer team, do not underestimate them. They're actually playing a very, very similar draft to what the pro teams are doing. So that's something to look forward to. And see, like, because I assumed before the influencer matches even started, I really assumed that, you know, they would go for their favorite picks, like their main picks, like what they're good at. But no, they're going for the meta picks, and it's great. It's absolutely great.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to play here in as an influencer there on the stage, which champion would you actually use? Because you know mine already. Right? I'm a
Senna,
one-trick
right?
Senna, and never not gonna use Senna.
So if you're gonna use Senna, let's see. If I were at the show match, I played show matches before, and usually I play my main. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the meta. It's something that I'm comfortable with. Especially if you're up against pros, it's like, I want to make sure I'm on my tippy-toppy shape. So last time I played Jin, and I played Caitlyn. Those are my two comfiest champions. So
Alright,
those are
yeah.
most likely that I'll bring if I'm invited into a show match.
maybe. I mean, since you've mentioned Jin and Caitlyn, those are actually my favorite partners or ADCs when I go into my ranked games. Sure, I mean, we talked about this before. We go into battle, and both of us are aggressive. We're gonna win the lane, and we're gonna win the game.
Yeah, I love aggressive.
Maybe soon we'll be there on stage as well as players. Maybe as commentators as well.
Commentators, I mean, it's a possibility. The Wild Rift boys are a full caster team, so maybe we can do like a full caster team from other regions, and like we're with the casters from China, the Philippines, Vietnam. It would be so
that
fun.
would be so
yeah.
awesome. That would be so awesome. One day we can only hope that our plea would be heard.
True. That is our expression of intent already here, expressed in the broadcast. But of course, for now, it is the Wild Rift boys that will be representing the casters of Wild Rift on this tournament.
Yeah.
But that'll be later. That will be later after after we see the series.
Oh man, we see a lot of glimpses of cosplayers here and then, and it's just, again, I can't help but just adore their effort, their discipline, I would say. If I was cosplay there, I'm surely gonna get tired. I think just from a few hours, but looking at them, I think they have like the whole day to just be there and not rest. I'm sure they're used to it already. Like how draining it can be, how straining it on the body it can be, because you have to like do the poses, right, of the characters as well.
Yep.
It's just, yeah.
I mean, being there for the entire day. I mean, I think the best part about a LAN tournament is that you get to absorb the energy of the audience that is attending with you, that is on the venue with you. You get to see the expression of the players, the roars, the hurrahs, the battle cries. And I think that's what's amazing about LAN. That's what's amazing about these kinds of tournaments. It's the energy, the IRL energy.
Yeah. You get to have a picture as well with these cosplayers, which is just fantastic as well. It's one way to help the community, one way to help the cosplayer as well. Just show your appreciation. I mean, whenever I go into events, I always make sure to compliment cosplayers along the way, especially when I see them tired. I thank them for their service every single time. That's how I appreciate them in their effort.
Yeah, I think also taking pictures with them is also an appreciation of the craft. I mean, I'm sure they're like very happy because, oh wow, picture.
Yeah. I actually tried it once.
How did it go?
In an event.
Yeah?
Not a game character, but more of a series character.
Oh, like an anime character.
From Peaky Blinders.
Oh,
I tried it.
I see. It's not, that's
Last
not anime.
ESGS 2022. And I was just bamboozled, fascinated by the people that like first it's like recognition, right? And then they asked for a photo as well. And that's
did they do the thing where they like use their index finger to like tap on your shoulder and like, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah, it's the first time I've cosplayed and it's the best experience. It's tiring,
that's
but
so
it's
nice.
worth it.
Ah, that's so nice. That's so nice, man. Maybe I should cosplay too.
If I were to cosplay a League of Legends character,
Who would it be?
Oh.
That's a good question.
honestly, I've been thinking about it for so long already. I've wanted to do Set. And that's the champion I would go. What about you?
So that's actually a really good choice. If I had the choice and if I had the resources and budget isn't an issue, maybe I want to do. Wait, this is a tough one. Who I think is the cute? Oh, I think I know. I think a Star Guardian
Okay.
outfit. A Star Guardian outfit. I think I want to cosplay as Jinx. Star Guardian. Like the red hair, like the really cute red hair. Yeah. And her I forgot what her pets were, like because the Star Guardians always have like the mascots with them. Yeah. Maybe even
That's cool.
make those two. Yeah.
Are they
Jinx.
staring at each other? Okay, no.
I don't know. Maybe they're having a conversation about. And I think they're also planning about maybe the picks and bans is what I assume for the game, for the influencer game.
Yeah, to everyone that is watching right now, rest assured that we are gonna dive right into the game immediately after any of the issue has been addressed already. And we continue to thank you for your patience as well. I mean, we're here for
thank
the
you
love of the
very
game. We're here to
much.
support the players and the teams and the tournament as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, I have a question. Is there any particular voice line that you enjoy saying, like in Wild Rift, like just like to imitate because it just feels so raw,
I just I talk about Seth a lot, right?
Oh yeah.
I used to memorize all of his voice line, but
Oh
unfortunately,
my gosh, say one. Give me one. Give us
No,
one.
I don't remember. That's the problem. It's been a while since I've used that champion since I mained Senna. And I'm gonna be hated for this, but whenever I play, the games now, I don't have the audio on.
Wait, why? is there any particular reason why you don't have audio on anymore? I
Because
understand
usually
music.
I'm listening to something else, like maybe a podcast,
Oh, I
music.
get it.
It
Wait,
has
how do
been
you
a
hear
habit for me.
pings?
Huh?
How do you hear pings? You don't need to hear pings?
I constantly look at the map.
Oh,
That's something that
wow.
I've grown to. So whenever I see some something on the map, I'm fully aware. That's why when I played Valorant,
Yeah.
my friends literally got mad at me because I didn't have my sound on it as well.
Oh my
Then they were like, "How are you gonna hear the footsteps?" And like I was
Exactly.
like, "There's footsteps? Oh no!" And they're like,
Yeah, that's super important to determine where people are going to be coming from. Like noise is a good information. Like, wow, I don't know how you play Valorant without sound. But actually, I don't know how you
That's
play
why I'm
Wild Rift
Valorant.
without sound. Because you need this alt sound cues as well and the ability sound cue. At least that's for me. Like I need the ability sound cues so
fixed
that
it
I
now.
don't have to use my eyes for additional reception of information. Like I use my ears for ability cues, just like that. It's like you hear, like for example, like in Valorant, you hear, oh my gosh, watch this, or what's the raise line? Oh my gosh, the raise line. Fire in the hole, and you kind of just run away. Like you don't even know where the raise is at. You just kind of run away. So that's sound
you just scream like, "Run!"
run. I couldn't care, just run. Oh, we're at the pick and pans now. Yay! Here we go.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. I wonder if they're gonna ban Vlad as well. Because yesterday,
so.
right, we've seen some teams leaving Vlad open and focusing more on the other champions to be taken away. I think this time around, they have learned. We see Camille, Akali, Ziggs, Aatrox being taken away. Champions that were used earlier in game 1.
Oh yeah, that's true. Even the Akali as well. Just a good flex ban in general, including the Camille and the Shen. So these are really good flex bans. I would be absolutely surprised if this isn't a Jax first pick or this is a Volibear first pick.
Oh, Volibear. Yeah. You You nailed it. Yep, the
Or a
Volibear gonna be
Fiora.
picked up here.
Yeah.
First, prioritized by SWG. So Jax might also be Vladimir picked up here by BMG since it's available. Because we have seen second rotation of bans, the Vladimir being taken away. So that might be some information here for BMG to actually take it immediately. Let's see.
We'll have to see. Yeah, I do feel like picking the Vladimir early in the first phase of picks might leave and be too obvious, because the reason why it's so good to pick Jax and Jace and look at the first two picks. It's so very difficult to determine which champions are going where. If you pick Vladimir, then that's just such an open book read. So I do understand this thought process to just leave Vladimir on that second phase. But we see Zeri again. However, I do understand if this is locked in. It's just so consistent when it comes to damage output. And Irelia as well. I'm so happy about this Irelia pick. I love Irelia.
I love Irelia as well. But I'm always nervous whenever I see it on competitive play.
Yeah.
Because if you make even the slightest mistakes, if you miss your stun, if you miss your Vanguard's Edge, then you're screwed. That's how. Or if you don't get the reset on your first skill, oh man, it's basically over. It's basically over. That's how risky it is to actually pick up the Irelia. You have to be on point with everything.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. Because it's just so reliant on these combos and be able to, like, again, get that stack up and that Vanguard's Edge, just as you mentioned. Irelia, I do love this champion just because it's just so overall consistent damage output, especially against squishy members. Like, the fact that I see Jax, Jace, and Kai'Sa, these are quite squishy. Maybe Jax can be on the tankier side as he does have some tools to negate damage, but in general, I do think this is a squishy comp so far. Removing Gragas, removing Nunu, they're basically making such a removing all the disengaged champions, by the way, on the ends of BMG.
I like the respect that SWG is giving towards BMG. They basically reviewed their game yesterday when they matched against WRB, and they saw Nidahe having a fantastic performance in this, enabling the rest of the team also on the Rakan, which is still available but won't be used here on BMG side. Looks like they're going with the Nautilus instead. Still is equally as amazing as it is. But looking at the Braum, I think this is going to be so helpful because there's a lot of projectiles here on the side of BMG.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, one thing at a time. I like the Nautilus. Okay, first of all, I like the Nautilus pick because who will engage on BMG's team? This is a very just run you down kind of composition, hope for the best. You don't have reliable CC. So I like this Nautilus pick. This just finishes the composition off. So no matter what they pick after, either way, it's still a good comp for BMG. For the side of the SWG, we talked about the lack of disengage options because the Alistar is gone, the Gragas is gone. So the next best thing is most likely the Braum, just the king of disengage champions. And with that, the double marksman to top it all off is the Tristana. Really good scaling, really good resets as well. You just go in, you just rocket jump out after getting the kill. I like this composition. It seems very, very solid.
I love it as well. It's the first time that I will be seeing Tristana be picked up here. And Wild Rift competitive play too. We don't see this happening. We see it on the PC version. Quite a bit, quite a lot, honestly. But in Wild Rift, no. So that is ambitious. That is a change, and I love every bit of it.
Same. I'm looking forward to the follow-up. You know, the rocket jump forward Tristana play, then the Braum follows up with you.
Yeah.
And then you just land the stun stacks, and then you just basically get out. I love this combo. It's a very aggressive combo. Hopefully they use it in that manner, because the other way that you can play Tristana is that you just wave clear. Tristana is pretty decent. It's really good, actually. Maybe not as safe as a Varus and a Ziggs would like to wave clear, but it is still a very effective way to destroy waves and as well as get turret plates quite fast, especially if you get priority.
I mean, if SWG gets even the slightest leverage, that is almost immediately a tower that they can take down. They have Tristana, they have Volibear, they have the tools as well to deal damage into towers. So extra careful, I would say. It's the advice I would give to BMG. But I'm also excited on what they can actually show. They have a composition that will not hesitate going in since they have the Olaf.
Oh yeah, they have the wait, what's the composition? Oh, I thought they had the Olaf. It is a Gwen.
Wait, yeah, we saw the
I thought it was the
got
Olaf.
confused.
Okay, never mind. It was just a
I'm
hover.
certain-
Oh, I see.
Okay, it's gonna be a Gwen jungle instead.
I am
For the
so
nuts?
concerned. I'm so concerned with BMG's composition because they have only one way in, which is the Nautilus ultimate. And if you lose that, then maybe your next point of action is Dredge Land, but it's just so unreliable as a point of engagement. So this is my biggest concern on the ends of BMG. If that fails, then what else can you do to access them?
Top lane though, DK7 needs to be extra careful. BMG, they don't have that much damages yet on the Kaisa, but the Nautilus suppression is so huge every single time. Level 2, you can make a play already.
Yeah, it's just so tanky of access to an easy stun. You just practically auto attack afterwards. So Nautilus is a pretty solid pick in general. I'm curious about this Aurelia though. I think Aurelia is such a that's a good flawless duet. I really love Aurelia just because of how much damage she can output, like deceivingly output a lot of damage in the lane. But let's take a look at this. Genza picked Zeri and made huge damage as 32% in the lane. Oh,
man.
wild.
32. That is a lot. As
That
he
is
said
a
as well.
lot.
He was basically free hitting every single team fight. It's how safe he was in the back lane, in the backside. Oh, a flash by Pime.
That's good.
Doesn't have
That's-
mana as well, so kind of a bit forced there and just needed to play things safe. Now
Indeed.
Moran will still get that Rift Scuttler. Fortunate for them. Good timing as well.
Yeah, Yan 13 didn't have priority, so therefore they were a bit confident on that one. Oh, this is good.
Ooh, perfect setup. Good follow-up as well by Moran. They have the stun. The barrier is not going to be enough this time. First blood by SWG.
This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. The damage is deceiving.
Needle. Oh man.
Good
1
trade.
for 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was there for the
Trade
follow-up.
BMG. Yeah, it still stayed. Didn't even go back home. Just went to farm at least. I mean, it makes so much sense because you're close to level 5 anyways, or you're level 5 already. Let's take a look at that replay. Again, deceivingly a lot. You see Yan 13 being very low, but the stacks again and the barrier activated as well. Solo kill by Taeyang.
Yeah. Flash was in. He didn't have a flash anymore as well. That is unfortunate there for DJJ. And again, a kill for the Tristan of all champions. That is a champion that whenever she gets a kill, it's gonna be a lot harder to deal with her because that's gonna help the accelerating factor of this champion.
Yeah, that's not something you see a lot, by the way. Oh, here comes the initiation.
Counter-Strike is there. Moran is here though. They have to be extra careful because Nidhe is just by the corner, and I think they basically snuffed it out. They saw they were questioning why YOLO is still like moving forward despite the 2 versus 1, and they're like, someone's there. Someone's actually there to back him up, but they go in instead. Bugger's Edge is gonna be used now to just slow them away, force them to go back as well. That's timely. That's good here for SWG.
Yeah, all they had to do was clear that wave to make sure that they deny that dive. So it's a good job, very straightforward play. But we're almost towards the 4-minute and 30-second mark. So the Dragons will be up soon. Let's take a look at who has priority to even contest this Dragon, or do they want the Rift Herald? I do feel like the Rift Herald is much more valuable, at least for this particular composition. Because
For
imagine if you
SWG, right?
funnel gold onto Aurelia or the Jax. That would be sweet for either of the team to be able to transition into either a 4-1 or use that for other potential skirmishes and team fights.
I'm actually curious. If they get the RH and, for example, use the RH in the mid lane, can they actually destroy it with the Tristana and the Volibear as well? But right now, AZ being threatened, And this Nautilus is just going to be flashing away. Something should be fine, but the Volibear says otherwise as he charges in with a Stormbringer. But the damage is actually high from Nida. He has to fall back instead. The needles are starting to hurt. This Gwen is so scary. Even if you have the Tristana, even if you have a Zeri, once he has the mist, you cannot do anything at her.
Yeah, it's just so what do you call it? It's so difficult to take her down with that. So at this point, SWG will decide to actually get that Dragon. I don't think there's gonna be any contest on towards the Herald. I do like this better than BMG though. Though imagine if they funnel all of that gold onto Jax, which is, I can't really see the comparison at the moment. We'll check that out later. But I do feel like Jax is ahead when it comes to the gold versus that Irelia top.
He is. Right now, BMG
mid lane.
is going to try to get something here into the mid lane, possibly a tower, since they have dealt some damage on it. That's going to enable one important tower here in this game. And most of the time, we do see a struggle on some teams actually taking the tower in the mid lane, just because of how much scaling has been made already by the opposing team. And it's good that BMG invested on RH to take it down early, that they don't have to worry about it later on.
Yeah, at least that's open. That gives access more to river control, and as well as raptors, as well as landing wards by the brush near the mid lane. It just gives so much more like general options for BMG to take. So far, however, this is still a pretty close game. The lead is just like 600 gold between these two. So honestly, it's still a pretty close game. Not very obvious who is still going to win, because if we look at it on a damage output standpoint, I do feel like it is the hyperscaling potential is present in both. There's the Kais on the opposite ends, and then the Tristana. But I do have a bias towards a more balanced team composition. I do think SWG is going to win.
It's so difficult to win as an Irelia. Look at the amount of effort that he's already investing just to kill Pime, and now Morris just gonna help him and just one dash away to secure that kill.
Yeah. Honestly.
I was like, you've been doing so much. Let me help you out, and all
Let
you
me
need to
help
do
you.
is dash it.
And the thing that I said about SWG should win in the late game is because it's a very well balanced composition. You have your front line, you have dive, you have backline access, you have hyperscaling, you have consistent damage, and the reason why I prefer this composition is it's much more of a straightforward approach in a 5v5. In the side of BMG, while they do have the Nautilus, as I've said earlier, the ult of the Nautilus being the reliable, what do you call this? Ultimate. After that, what can you do? There's really not much hold. There's not much CC that you can do with the comp that you have. Maybe, okay, Nautilus auto-attacking each and every one. Like, one auto-attack for you.
One stun for you.
One stun for you. Yeah,
one
maybe
hook
that.
for you, my favorite guy.
Yeah, but you have to go. Nautilus is so, what do you call it? Slow. It's so slow. Before you can even reach the backline, you're probably held back by 6 already on this prom.
I am actually I do love seeing when a particular player, I'm always fascinated seeing a really good Nautilus player. Because personally, I don't even remember the last time I've used Nautilus, both in Wild Rift and in the PC version. That's how much I kind of like hate Nautilus when I use it. It feels heavy. I'm sure you can relate to this. Like in using the champion, you kind of feel like the animations are slow. It seems like a very predictable champion.
Build auto attack
compared to the other
items.
champions, right?
Auto attack speed items. Have you tried that on Nautilus by any chance?
Yeah, I've tried it before.
How is it?
It's fun, but you get flamed a lot. They're like, why are you?
Don't mind me. I'm playing Ultimate Bravery. Have you played Ultimate Bravery for like League of Legends? It's basically like it's not a mini game inside the game. I would not say the website because it's like a third party website, but the website is basically like it will randomize items for you on a certain champion, and you have to play that build
You have
no
to
matter
play
what.
that.
Yeah.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Sounds like a challenge that
It
I
is a
would
challenge.
love to accept.
That's
Yeah.
why it's called Ultimate Bravery. Oh, a fight though.
They're gonna challenge them this time around. SWG is still gonna fight back. Top side is gonna be big trouble though if ever the red side actually wins, and now they're gonna lose the Braum. No more frontline to tank in the damage. They get the dragon as well. Just perfect here for BMG as now SWG looks to fall back, but all they have is Taeyang remaining alive. Top side though, the fight continues. Finally, it concludes with BMG winning, getting 4 kills, a dragon as well. Everything taken here by BMG.
I want to check out that replay because I'm starting to think that the Braum may not be enough to deter this full dive competition that BMG has. I want to check that out again. I do believe it was a 4v4. I think the fact that YOLO wasn't around because he was busy split pushing as the Jack, so he's very, very rich right now. Okay, here comes the replay. I want to see what happened. I honestly want to have what went down. BK76 is in the front line. He got reeled in. Where's the ult? Oh, he got stun locked. Oh, that's what happened.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why the
Oh,
peel
man.
wasn't there. That's why they couldn't stun anybody. That's why. Because he was stun locked to oblivion.
That's a problem when you're going up against a Gwen. That's why late game Gwen is so ridiculously scary. Even if you're using the tankiest champion in the world with full tank items, you'll get shredded almost in an instant by a Gwen. This champion deals max HP damage. And if you get 2 items, if you have the Nashers, if you have the Riftmaker already, and if you have like something like a Rabadon's Death Cap,
And he already has.
2 out of 3. Is
Yeah,
there
2 out of
already.
3.
Oh no.
Oh no,
I am
is right.
starting to get scared of SWG. We started this game thinking that maybe the leverage is on the blue side. So far, it's actually on the other side, on BMG, just because of how they're playing this.
Yeah, I think so too. I just think they're just getting a lot of gold. Like it's slowly climbing to 5k gold lead already for these for BMG. And
Oh no, that is actually perfect here for SWG. This time BMG is the one in the backseat.
Nice.
2 members taken out, and we see even Taeyang having the utmost confidence. The timing is just perfect. This is Baron for
Baron.
SWG.
that is true. That is a really good engage. You gotta love how SWG. There is a possibility for a possible steal though. Nita is the jungler for BMG. He can go in.
try?
No steal.
Unsuccessful with the smite steal for BMG, and instead they lose 3 members. And SWG is basically saying thank you for the kills. Now they have the opportunity to bash this tower after 13 minutes.
Finally able to clear this out, and I don't think BMG has enough wave clear to make this happen. Wow, they're stopping the ports.
Okay, that's ambitious, I would say. That could have been catastrophic for either team.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can just easily go back to the base.
Yeah, good thing they do have faster ports. That is warded. Good thing. Good thing 6 was able to teleport back before anything else. That's not definitely what you want. But this is a good comeback from BMG. As I've said, late game is where BMG is able to... no, not BMG. SWG is able to really deal a lot of the hurt, a lot of the pain. As long as they're able to play from front to back and gain space and kite much, much better. They have Taeyang does have his own peel himself, so at least there's that. Here comes the siege, however. Let's see how this goes.
Stormbringer, and then help them take this tower
Wow.
down. Oh, that is
What the damage?
so aggressive from the SWG. They charged without hesitation. AZ almost got taken out.
Ooh.
Salmon needs to escape using the dredge line to just fall
Oh my.
back. Nidahe, though, having utmost confidence to shred down the HP bars of SWG. The tower, though, is going to fall down. Explosive charge, absolutely fantastic for Taeyang.
I love this from SWG. They cannot port there. Like, okay, now they can. The Baron buff actually expired now, and they have to go back for that Ice Dragon. Maran!
Oh no!
I can't port there. The Baron expired. Oh my gosh, where are you gonna run? Oh, they're gonna be seen by the what?
Scene.
Top lane.
Okay. They
Top lane
actually
kill.
ditched him for a while. and they managed to take down YOLO as well. That is just perfect
Yeah.
actually here for SWG. Even if the Dragon gets taken here by BMG, a tower gets taken, the Jax is taken down, and it's again just another opportunity for SWG to continue scaling.
I'm not sure if I like that. Oh,
Oh,
we didn't see
What?
anything. Don't worry.
we didn't see
We didn't see
anything there.
Like, what was that?
Nothing.
Yeah.
No flash was used.
No. I mean, in his defense, there is going to be another fight soon, and it's gonna come back up anyways, cause the volley bear has to respond. Not that it's
What?
gonna be enough time, but you know, that's the saving grace.
Don't you just hate it when that happens? When you
It
accidentally
happens
use
though,
It-
yeah.
that is one of the reasons why I hesitate when I chat, especially when I play the PC game. 'Cause sometimes it happens on me quite a lot actually. That I
no.
accidentally use my D or F, and then I'm like, oh no. Oh.
It's like, oh no, should I just change my keybind and put the flash
It still
like
happens.
key to like the farthest ends of my keyboard so I don't accidentally press it. It'll be hard to
No.
access though. How do you even clutch in
Yeah.
a flash with that?
Imagine
strategy.
changing it like and then
In your
realizing,
numerical pad?
"Where's-
Yeah.
Where is my flash? Where is my flash? It's like, oh right, I changed it.
I changed it like right across, all the way across the keyboard.
And you get pinged that your
Yeah.
flash was available. Like, come on, guys.
I have my reasons. I promise. It's pretty valid. Oh
Absolutely.
dear. Okay, Split Push has now commenced. YOLO versus Yan 13. Yan 13 won the 1v1 from earlier, so this is manageable for Yan 13. As long as you get the stacks on board, you are
Actually
fine.
doing a really good job here. Against the Jax, still at least sustaining the lane. That's the only thing that he actually needs to do. Prevent YOLO from bashing towers. So far in the top lane, he was successful with it, but actually it's taking too much of his time.
It is. It will give enough space
Whoa.
for BMG to actually Nidahe is sneaking this one out. They have no idea. It's going down really fast. Is even
Yeah.
joining this, so it's gonna go down. But here comes
Oh!
everyone!
They catch him off guard, but still, Nidahe is going to be able to secure that smite onto the Baron. Now they have to fall back. BMG getting
Whoa.
caught, getting chased down. Killer instinct away. Can AZ still escape? The answer is yes, and now they actually
Yeah,
retaliate.
still alive.
They go in without hesitation. That's a slam. That's a damage. That's a follow-up as well. Sounding flashing over the wall just to help out the rest of BMG. And they punish the overextension
Oh.
of SWG. Now YOLO's in the bot lane. Almost getting the kill onto Yan 13, but he's just fine there. Waiting for the other comrades. Like, okay, I don't have a ward. I can't jump. I'll just wait here patiently.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be. I'm just gonna like play this by the book. The rest of the team is here anyways. Oh my gosh, this is happening! What?
Is this really happening? The first 2-0? Is
Yeah.
this actually happening? Wow,
It's
okay.
happening. It's
They've done
happening. It has happened, and this is quite unfortunate and sad, of course, for NAOS.
Yeah.
They're in the lower bracket. But props to Cerberus and BMG for holding on despite it being such a close game for the second match. Wow.
Wow. They've basically broken down the curse.
Yeah,
They've
they've
defied the curse
broken the 2-1
No more
curse.
curse for them. They've done it.
Yeah, they really have. Wow. And it's due to the fact that I think that was the closest game that we've ever had yet, and it was.
yeah.
If you look at the gold graph later, it's it's going back and forth, basically a tussle between red and blue on that gold graph. So it is an indicator that again it could have been anyone's game, honestly, and it
Yeah.
all boiled down to the Baron fight and
That sneaky Baron. Yeah.
that sneaky Baron. That sneaky Baron really caused not having the pressure was going to be on SWG sides to deny that and steal that Baron instead of making their efforts to actually eliminate Gwen. And it's so hard to like Gwen sustain in team fights, especially in clump team fights as that. It's just so
No.
maximized. So I can see. I was really props to BMG.
Props to Nidahe as well on
That's-
being
that's out,
able to
that's out.
secure the smite despite the contestation there of Moran and the rest of SWG. And the wave they've caused them to make an action and overextend just because of the lack of time to prepare, because they saw suddenly, okay, BMG is getting the Baron, we have to collapse onto them, and they've overextended. They thought they had them, but BMG had SWG instead. They've caught them in a trap that they have set out. So props to them even more. They're improving. We're seeing them improve, and it's just amazing to see on these influencer players.
Oh yeah, they're really improving. The draft also has changed. It has shifted on this tournament. In day number 1, there were a lot of practically saw just 5 iterations of the same approach. I think the only biggest difference was the poke composition with the Ezreal and the Jace. Other than that, it was practically the same. But now it's so different. Like, we get to see a Tristana, we get to see what else? What else? Am I missing anything?
The Irelia.
The Irelia, thank you. Yes, the Irelia was really good too. We get to see Yan 13 hold his ground, but unfortunately YOLO just had more farm in general, and therefore is able to win the 1v1s and just got turret plates much earlier. And you gotta love BMG for doing that.
Absolutely fantastic for both teams, I would say, as well. I mean, even if SWG lost, even if NAOS Esports lost, props to them as well. They still managed to pull up until this point. And despite the losing matchup of Yan 13, he actually did a really good job. Just like what you mentioned earlier, this was a losing matchup from the beginning. Late game scaling is going to favor YOLO with the Jax. Yan 13 still managed to hold his line. And even if this was a loss, this was a nice experience. BMG, this time around, alongside with Cerberus Esports, would have more chances on making it happen for themselves. Nidahe, with the strong Gwen performance, will be the MVP as well. 54.5% kill participation, 19.1 damage percentage compared to the team. Absolutely fantastic.
A really good performance from Nidahe. The fact that not only that he was present on these important team fights, but he's also doing a lot of smite secures and being a really good objective focused jungler on top of being such a farm heavy jungler such as the Gwen, really able to perform under pressure despite, imagine being a Volibear being on top of you on that Baron pit. Of course you'd feel pressured, and yet he's still able to secure that Baron.
In a moment of panic, he didn't panic. He stayed assertive as well. And props to BMG, props to Cerberus Esports. I can't wait to see more of them as well. And I believe we are just waiting for the interview as well. Because, I mean, that's just fantastic. And we get to hear what they are feeling as of the moment.
Yeah.
What are their thoughts. Yesterday, we saw an emotional moment as well. Hopefully, I love those moments, but it gets me teary-eyed a bit.
Oh yeah, me too. I don't know. I think the interview will be for the winners, so I want to give, I guess, this space to thank, NAOS Esports for representing us over here at the Ionia Cup. Like, so big props to them. I know there were tough matches against Nova, against Cerberus, but of course we're still going to be, supporting the NAOS journey after Ionia Cup.
I mean, we can't help but feel proud for them as well. Proud for NAOS Esports, proud for SWG. Right now we see a loss, but it's still a win. There's still a team that managed to be here in this tournament, being alongside with the top tier teams. And that's just amazing to see. I think it's something that we kind of overlook at times, because our expectation is a team winning, a team that is representing our place. But if we see them lose, sometimes we get upset. But we sometimes just fail to underestimate or fail to realize that there's still a team that has won so many games, so many tournaments to be there on that stage. And hopefully in the near future would come to that kind of realization that even if they lost, they still had a strong journey, and they're still on the journey towards the top.
Exactly. There's still, this is still an experience overall, because again, imagine having to fight Nova Esports on your very first game. This is Nova Esports that we're talking about. And some of the members, most of the members rather, even some are even retained from their old roster that won the championship titles from way
Yeah.
back. So it's this just a solid roster overall, and I'm really looking forward to see more growth from NAOS Esports in future tournaments as well.
Absolutely. I think to be paired against Nova Esports is so difficult. There's only a few amount of teams that were actually able to successfully defeat them. KBG during the WRLA season 1 actually took 3 series to win against Nova Esports. But it was the biggest moment of them all,
Yeah.
because that paved the way for them to reach towards the grand finals where they faced Enigma Galaxy. Thunder Talk is another team that actually had leverage against Nova Esports. That's why I'm excited for the next series, because
Later, yeah.
there's no game in the WRLA season 1 that Nova Esports actually won against Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I think that has been the trend for Nova Esports, right? They're like really amazing when it comes to these international tournaments where all the different regions come together. But then when it comes to, I guess, inter-region, that's the time where Nova is having a bit of a hard time fighting their fellow regions. So I'm excited to see the Thunder Talk and Nova maybe sort of put that on the scoreboard as well, with the tally of the rivalry between TT and Nova.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Interview.
Hello，
Let's
大家
go.
好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维佳。让我们再一次恭喜 CES 以及 BMG 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了上单选手 Taku 来接受我们的采访。接下来我会让他先跟大家打一个小招呼。So please say hi to our audience here.
Nói chào khán giả. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Taco và mình đi vị trí tầng trên của Sài Gòn Cerberus.
Hello everyone, I am Taku from Saigon Cerberus and I'm going for the Battleland for Cerberus.
他说他是来自 CES 的上单选手。那第一个问题可能想问到的还，因为在大乱斗的时候，我们注意到 Taku 选手的阿卡丽也发挥得非常的出色。那我也想问一下，其实，在比赛之外的时间里，他会不会也去练习一些别的路？他最喜欢的路是哪一路呢 ？So in AMIR, I noticed that your carry is also very dominant during the game. So which lane is your favorite out of competition? Yeah.
Thì họ biết Taco là một người đi đường lane, đường trên rất là giỏi. Thì trong cái cuộc thi lần này thì đường nào là vị trí yêu thích nhất của Taco?
Trong cái lần này thì vị trí của mình vẫn đi thích nhất là đi top, bởi vì mình thấy đi top nó khá hợp với cá tính của mình.
He said that his favorite lane is still the Battleland like usual because he feels like it's really fit with his personality.
他说，其实他最喜欢的路还是上路，因为对于他自己的性格来说，他更适合去打上路。第二个问题是在垃圾话环节，我当时记得 Y1 选手是说，他觉得现在只有一个 APAC 的队伍是可以留下来继续向前走的。那他们觉得他们自己是不是 APAC 赛区最强的那支队伍呢 ？So during the boundary, Y1 said that there's only one APAC team could step forward. So do you think you are the best in APAC region?
Hỏi là tại sao trong cuộc thi lần này thì chỉ có một duy nhất một team APAC được đi tiếp thôi. Thì bạn có nghĩ là team APAC của tụi mình là team mạnh nhất hiện tại hay không?
Theo giải lần này thì mình cảm thấy là đúng, và mình là team tốt nhất để còn lại của giải này.
He's pretty confident that our team is the best, the strongest right now.
他说他非常自信，他们的队伍就是最强最厉害的。第三个问题是，其实他们之前有参与过 WLA1， 那这次来到艾欧尼亚杯，他觉得这两场比赛有什么不一样的区别呢 ？So you are one of WLA1 and now you are in Ionia Cup. What's the difference between them?
Hiện tại thì tụi mình đang là một trong những team tham gia WRLA đúng không? Vậy hiện tại thì đây là Ionia Cup. Thế thì Taco cảm thấy có sự khác biệt gì giữa WRL và Ionia Cup?
Sự khác biệt mình thấy là giải đợt này thì có hai team mạnh, chỉ có hai team mạnh Trung Quốc thôi, còn giải WRA1 thì nó có nhiều team để mình cọ sát hơn.
So he feels like in WRL, it's very challenging for us because there are many good teams. But right now in Ionia Cup, there's only two teams. They are very strong, which is Nova and TT. That is the difference.
OK， 他说在 WLA1 的时候，其实他们觉得是非常有挑战性的，因为有很多很强的队伍，很多的中国队伍都非常厉害。但是这回来到艾欧尼亚杯呢，他觉得可能只有2支队伍目前对他们来说非常的强，很有挑战性，那就是 NOAH 和 TT。第4个问题，在第1局比赛的时候，我对他们的一个 BP 思路其实是蛮好奇的，因为当时他们是选择了一个加里奥作为辅助，然后我也想问一下，当时他们做出这个选择，是因为想针对一下对面卡密尔和加里奥的一个组合，还是说他们当时就是想选这个英雄 ？So in game 1, I'm really curious about your Bampick strategy. Like you pick Gariel, is it aiming to that Camille and Gariel comp, or you just pick what you like?
Họ bảo là ở trong game đầu tiên thì chị ấy rất là tò mò về cái sự bắn biết của chúng mình. Tại sao bọn mình lại chọn biết Carilo? Mục đích là để em Camille ở bên đội đối thủ hay là chỉ biết cho nó phù hợp với đội hình mà thôi?
Mình lý do là thì mình muốn bích cặp đó để kiểu như là combo chiêu với nhau, nhưng mà giai đoạn đi lên không tốt nên là mình không có sử dụng được nhiều combo đó.
He said that he wants to pick Galio because it would be a great combination in our team combat, but unfortunately, during our combat, they don't have a really good experience doing on that lane, so that's why they cannot use Galio on that patch much.
他说其实选择这个加里奥是更加适合他们的一个体系配合的，但是可能他觉得有一点可惜的是，在刚才并没有把这一点发挥的非常的出色。那最后一个问题，就我们聊一下你们的盟友 BMG， 你觉得就是在面对这支中国主播队的时候，会不会有一些沟通上的困难？你们配合的怎么样呢 ？So let's talk about your ally BMG. Do you have any communication problems with them?
Quay lại về phía đội hình KOL BMG chung với tụi mình thì không biết là đội Esports của chúng ta có gặp bất kỳ khó khăn nào về giao tiếp không ha?
Cũng không có nhiều lắm, bởi vì bên em cũng có vài người giao tiếp được tiếng Anh nên là cũng không có vấn đề gì.
There are not that much difficulties into the communications. We also have a very good experience when we're playing with each other. One part is because we know some person can speak English, and the other, the people from BMG, they are really amazing.
他说其实他们并不存在什么样的沟通问题，他觉得很少，因为一方面是因为他们有一些人其实也是会说英语的，所以说还是可以沟通到的。另一方面是 BMG 的每一位选手都非常的可爱，所以他们相处起来非常的愉快。那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了。That's all for our interview. Thanks for translating and thanks for joining. 那我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，拜拜。
Such happiness!
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself. And hammer.
I've got you under my skin. Deliciously vain. A draining exercise.
I split mountains with my roar. All will crumble. You cannot kill a storm!
Alright, welcome back to the Ionia Invitational Cup 2023. We're now finished with the first series. We're moving on now to the upper bracket finals. It's gonna be a tough one, Riku, because we have Thunder Talk versus Nova Esports, an awaited series for sure.
Oh yeah, this is one of the most awaited matchups in the Ionia Cup. We know that Nova Esports have already proven themselves. Last year, they were the champions of Ionia Cup 2022, with Long even being the MVP. So it's now up to Thunder Talk being at least one of out of the 4 teams to compete, take that crown away from Nova Esports, and maybe even snag that MVP from one of their player lineups. And speaking of lineup, this is the Nova lineup, and alongside them is NBR.
Absolutely fantastic from both of these teams yesterday. I mean, both of them would snag a win. And all I can say, looking at NBR is this they look to redeem themselves because they lost during the second game of their series, and they kind of had to rely on Nova Esports winning the series for them as well, but they're looking to bounce back even better. WRB has the same sentiments as well, and this is going to be an insane clash later on. Same with Thunder Talk versus Nova Esports. Again, we've mentioned our thoughts about them later on. You had your thoughts as well yesterday when you were casting alongside Omo. And
Oh yeah.
for me, I actually back on Thunder Talk. Let's hear them first.
我们从不把 Noah 当作对手，给你一次挑战我们的机会。
Agora que a gente sabe como o Wild Rift é jogado aqui, vamos mostrar o jeito brasileiro. E eu queria saber se vocês estão preparados para isso.
今天就让你们见识一下什么是手游解说杯 FMVP 的含金量。
I'll show you what it means to be a caster. Oh man, caster power!
Caster power! Dee's voice is amazing, by the way. It was so like, hello. It had the power, you know. He had the power in his voice. Like, wow, I was super surprised when I heard Dee's voice. Let's go, caster crew, the Wild Rift boys representing us. Go, go, go,
Yeah.
go.
We're just love seeing like co-casters, right?
Oh, yeah.
Participating as well. Riot, maybe one day. Next time.
One
Next
day.
time, have us as well there on the stage. Just kidding. And yeah, well, Vladimir is now available in League of Legends Wild Rift. Get ready to hone and unleash your inner Hemorman. Oh man, I struggle saying this word.
Hemomancer. Yeah. So it's like
Hemomancer.
hemoglobin. Hemo. Like blood.
Absolutely insane design as well.
And of course, get ready for the Ultimate Showdown! It is the ultimate spellbook, of course, available. Will be released on September 8th, 2023 UTC, and only for a limited time. So come and let your spells run wild. Woo!
And just run wild with enjoying the game as well. I just want to pause for a bit on the amount of like the details, Riku, the details on everything that Riot makes. Like looking at this poster, it's absolutely gorgeous. Looking at it, the champions being there, seeing Urgot as well. I just wanna say that I love seeing that champion being integrated in Wild Rift finally, but we haven't really seen much attention from it just yet. I believe there needs to be some tune up.
Yeah.
A buff for that champion to be like preferred, especially in competitive.
It's still very hard to knock down the top laners in Wild Rift. Honestly, the new Trinity, I suppose, is the Jax, Fiora, Camille, and then if you want to put him on the bottom side of things, I really highly doubt it. The wave clear is still a big need in Wild Rift, and I don't think Urgot provides that kind of utility in a composition. So maybe you're right. Maybe he definitely needs to be buffed to be seen.
Maybe give a nice skin towards Urgot.
Star Guardian Urgot.
Star.
That is the request of everyone.
We follow the Reddit post on it as well, right? It's like hilariously cute.
Yeah.
Like it has all those pink stuff and
come on, Riot, and make it a Wild Rift exclusive skin.
Also add in the Gragas too. It's gorgeous. It's a brilliant idea, right? Just do it. Just do it. Everyone would love it. Sure. I would buy it. I will say it right now. I would buy the skin if that gets... I don't even use Urgot, but I would buy that skin. And it's just absolutely amazing so far. The crowd is amazing. You guys are amazing as well, being there on watching, supporting the live stream, supporting the players, the teams that you are rooting for as well. We would just like to take this opportunity to thank you guys for your support. It is an amazing experience having you guys there in the comment section as well, just supporting, having your thoughts be put out as well through the comment section. We are reading your comments as well, and we appreciate you guys just expressing your thoughts. We are just loving the vibe we are giving as well. Just like the vibe it is right now here on the stage as well. These players are just chilling, and we're just like waiting for the fight for side Aram match that we have seen the past day already. Today and yesterday. Wherein it's slightly different from the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season 1, wherein the fight for side is an Aram match, but it's a 1v1. This time it's a team matchup, which is explosive in a sense. Like, we see a lot of crazy fights happening here and there with the players mixed up as well, both mixed with the pro team and the influencer team as well. This is amazing. These ideas from Riot is very creative, and for them to make these kinds of events as well, like this Ionia Cup, absolutely amazing. That not only do we get a chance to see the professional players, professional teams participate, but we get a chance to see influencer teams as well in the stage, in that live event as well. We get a glimpse on what's happening and the amount of effort that has been put up in an investment by Riot himself. And looking at the stage is absolutely gorgeous, especially the night view. Like, the details of it, the stage, the furnishing as well. It just comes to show how much we just love Wild Rift. And wait, see what's gonna go on. Fortunately, we don't see that much food, but as I say it, I see a couple in the background eating, and I can't help but feel a little envious. I want to eat food myself, Rico.
Is that really? I can't really tell which part is the envious part. Is it the food part, or is it like, you know, the togetherness?
I think two birds in one stone, probably.
Okay, both. I see.
They basically had life complete already. They have a kid supporting Wild Rift as well.
That's so cute. That's so nice. Yeah, but I think that's the thing with Wild Rift, you know, like, it's so quickly, easily accessible, if you will. As long as you have your phone, you just play with your family. It can be your bonding moment. And that's the reason why, like, in what's that system called again? The one with the best friends and, like, allies and, like, family. That's why there's, like, 3 options, like perfect partners.
I'm trying to...
I know the system, but I know there's like perfect allies or whatever. Perfect partners, perfect partners.
Perfect partners. Yeah.
I just know the categories. There's like for partners, there's for family, there's for friends. So if they're besties, if you guys are besties. So that's like the best part. It's not only for like to bond with your friends, to bond with your loved ones, but also with your family.
I have this one question in my mind right now though, Rico. Like, have those cosplayers sat down even for a moment?
I'm sure they've.
I see them from the pan camera. You're still standing. They're still standing. And my feet, my legs would hurt doing that already. I've tried. That's why I am saying this right now. It hurts so much, and they're in their costumes as well. It must be exhausting doing that. I can't help but just feel happy with the amount of effort that they are putting for the love of the game, for the love of the cosplay as well. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's whatchamacallit. It's a lot of work, but I'm sure they're able to take some breaks here and there. Yeah. But now it's nighttime, you know, the venue is like really pretty. I heard you were talking about like the furnishings and stuff. Like, it's such a different vibe when it's in the evening. Like, you can see the lamps,
the lights
on the wires. You can see like the middle like design. It's just so pretty. Yeah, the details. Even because this venue is surrounded by the river across it. Across that, there's like tall buildings and stuff. If the camera pans over towards that area, you guys get to see how pretty it is over there.
Because recently I've turned into a watch enthusiast, and there's a saying called "moments between moments," and in here I can say it's details within details, and it's just we kind of just appreciate it, you know. I don't think there's any other that can actually contest in terms of the graphics and effort as well, not only just within the game but in cinematics.
Yeah.
and also like videos. Riot is basically a music production company as well. They make absolutely lit music
Oh yeah.
from the beginning. Like
For sure. Like, what is actually your favorite Riot game song?
I love almost every single Worlds
Yeah.
theme song, but there's one I love more. I forgot the title though. I'm gonna.
Why don't you sing it? You got this. You can hum it if you want, if you don't memorize the lyrics.
Legends Never Die. There you go.
Oh,
Legends
Legends
I love that so much.
When the world's done.
Yeah, and also Rise. Loved it.
Yeah, that one's hype. That one's hype.
Because I'm a huge Faker fan, and of course. Whenever I see a moment with Faker, I'm like, oh, yeah.
It always gets you hype, right? Like, you just want to headbang, like, yeah. I also miss the, what's it called? Oh, I can see the, oh, it's Aram.
Yay!
Aram time. Yay! Aram time.
And a Rengar. Oh no, there's a Vlad.
Uh-oh.
On Z of all people.
On Z, he has the cleanest Vladimir plays. I
Yeah.
swear. He's so good.
Yesterday, right?
Yeah,
You showed
yesterday.
it.
We've only
Oh,
seen, I think, Nian and Z play Vladimir. Also another person. I forgot who, but he has the cleanest. Like, Z, I think, has the clean. Whoa!
Whoa! Clean knock-up, though, coming in from Yitze. But the follow-up isn't as clean as they intended it to be. I think the champions don't really have the best synergy in a sense. There's a Twitch, there's a Rengar, but no AoE damage.
Just a lot
Aside
of
from Annie.
AoEs in play. There's again, whenever I look at Aram, I'm always looking at their level 5s. Rengar is an interesting choice. I mean, eventually, once the towers fall down, there is a tendency for a lot of the players to just hide in the brush and do this. So once you get level 5, it is quite a possibility after you open up the towers. But I can imagine the combo from Ita being Ornn ult into Annie Tibbers drop and then just slam down, knock everybody up, just stun lock everyone if Thunder Talk and WRB are pretty much clumped on the same area.
What's with red side teams though? Because this is the second time we see a better lineup. Because it's usually random, right, in terms of the champions
Yeah,
you can use in Aram, but I can't help but see the better composition on the red side. There's a Jhin, there's a Vlad, there's Jace, Camille even. It's like perfect here for them.
It really is. Oh, we might see a sample of the combo. Oh, we got stunned.
Oh man, and that Ornn is gonna get punished. Thunder Talk, they get first blood, and they're just capitalizing on the moment right now. NBR, Nova Esports, they have to fall back, but the curtain call is gonna be used just to shove them away. Long realizes he is overextended and just backs away.
That's the difficult part about dealing with a Jhin. The curtain call, again, just covers so much ground with just one lane.
Oh, Rengar jumping in and then immediately
Oh my
jumping
gosh.
away. Ding dying is unfortunate there for WRB. They got one as well. I'm just being a little too far forward. Neon will get caught, but actually, in retrospect, it's D that actually gets caught in the end.
Rengar is having so much fun in Aram right now. Just goes back to the bar,
So many
jump,
brushes.
tack, yeah, and then go back. There's so many. Oh, here comes Emerald. He's level 5 already, 6 already. What? Oh
It's a wild moment here in Aram right now.
There's so many things going on. Yeah, I agree with you there.
There's no orchestrated fight just yet. Wow, that kick. On point. Follow-up, yeah.
There is no
Still
follow-up. That's the problem. I
fascinating.
do think NBR's composition, Nova NBR, is really strong. It's just that there's no follow-up just yet. Maybe that kick is just for space. I'm not sure. But a good thing Long is able to get. That's a Twitch right there. It's going to be very... Whoa! Curtain call.
Really scary towards the late game.
Boom.
The Twitch.
Hello.
Right now, the Cold Wars got missing the crucial targets here on the backside. And Thunder Talk just gonna capitalize on the moment. They have secured 2 kills for now, extending their efforts here in this fight. They don't actually have that much gap close, I would say. No hooks to like get someone out from comfort zone. That's kind of unfortunate. He's
Yeah, I
just
think-
gonna be happy getting his
Item.
with
No
this
wonder
whole-
Ornn is important here. You don't have to die to get your items.
Yeah, just hammer down
gee!
and you get the. Ooh!
He's
Wow.
gone.
Okay, fantastic jump and actually heals himself back to full health along the way as well.
I'm really excited to see, what do you call this, get the first tower down, because that's when we actually see like the really heated fights, because the lane is so much shorter. Oh!
Wow! Jin falls down. That's
Jin-
unfortunate for Soul and AD as well.
Oh!
And now,
Wow.
that fall down. Z as well getting caught. That's 3 consecutive, really good orchestrated engages actually by Nova Esports and NBR.
I really like this Rengar pick because the Thunder Talk is always, as long as you have Nova has brush control, you really can't go to either sides because you're really susceptible to just a lot of damage from that Rengar from Emerald. So you're forced to be in the middle, which makes things even more predictable for the Ornn to actually funnel everything on his ult and then set up for the Annie. So I like this. I like the setup from Nova.
I like the AP build from Long as well. Yeah, this is highly popular. And I mean, there was days wherein we saw AP Twitch as support. And right now, it's gonna get taken out. Unfortunately, the rest is trying to fight back. Call the Forge God hitting 2 as the Ornn falls down at the very end. He's surviving for so long. And now it's a time for Thunder Talk and WRB to actually fight back. It's only Neon alive to defend this tower, but I don't think he's gonna be able to.
No
Never mind,
way,
gets
Neon.
2! No way!
No
He might
way!
just save this tower for a bit longer than it is required. It is still gonna fall down, but still, good job.
Yeah, aiding is going to die because he really needs to get more items now that they've got in a tower. And Thunder Talk, Z on this Vladimir, it's gonna be really, really annoying to deal with him, especially
Yeah.
once the items stack up. There's just so much burst in general, and so hard to hold him down because of the pool.
Okay, let's count how many crowd controls are there for Nova Esports. 2 for the Ornn, 1 for the Lee Sin, a couple for the
Annie as
Annie.
well.
But right now, they actually are utilizing it as of the
Oh.
moment. D actually doing a really good job sneaking towards the backside. Long has to go in V just
Oh,
to
he's gonna die.
escape. D
What?
Oh,
No
survives
way.
for so long. How is that even possible, Riku? And right now, WRB and Thunder Talk again pushing their limits and pushing the lane.
It is that ult activated. That's why he survived for that long. And Hextech Ultimatum will finish the job towards Long. And while I say I really like Nova's composition, unfortunately, again, we aren't seeing all of the skills being layered on top of each other. Because again, this is a very strong 5v5 comp. Akamoto and Ita.
Yeah.
Just, again, once you land 4 members at least, get the knockups, get the stun in. That's an easy win on that team fight. On the Wild Rift Boys and Thunder Talk in combination with that, they have more of a segmented amount of damage output. They have really good poke, they have really good wave clear. They can do curtain call just to scare and get space off of
Yeah.
this map and just push them towards this area.
Like, even if they don't have an AoE crowd control on Thunder, though, they can make things work just because of this. They have the damage. They can work around. They're basically independent as champions, and they're making it work. Now, Shin is going to the backside. Hextech Ultimatum onto Neon, and there's nothing he can do. He's stuck there on that ult. And right now, this is actually pretty fast game. 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
You can basically end this game right now. Unless Emerald can do
Oh
something.
my gosh.
Never mind. He falls down. Long as well. Gonna be the
Whoa!
next
Long's
target.
alive!
Still alive. But the
Little.
Nexus is being threatened to be taken
Wow.
out. Fourth shot. That's just
That's
fantastic
it.
for Soil. And in under 8 minutes, we see the fight for side going towards Thunder Talk and WRB side.
Is it just me, or is that the fastest ever
It's the
era
fastest.
we've had in
8
in
minutes.
Ionia Cup?
Under 8 minutes, Riku.
That's fast.
ridiculously fast. And I
That's a
believe
fast one.
one big factor for it is the draft itself. We see a bit of luck actually on the champion pool on red side. The series 1, we saw it on red side. Now we see it on
Yeah.
red side as well. Twice in a row, we have seen Jin too.
The Jin is so good. Jin is just so good at Aram. The way that it just forces you to retreat and just back
Dang.
away and not get hit by any of the slows. Yeah, imagine this cone.
Curtain call.
The curtain call is like this. And the
Full
lane is
lane.
just literally like this. So it covers so much ground. You're just forced to go backwards instead of going to the outskirts and move horizontally. You have to go vertical instead to just avoid that. So I understand why Jin. I don't think I've ever seen an ARAM game where Jin hasn't been picked yet, at least for the Ionia Cup. So our era meta forming for the
Era meta.
Ionia Cup.
Also, we see a Vladimir being picked up.
Oh yeah.
And the moment we saw Vladimir on Z, it's like, oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh boy,
Oh
you're
boy.
in for a bumpy ride.
I don't think it was even a bumpy ride. I think it was just whoa.
It's an avalanche. We talk about
Avalanche.
snowball most of the time.
It's a
That
snowball.
was an
It's a
avalanche.
snowbally ride, I suppose. Yeah. yeah. So I feel like Z just wanted to flex his Vladimir prowess again because yesterday he was on that Vlad and we kept praising his name, singing his praises. That I think he is the cleanest ever Vladimir here in this tournament, and because people have witnessed his prowess at that champion already, I really doubt that they're going to let it slip through. I really doubt it, honestly.
Absolutely not. For sure. But
It's gonna be a ban.
to talk about Z, there's actually a lot of champions that has to be taken away from him. He's
Oh, yeah.
so fantastic on Akali, on Gwen, on Zed, all those assassin champions. He is absolutely insane in terms of performance. That's why Thundertalk is actually so hard to defeat.
Oh yeah.
Even
it
KBG
is.
struggled against them during the WRLA. And
Yeah.
struggled against them as well. That's why
Yeah.
Thundertalk is here right now.
I think Z is definitely one of the most iconic, mechanically great players in Wild Rift in the entire world. And I think it really just shows because of his champion pool. Like honestly, it really doesn't matter if you put him on top lane or in jungle. He can really play a lot of champions that is very diverse and really if you draw the Venn diagram, a lot of them kind of like combine there is a lot of shared pools between top jungle and then mid. Like he can play a lot of the champions that belong solely on top and jungle alone and make it work in the mid lane. So I think the reason behind that is how to make it work, be really mechanically amazing at these champions where mechanics are flawless, and then you take that concept into the mid lane. And I think a lot of people, a lot of players really look up to Z. Really a lot of respect for this guy.
Yeah. I, for one, I mean, during the WRLA Season 1, I was so excited whenever I see Z on any assassin champion.
Yeah.
Even during the double ADC meta, he still managed to swing off a couple of assassins in the mid lane and still perform so well. And given the matchup right now, Thundertalk versus Nova Esports, this is going to be an important series for Nova Esports because not only are they trying to maintain their standing in the upper bracket, but also they have to break the pattern right now, which is Thundertalk always winning against Nova Esports.
Oh yeah, that's true. Nova really has to break that curse, really has to break that streak already. And I do see why, that they're having a hard time, because if I put massive importance in the mid lane, especially not only as a big stabilizer, because once you lose mid lane, then you pretty much lose access to, again, that really important part of the map, which is the river. So Nian versus Z. Gonna be a very heated matchup once more. I do think Z does have that upper edge, however. So I want to see assassin versus assassin matchup. I want to see a mech check versus mech check matchup. Akali Irelia or something, Zed Irelia or something like that. Any of the assassins that we really like to see.
This is such an iconic matchup because there's a lot of players that we can talk about here for Thundertalk and Nova Esports as well. The Nian versus Z, Long versus Xby once again.
Oh yeah.
Because to defeat Nova Esports, you have to defeat Long. He is like the highlight player of the team.
Agree.
He makes things happen for the team. He enables Nian, enables the rest of the squad as well. And to take him down, you have to out-jungle one of the best, if not the best jungler in the world. And XBY actually did it once already. In the last tournament. The question of him doing it again remains unanswered, but it is about to be answered here in this series as well. A lot of things are bugging my mind as well. The question the question of will we see another Yasuo for Neon is yet to be answered, because he is just one of the best, if not the best, Yasuo users as well in the whole Wild Rift. He is absolutely insane.
I think a lot of the teams are very aware of that fact, and they respect Neon's Yasuo so much that I do believe it was banned once or twice when they went up against Nova as well. I think it was yesterday. So just limiting the accessible or comfort champions or iconic champions that Neon has. I'm sure his pool is very, very deep, so I wouldn't be too worried. But it's a show. It was not show match. It's like a show of prowess over here at the Ionia Cup. So it would be super nice to see his Yasuo once more.
I want to see the best composition of Nova Esports, the Yasuo composition, the Wukong, Gragas, Yasuo, the Wu combo that Nova Esports usually operates, and then the best composition of Thundertalk, because they have their own flavor. Thundertalk is more on having like a Shinzao, maybe Aatrox or XBY, and then Z going on assassins, especially the Akali. So I want to see the best version of Nova Esports versus the best version of Thundertalk. Especially that these two teams are one of the few teams that actually retained their roster. Majority of the CN teams actually had changes in their roster. 2 to 4 players replaced. But Thundertalk, Nova Esports, despite not winning the recent tournament, maintained their roster alongside with Keepes Gaming.
I think it's a choice, obviously, where not obviously. I think it's a choice of they see potential in this roster. They've managed to do well before. The players have managed to win championship titles before. It's like, why change something where we can make something amazing out of it? So I do sense or see why, especially when we look at Thunder Talk as well, where I know there's a lot of changes already compared to Horizon Cup, like year 0 of Wild Rift since Thunder Talk. But I do think Thunder Talk in general was able to at least reach grand finals, back then at Horizon. So it already says a lot on not only player selection, but also the way that the team came together and banded together to, dominate the scene. So I'm really excited to see this matchup again. I know that this region, like the China region, is just so competitive. That's why it's really fun to watch them play.
I believe I saw an article having like $500 million of investment in China alone. That's how much of money is going around, like the players buying stuff in game stuff, and also just how many players are playing competitively in the CN conference. That just shows the level of competitiveness there as well. You have to be at your peak every single time, and that reflects how much faith is actually invested on Thundertop and Nova Esports. Despite them not winning the recent championship, they still have faith that there is, again, like what you mentioned, potential of them winning a tournament in the near future.
I think it's also a great indicator that the scene is so crazy, because the fact that they have WRL and WRT, right? Like there's another league on top of the main league. In China, which is, it just shows there's a lot of competition to get to the very, very top in this region.
Wait. The cosplayers are not sitting down even right now. They're still standing. No
Maybe
way.
we didn't see them sit
How
down. Maybe
can
when the camera is on them, it switched.
I don't think they get queued on that.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
I mean, yeah, we don't. But
Which
still.
is your favorite? Actually, I have a question for you. Which is your favorite jersey in Ionia Cup? I mean, there's only 4 choices on top of the colored Ionia Cup general default jersey. But let's stick with the pro teams. Let's stick with the pro teams. Which jersey do you really like?
I'm gonna be a bit biased here because you know where we're
no.
coming from. But if I would want to choose another team, I would love to have either Thunder Talks or Nova Esports. I have been a fan of the colors that they have and the design, and I have been complimenting their jersey ever since the season 1 of the WRLA.
We should make a tier list, a jersey tier list of Wild Rift teams.
Like the
Not
skin,
about the roster changes, not about like, you know, the meta. No, we will make a jersey tier list of the entire global Wild Rift scene.
I'm gonna start off with tier 1. I love well, JDG's not here anymore, so but
yeah,
I love
JDG's
red.
not here.
But Nova Esports, they make purple look so good.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not a
agree.
fan
It's
of
like
the
royal
color
purple.
but it's plus gold. And they're
oh.
on blue side as well right now.
Oh yeah. Thunder Talk is they're on red side. They're blue, but they're on red side. Oh, I love this so much. Wait, look, it's the Vladimir band on Thunder Talk.
Finally,
It's not from Nova. And
they
even
know
the
that
Cassidy.
Mian's gonna pick it up.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they have other plans in mind. I really do like this. However, the Vi being banned and picking up the Camille. Again, I remember mentioning this way back that Camille and Vi have literally the same job, but like their sub jobs are very different. Their main job is definitely to just lock someone down, like just remove. It's a very anti-carry champion, but scaling wise, damage wise, 4-1, 1-3-1 wise, of course Camille gives more options than a Vi does. So I see why Camille is such a huge prio pick, even after so many years.
But the same pattern
Ah!
will be seen as well. Whoa!
Do it. Nian,
After seeing the champion, both of us just said, do it. Even if there's no Wukong just yet, no Gragas, do it. Lock it in. And they lock it in. Yes!
They did. Oh boy. Thunder Talk should start banning the Gragas, Oh wow. I think they should really start banning the Gragas and the Wukong. Those are really important. Oh no! They're planning to take them on like, I don't care. I'm gonna face your Yasuo combo.
Is that Yitze? I think that's Yitze.
Yeah, that's Yitze. Yeah. That's a looping GIF. That's so cute. How do you pronounce it? Is it GIF or GIF?
I actually don't know.
How do you
usually
pronounce it?
I say GIF.
Oh, I'm GIF.
it's like acceptable for either way. It's like
GIF.
the same for me. It's for me. It's like what's easier for the person to say.
Oh, that's fair. Although
Yeah.
it does make more sense to say GIF because it's GIF rather than to pronounce the G as a J, GIF. Maybe you are right. Maybe
English
I
is
should change
complicated.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you there. GIF.
There's like G as grind. There's G as giraffe. There's G as nar. I don't know. I don't know.
That's a very good point there. I love it. Your vocabulary is impressive. I don't even remember those G's, honestly.
It just means I have a lot of promise making mistakes in the English language.
In pronunciation. Speaking of G, I thought they were going for the Galio, but they're going for the Genautilus.
Lil? No way.
No way
This is something that we rarely see.
Wow. Wait. Are they gonna lock that in? Oh,
Lock it-
wow!
Oh!
Okay, I see why. Thunder Talk should pick a range champion here. They should not pick, because the Lilia, once she's able to put everyone asleep. It's so easy if you're clumped together as tanks. So for me, I think Thunder Talk should pick something more ranged. There we go. Thank you. That's more important. If they pick something like a flashy mid laner that's an assassin, that's more on the melee side of things, they're not. I don't think Z's gonna have a fun time at all. But however, the Yasuo versus Zeri matchup is gonna be a little tough. I do feel like instead of the dash being used on a more aggressive way, I think it's gonna be more on a defensive manner. If you use that aggressively, then I think Nian can use that as an opening, especially level 5, and just try to kill Z. But this is Z we're talking about. He's like the king of mechanics in the mid lane. So
Yeah.
I really believe in
Absolutely.
him to make this work.
I mean, it's Z. This guy is so flashy. This guy defeated one of the best, if not the best player in the world, Andra 9, in a brutal fashion in one of their series. Like, outplayed him, mid-diffed him, even. That's the level of competitiveness of Z.
Yeah.
And even if this is a Yasuo of Nian, Nian has to be very cautious because Z can make things happen using the Zeri. Kiting is very much possible on this champion, and with the right outplays, using the Shen, using the Alistar, I think Thundertalk has a really strong chance in turning the tides around against Nova Esports.
Yeah, I agree with you there 100%. We all know that the supports of both Nova and Thunder Talk are so proficient at roaming pre-level 5. Help the jungler, help the mid laner. Sometimes you even find them at the tippity top of the lane from bot to top. They can do just that, and I'm so excited to see what the conclusion is going to be for both of these. Are we looking at the grand finals already? Question mark?
Question mark? This is like a glimpse already. I mean, we talked offline what our predictions are in this tournament, and there's like situations that we assessed, and one of those is this matchup, Nova Esports and Thundertalk. I mean, they have their credibility already. Basically, they have proof of their competitiveness already. That's why we consider them having a potential to be the grand finalists as well. This is a start on who actually has the leverage.
Yeah, this is like a little preview of what to look forward to once the Wild Rift Esports season starts again. And right now, they have an inkling where Long is gonna whoa, bot lane. I think it's fine. No one's gonna die here. But Summer Spell already used on the ends of soil, I believe.
And just a demonstration of how ridiculous Glacial Augment is. I hate that rule. I hate that so much because I use Senna, right? Whoever champion that has CC, whenever they land their CC, you're slowed for days. Especially when you go up against something like Nautilus. And then he hits you with a dredge line. You're basically out already. Might as well just drop your phone, like place it on the table.
Yeah, just drop your phone on the table and just stare at your screen like, yep, I'm dead.
I'm caught.
I'm caught. Like, okay, gray screen. Just time to, I don't know, look at somewhere, look at the sky, appreciate the stars in the night sky.
Okay.
Oh, a lot of damage on SMY.
They have been going at each other for a lot of time already.
I like an aggressive bot lane. Right?
Yeah. This is gonna be a preview on when we go on our ranked games. Hopefully,
Exactly.
we're not the receiver of aggression.
Hopefully, yes, that's true. Hopefully, we are on the side of Nova. You know. Exactly. Actually, while we're like watching, casting this Thunder Talk Nova, I never really actually asked who was going to win it all. Are you on Nova or Thunder Talk, or you think that Cerberus can defy expectations rather, and win it all?
I would love to see Cerberus Esports after them being the silver medalist of the latest Southeast Asian Games. Also having Y1 improve significantly after replacing Meliodas after the unfortunate thing that happened to him. But bottom lane, oh my, half health and then gets deleted. This is why, to answer your question, I'm actually banking on Thundertalk.
Oh, you're Thundertalk. Oh wow. Okay, I see.
I'm a huge Z fan.
Because of this, I think it's Nova's gonna win. Oh no!
Just because of what I've said, and Nia just said like, go Rico, support us.
So we're on opposite sides here. You're going for Thunder Talk, and I'm going for Nova. And okay, we have to talk about that play there. honestly, teleporting on the Ziggs is something that I never really truly expect with that Shen, is because the job of the Ziggs is always to be behind everybody, to be on the max range as much as possible, as long as your bombs hit. So seeing the Ziggs actually want to go melee range so the taunt hits for the Shen is actually so jarring to watch. Usually put it on the
so
tankiest
fun.
member or someone that can actually go near any of the champions, like the Alistar, like anyone that has a dash practically, like a Yasuo even. Wait, no, that's the enemy team. Like maybe even a Zeri or a Fiora at some point, you know, like they can easily dash. But a Ziggs, that's fun. I like it.
Makes us think, right? What would have been the comms of Thundertop there? Like, maybe Xby was saying, okay, so charge forward.
Charge forward. Go. I have ult. Probably like that.
And remake was like, what is he doing there? Okay, that makes sense. And I'm calm.
It's just so cute looking at the Ziggs go melee range. So adorable.
A little yordle.
Yeah, a little yordle. Just waddling.
Hop, skip. I don't know the
Hop,
term. But
skip,
just hopping
jump.
around.
I think like that. Lulu line. Yeah.
Hop, skip. Which does that line again?
Okay. Neutral
Okay,
objectives
that's
does now spawned. I do think for Nova, however, this is a good call. They can rush this down because Shem is soloing the dragon. I don't think it's enough. Oh, it's actually enough damage. Pretty decent damage onto the dragon. He can solo it. So I don't think Nova can go get Rift Herald and then go dragon. But they're trying to go for a possible kill.
What they can do though is use this in the side lane later on, unless they want to kind of chip down the mid lane tower. Neon getting caught once again after Grand Challenge. The taunt is going to be much more possible given the short range, and that's again just prioritization on the side lane here. Just because of the Shen, the Stand United is so useful in these small fights.
It's super strong. It's honestly very effective. Like every single time the Shen has Stand United, you basically just communicate with your solo laners and be like, I have ult. Please engage. And then, or try to bait. And that's, for me, Nova should really be more.
Whoa.
Okay, Stand United's gone. The threat of it is gone already.
No
Wow.
mana on Shin
Riposte?
as well.
Oh, no mana.
That should be free kill. And yeah, good job of Nova Esports catching that small detail.
Yeah, that tiny window was a good opportunity to even out the odds because now it's 2-2. But it's still a 2.1k gold difference. I thought a 1v1 was going to happen. Ziggs and Kai'Sa, that's not something you see every day. Usually you see the Ziggs just kind of just be happy clearing the waves and calling it a day.
And the POV of Remake as well, right? That's basically Wild Rift becoming a suspense game or horror game.
Yeah.
Whoa! Two-man knock up long, gonna be in trouble. He tries to fall back, but he's not gonna be allowed to escape. As Neon now, walking back, Undertalk, again, an opportunity presented to them. Take it without hesitation.
Really good calls from Thundertalk, decisive at that. They acknowledge that, okay, they're vulnerable over here in the mid lane. Let's engage. We must protect the tower. It's still 1-4-3.
1-4-3.
Oh.
Yeah. Perfect.
Perfect. Oh. Okay. Oh, tower, bottom lane tower is now gone. So that's really, that's good spacing. Space again for Thundertalk. And Xin has been free farming at the side lanes for this entirety of this. Of the first, 7 minutes of this game. So let's take a look at his gold. It's actually, well, 900 ahead of his enemy laner. That's still huge for a Fiora, for a solo laner that's expected to split push and create pressure later on, especially mid to late game.
Because he's bound to win against Yitze. Either way. If Fiora wins against Camille any other day, especially in the late game, and this slight leverage is actually pretty significant given the status of the game. And if you look at the overall lead of Thundertalk, it's actually pretty huge. 3,000 at 8 minutes into the game, and they're slowly scaling up. Now Neon's gonna be in trouble. That's a long suppression. Fortunately, was able to reset his shield. Can he actually escape though? Nowhere to dash except the minions. And yeah, they're just gonna chase him down.
And the gold lead is gonna be even more because of that tower take and as well as on top of that kill. So Thunder Talk really acknowledging what to do to keep increasing this gold lead and taking advantage of that. Yasuo is not gonna be the strongest at this point of the game, but let's take a look at that replay. It is that tower, very, very slow burn tower dive. That tower has lived for far too long. Z decided to just switch auto attack. It was like, okay, I'm gonna auto attack Nian. Oh wait, I'm gonna destroy the tower first because SMY is taking a lot of turret hits. And you can see that despite that amount of time that the tower was distracting Z, it is still not enough for Nian to deal enough damage. Because at this point, Yasuo just needs more items. 3 to 4 items is definitely the sweet spot for Yasuo to be able to 1v9 everybody. So, not now. Nova has to slow the pace of this game, definitely.
I mean, there's the famous power spike scoring line of Yasuo, right?
0-5-0 power spike, is that it?
the more you beat him down, the stronger he comes back.
That's
into the
true.
game.
That's like a shonen protagonist way of things, you know?
Yeah.
But here we go.
Oh man.
Ooh.
No way. Unfortunate. Now this dragon is for Thunder Talk this time.
Yeah, Remake unable to go back soon. That means it's going to be a 4v5 if they want to contest this one. Half HP on the dragon already.
Then as well, just battling against Nian, SMY doing a really good job zoning everyone away. That 2 dragon stack of Thunder Talk is going to help them so much in the late game.
It's full control for Thunder Talk.
Good engage by SMY. The backside though by Yitze is trying to interfere as Shin backs on long. The lilting lullaby is not going to do so much, but actually it's a big value as they take on the Fiora. But Thunder Talk seems to be unfazed. Right now they need to be extra careful. Nian doing a really good job with that knock up. Right now they call the back.
They're pretty happy about that one. I believe it is a 1-for-1 or no one. It's a 1-for-1. It is a Fiora exchange for the Nautilus. I don't think that's... Oh my word. That damage. Imagine if he had that ult in that team fight. They were all pretty much clumped up together. He used it earlier to scare away Remake away from the dragon, so it wasn't going to be a 5v5. But that's why it only just went off of cooldown.
But it's still big value for Thunder Talk, right, Riku? Because 2 dragon stacks, the scaling of this composition is ridiculously scary. Fiora, Zeri, even the Zig scales pretty well into the late game just because of the Mega Inferno Bomb damage. And it's starting to be a little nerve-wracking here for Nova Esports. They need to find a way to bounce back. This is not the way I would say, because there's still the Shen, but actually they're doing a really good job dealing damage here onto Shen, but the rest of Thunder Talk is now here for backup. Now they have to back away. Hexic Ultimatum by Yitze is not going to help with the disengage as the rest just collapse. Suddenly, there's 5 people of Thunder Talk cleaning them out.
Thunder Talk is just so clean in their team fights. You thought that it was going to be a 3v3. You thought it was going to be a like that, just that in that fixed number. But no, the rest of Thunder Talk were pretty much already there. Therefore, 1-upping you. Everybody was pretty much nearby. It was a 2v3 at first, 2v4, and then the rest just collapsed under that tower. Beautiful double man knock up as well. And it's just so difficult if you funnel all your resources on the first 2 members that were under the tower and there was just free space for auto attacks, for DPS, especially on that Zeri. Z just played that positioning was so well, but hold on. Yami.
Oh no. This time they're the ones who gank and Yami will just fall down to the ground. And Soil will be happy to take that kill. Now opportunity for Baron.
They need that Nautilus for that front line. They need that depth charge for that Yasuo.
Oh no.
And now it's gone. Now they don't have access to the Baron. Thunder Talk.
This free Baron.
Yeah, it is a free Baron. Now they just want to cut the minion wave and see if they can push through the tower even just a little bit, but Thunder Talk wants to engage.
Yeah, they're happy to engage any time of day. Just waiting for Nova Esports to actually get caught. And right now, they're trying to catch Yitze, which is just desperately trying to push. Okay, at least he got the tower.
At least he's got the tower before he fell down in battle. That was almost because Xby had the taunt down, and therefore, you know, switch target instead of the tower. But let's take a look at the items on the board. Just reaching all of their 2 items completed already on the ends of Thundertalk. Almost about to complete their 3rd. And Hullbreaker now completed by the Fiora Xin here. Just doubling down on that split push. Especially when you have the Baron buff activated as well. That's a really good stack of buffs combined all together.
Yeah, Dragon Sax, Baron buff, the gold lead as well. Everything being in the right place at the right time here for Thundertalk. And this is one of the things that we have discussed. This is why Thundertalk has been consistent on winning against Nova Esports. The opening is perfect, but the backside being infiltrated by Neon, but it's not enough. Right now, they're being wrecked by Thundertalk. Every single member of Nova Esports dying here. Only 3 members left. The base is wide open. Thundertalk is basically happy with what they've gotten right now. But Chin wants to end the game. Stand United is going to be used. And it looks like they're just closing out this game in 14.5 minutes.
That was a fast game. That was pretty fast. That was decisive. That was full control of Thundertalk. They're very clean. Honestly, I can see why Nova is having a hard time against Thundertalk, because after TT gets the lead, they do not leave room for any of the carries like Long, like Neon to even reach their full potential in the late game to carry. Not at all. They just shut everything down. For you to be able to even reach those 3 to 4 items, even 4 items on that Yasuo, you have to at least go over the 15-minute to 20-minute mark. But they didn't even reach that point. Not at all. They didn't even give them a chance.
It has to be like a slow development, and then it accelerated exponentially for Thundertalk. We were waiting for the famous power spike of the Yasuo. Neon didn't really have that. And one of the reasons I think is that they don't really have the best set tools for setting up Neon. And we have the Lilting Lullaby. Yeah, it's some sort of CC, but it's not a knockup that usually that we see being built up by Nova Esports. There's no Wukong, there's no Gragas.
Yeah.
They had Nautilus instead of that kind of champion.
The depth charge is just too slow of a knockup. It's just there's a travel time that is involved. There is the unreliability for it to knock up a group of people. Sometimes you only even get the one. Maybe the one is just enough, you know, for that knockup to get a pick, but usually you just want to maximize that using, you know, the Cyclone, the what you call this? The Gragas ult, the explosive cast, as well as the body slam. And maybe even on top of that, if you want a more reliable solo, what do you call this, knockup, there has been combinations where either you with the Lee Sin or maybe even the Vi actually being paired with the Yasuo sometimes. That is also a classic. But I see the reason why they wanted the Nautilus in play, mainly because it's just a single target. Like, you don't really need mechanics. It's just like click, there's the not click, tap, there's the ult from Yami. So that's most likely why they decided to go for the Nautilus instead.
Oh man, we didn't see that much value on this Yasuo as well. Neon definitely struggled in this matchup. We see Z having 3 times his damage. And speaking of multiplying, this is basically like 4 times kills that Thundertalk secured here in this game. Only 3 kills for Nova Esports. Definitely a cleaner execution on Thundertalk's side. And Soil definitely having big moments in the game, especially in giving a hard time towards Remake. Every single time he uses that MIB, someone goes back into the base.
Oh yeah, I really like the usage of the Ziggs ult. In this case, it wasn't to clear waves. It's actually to make sure that the fight will become 4v5 before the objective. Like, it's just so enough to force one player to back down and go back to base at the right time versus killing, eliminating a player. So it's really, really effective.
Let's see if the influencer teams will be coming back on the series, pushing this to game number 3. For that, we'll just go into a very short break. You're watching the Ionia Cup. Your casters, Rico and Giang, will be right back.
only three weapons: water, muscle, mind. Water to me!
We are back after a short break and we're ready for the influencer match this time around. We have WRB versus NBR. It's going to be a fantastic one because we're going to be seeing the casters once again participate. And us casters, of course, we're always excited for that.
Caster represent the Wild Rift Boys versus NBR, the representatives coming from, Brazil. They had a very good showing when they drafted the double poke competition with the Ezreal and the Jace, even with really good execution as well, really good ideas. The problem was during the draft it was immediately countered by building a lot of tanks, so hopefully we get to see something very different and maybe more mystery in the draft so they don't get countered hard very early into the pick and ban phase.
I think NBR would be really trying their very best this time around. We saw the interview yesterday. They really want to bounce back up their performance and prove to Nova Esports as well that they're also going to be carrying the game alongside with them. And they really need to carry this game because everything is on the line right now. Nova Esports needs their strength to push this to a game number 3. And also really good, just want to add, okay, finally, because I was about to mention that I wanted to see one more pan of this view because it's so beautiful.
So pretty.
The view also on the city is makes us think again. Maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Let's go.
Maybe next time.
Let's go to the next
I'm
Ionia
Riot.
Cup. Hey yo.
the slight poke right there.
The aggressive determination, we will go to the next Ionia Cup. In person. In person. Whether as an audience or as a caster or maybe as a player. But for now, it is going to be the Wild Rift Boys that will represent us casters. They are incredibly coordinated. They were, what do you call this? I think the trash talk yesterday was like, I can't remember the exact words, but it's something about imagine getting beaten by a caster or something, and you're a pro player or something like that. Something along those lines.
And right now, the lines that they said, right, is like you're about to witness the power of casters. So it's more of buffing right now.
Yeah, I remember now. It was something like, if I'm a caster and I'm playing, if I lose here, it's fine because I can still go back to being a caster. But for a pro player, if I lose here, and then we were like, what?
No way he said that. No way.
That was the trash talk yesterday.
Top tier.
Insane.
Top tier
trash talk. I love the banter, honestly. I mean,
there's no counterplay to that.
There's no counterplay to that banter.
Checkmate.
That was such a period thing to say. Yeah. Oh my
That's genius, Ryu. That's genius.
That's why I'm looking forward to seeing the Wild Rift Boys go up against NBR. We might see a 2-0, maybe a game 3. That is a possibility. We'll see.
We're seeing a change of trend now. First series, we've seen a 2-0. This time, WRB and Thundertalk wants to continue the pattern as well here. Let's see if NBR can resist that pattern here as they try to fight against the Wild Rift Boys. And this is the view that I was saying earlier. Look at the back of the stage.
It's so pretty. It's so wonderful.
So pretty.
The music has changed, and therefore it's time for the pick and bans. It is the Wild Rift Boys over here at the red side, and NBR here over at blue. We'll see what the difference maker is going to be this time around.
See, NBR on blue side, the boys on red. We have seen yesterday that NBR had the poke composition that you mentioned that didn't really had its fullest effect in terms of securing that game for themselves. I think the lack of consistent DPS definitely was a factor in that game, and also the lack of damage to actually take down the big tanky champions that they've had in that game against like, Renekton, Volibear, I guess.
They need something like a Gwen for sure. Or something like an AD carry that has innate shred. Vayne, please. Vayne. Vayne. But it's interesting to me that they're banning Gragas very early. Usually when we see the first rotation of bans, it's always focused towards top jungle. Like, because usually you whittle down... I keep saying this, that usually top and jungle share a very similar pool. But it is going to be the Ornn first pick. I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to be picking the Shen again. I've seen this comp work super well. But Wild Rift Boys is still going to play standard. We're going to get the Jax. We're going to give that to possibly either the jungle or the top lane. We'll see how the comp is going to form.
Yeah, because WRB or Wild Rift Boys, well, this is the first time that they are going to be picking up the Jax, but the second time that they will lock in the Ziggs. And Yufan had a lot of fun using this champion.
Yeah, and sorry, it's like, okay, Ziggs not banned, Varus not banned. Oh, we're gonna be seeing the usual wave clear champion in the bot lane. It's not gonna be high, like action packed like what we saw earlier, where there's like fights after fights after fights. It is going to be the Varus and Ziggs gonna duke it out on that wave clear. I am curious if the Shen is gonna appear. There it is. That is definitely what I was expecting, and definitely they wanted to deny as well, because I can't imagine that NBR wanted to do double globals. Imagine this: Shen jungle, Galio support. Imagine the map presence of this possible composition. So the Wild Rift Boys saw this coming, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna take that away from you.
That's going to be a massive influence across the map, if ever. And yeah, this way it gets balanced. You have the Heroes entrance from NBR, have the Stand United from Wild Rift Boys. Also, the map influence of Wild Rift Boys is actually pretty insane, because they also have the Mega Inferno Bomb. So just like Thunder talked a while ago, they have the potential to control the waves better than NBR. But in terms of team fights, it is ridiculously scary to contest NBR right now. This is a better version, especially compared to their last game. And since they have the Chain of Corruption, they have the Heroes entrance, they have the Call of the Forge God. Oh man,
it's so good.
This is going to be CC for days.
It is CC heaven. It is definitely more straightforward than the double poke that we talked about from earlier. Woo! Yes! Okay, I'm not gonna be excited if it's just a hover. If it's just a hover. Oh, please be a real. Please be real. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Never mind.
Okay.
This is why I can't really celebrate too soon. Okay, NBR's composition is just full-blown team fight. This is the time to pick Yasuo. If this is the composition where you should pick Yasuo. NBR, Akumoto, no. Please, Yasuo, Yasuo, please. This is a Yasuo comp. This is such a Yasuo. There's so many knockups. Wait, what?
No way.
I am concerned with the damage output of this if it's a Thresh locked in. The reason why I wanted Yasuo is because not only because of the composition, all the knockups in the world, they need extra damage. The Varus is not going to be enough against the Jax, against Shen, against the Alistar. It's just too slow of a DPS output. I'm guessing this is going to be the poke build instead of the auto attack build. So it is still it's going to be very, very slow on this Varus to deal damage to the frontliners of the Wild Rift Boys.
But to add here on NBR, if they find a way, because they will struggle doing this thing.
Yes.
If they find a way to take down D on the Jax, then the whole of NBR will struggle escaping. Because every single champion on NBR has a crowd control. And they have so many ways to sustain that crowd control, especially with the threats of Joko.
Yeah. I think what do you call this? I think they'll really definitely have a hard time, because I do think that one of the struggles past the laning phase is always that solo lane split push. How do you shut it down? How do you shut the Jax down? And Galio is a tool, because the Galio will be in the mid lane. You can easily layer down your CC, follow the Forge God, get your knockups in place, everything. Just layer it down, remove the Jax early game. That's how you deny that win condition of that split push. But here we go. I mean, that's all on paper. We'll see in execution still.
It all boils down to execution. Even if you have the best composition, right, Riku? If you make a crucial mistake in the execution, then you're gonna be on the receiving end of a loss. That's what WRB is gonna be looking forward to doing to NBR. Despite not having so many crowd controls compared to NBR, they actually have leverage in the laning phase. As an individual, they can actually win against their matchup.
I agree with you there. I think WRB has more of safer lanes in general. Like, even if you pick up this Thresh, even if you pick up this Varus, it's so good on paper, right? Single target, pick off composition. It's so good. You get the Thresh to roam. But when I look at it on paper, or at least the bottom lane, the Ziggs is always going to stand far back and farm safely. Will not be in range of any of the engage tools that NBR has. So the answer is to leave the Varus on his own devices, roam towards mid, and get that Justice Punch down, get that knock up, and that's your access to a possible gank. It is in the mid lane. Top lane, maybe even. I think the Jax can be vulnerable if he's overextended onto the lane without vision. So there's the early game already laid out for NBR's possible success.
They have to be patient here. Extremely patient. Because they will have their opportunities. There's bound to be fights here. Especially for objective taking. And that's where they have the fullest of leverage. But they have to survive laning phase first, right, Riku? And so far, actually, Leo is doing a really good job. I was a little bit concerned with the matchup, but so far it's doing really well.
He's trading really well. He is just harassing the lane really well on a more of a safe manner. There is a very fun fact. The Mega Inferno Bomb fact is that Soil picked Ziggs and earned 892 gold per minute in the last game. That's a lot of gold in his pocket.
AD, though, Ading might be in trouble. He got too deep, overextending as he tries to invade, and right now he's gonna be in trouble. But Nighty tries to help him out. Emerald will just secure the kill, though, punishing that overextension. That was too much of an invade. 2 camps is too much.
Yeah, I think that was a bit too greedy there, and Emerald did an amazing job just chasing him down. The timing of being able to dash alongside the dash itself of the Shen, and then just flash for flash, cooldowns for cooldowns. It's just aiding overstayed is welcome, definitely.
Hey, there is you had too much fun getting really
had too much fun in the jungle for sure.
We had our experience with that as well.
Yeah, it happens. It happens, honestly. I talked about the NBR's win condition, at least for the early game, how it's gonna look like. It's again, when we look at the mid game to late game, it's just a solid team fight composition. My biggest concern is always the damage department, because again, once the late game comes, I do feel like they will gasp for damage for sure. They have a lot of CC. They have pick potential. But 5v5 in the late game is my biggest concern. On the opposite ends, however, for Wild Rift boys, they have really solid split push. They have a good 1-3-1. They have the Shen to assist the side lanes. They have really good late game as well.
Ooh. And Leo actually doing a really good job against Nighty here. That is fantastic. Okay, we're seeing a fantastic performance by him right now, and the reason why I'm investing quite a lot of time talking about him is because of, again, that interview that he had. This is an important moment for him for sure.
Oh yes, cannot forget about Leo's interview. Really a touching and heartwarming moment for sure. And yeah, like I have no words honestly when I watched that interview, but just sending hearts and love to Leo after a tough set of weeks for him.
And to everyone that is just tuning in, if you don't get the reference, please go back to the interview of Nova Esports and NBR yesterday. It's amazing. Right now, amazing setup as well. And good headbutt by Cat. Basically saying, nope.
Denied. You shall
Denied.
not engage. But the dragon has now spawned, so could be a full-on 5v5. Remember, it is going to be a 4v4 rather. Oh, Emerald so low.
You're gonna force them to go in. Stand right is gonna be used by Emerald, having a nice cyclone there onto the backside, and now it's follow-up with the Hero's Entrance as well. The damage though is kind of high on WRB's side. They need to escape now, and this is the problem that we talked about. The lack of burst damage is just not there for NBR.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tough part about NBR. They have big potential. They can burst someone down at this point of the game, but in a full team 5v5, that is definitely the biggest concern of them all. The glaring issue is that, let's take a look at that replay. They have the wombos, they have the combos, beautiful knockup, beautiful taunts, beautiful everything, all the CCs, chain of corruption, bam, bam, boom. But there is no damage. There is damage for Poe, but it's not the auto attack that we're looking for. I believe Teals was auto attacking the dragon, however. Maybe there is a split decision of, okay, we're distracting them, just go towards the dragon. I don't know, but let's take a look at the Rift Herald fight first.
This is another chance for them to attract a team fight, but looks like WRB is not catching the bait. They're happy with what they've gotten, and that is a scaling objective. D as well, split pushing in the bottom lane is giving them quite an economic lead. So far, it's 2,000. Unless NBR closes it out with a push here into the mid lane, not enough to take him down, and WRB is just happy with the trade so far.
Yeah, the power of the Ziggs wave here. It's beautiful. That's why he's like super duper prioritized always on this lane. D, you got this. You can destroy that tower. Yes. One more.
One more. Yeah. We literally cheered for it. Yeah. We know the struggle.
Yeah, the struggle
we know the
is
pressure.
real. Especially if you don't have a lot of minions behind you anymore. Sometimes it gets a little bit rough.
And if you don't have vision over the area, you're gonna get nervous for sure. I got nervous. That's why I don't push.
And that's why the Alistar was nearby, just to make sure that no one was there. Because I feel like that amount of time was enough for someone to rotate down and just literally try to punish the overstay. But able to get the tower down, really good trade. On NBR unable to get mid in exchange for bottom, and now they work their way towards top. I'm worried for Leo. He has no mana.
Yeah, and he's gonna get jumped on. Stand United. It's not a 2 versus 1. It's a 3 versus 1. That Emerald is gonna be trying to help him out. Leo is surviving, and that's just beautiful. The amount of effort that they have invested to help him out is insane. Now Joko is here. Good play as well. Megan for the bomb to try and deal damage, but it's not being felt by NBR. Now aiding re-engages alongside with Cat, and now NBR has to be the one to fall back. And they're happy with the kill that they've gotten. I think this is enough.
The taunt.
Enough's enough, Joko.
Oh, nice death sentence. Okay.
No follow-up.
We didn't see anything. The death sentence didn't work out. The chain of corruption didn't work out. Maybe this will work out. The Force God. Wow!
Good knock up. Good hook. Aiding. The damage, I think, is a big concern, Ryu. We're not seeing big... We're seeing so many crowd controls, but there's little to no damage.
Yeah. And the thing is, that's at least the tower is still safe. I do believe that is a mini win on the ends of NBR. But there is a very huge issue that they have to deal with right now. 90... All this time, every single 4v4 that they had to do, Nairi has been gaining farm of his own. He is 700 gold ahead of his enemy laner unless it is more of a UI thing where the swap is supposed to be different. But I do believe either way, 90 has a huge lead over Leo at top.
Interesting build path by Tails as well. We see an Essence River being picked up. Normally we see like armor penetration, vitality items.
Yeah.
Built so that
Definitely
the
want
damage is gonna have
Yomus
more,
as well,
like,
right?
punch
For
to it. Yeah.
especially against this composition where you know people are gonna run at you. You want that mobility to make sure that you're safe. But
I
yeah,
mean, like an Edge of Night too.
that
along the
too.
way. Good engage. Yeah. No damage though, so we're not gonna be too invested on it just yet.
Ice Dragon now is about to spawn. So this could be a 4v4 part 2 or even 5v5 part 1 because there is 90 already in the bottom lane. So he can join the fray immediately. But this is a double poke composition from WRB. If NBR doesn't engage right away, they're going to get poked out like this.
Good engage. Here comes
Wow.
the call of the Forge
Nice.
God, and there's no escape for 90 right there. But again, this is gonna be the next problem. How do you go forward after this pick off? Because now there's still a lot of members alive here on WRB.
It is a 4v5. Who did they eliminate?
90.
Oh, nice Essence.
The taunt is gonna be there. Good Justice Punch into the Shield of the Ron, and they get the jungler. I think this is perfect for NRB. NBR.
This is great. This is what we were looking for. Again, we talked about how they're great at the pickoff potential is strong on this one. They're able to get, as long as you land that death sentence on top of that chain of corruptions, just funnel all your damage into one. You really don't need to win that 5v5. And I think that wasn't a 5v5 even. After they destroyed one person, they were happy with that and they moved on, went towards the dragon. This is exactly how you play this composition from NBR. You don't have to be too greedy. You don't have to, after killing one, you go for more. You are fine just controlling the space that you have. Just keep landing these death sentences. Keep divide and conquering this entire composition, because Yufan, if the frontliners are not in front of him, then of course he'll want to back away. Of course he's going to be hesitant in landing all of these bombs and reposition elsewhere and far away.
They're doing a really good job in adjusting their strategy as well for NBR. They recognize that they don't have enough burst damage to take everyone down, so they take only one, reset, back away, and then go for another pick. That's how they secure the second dragon. It's just perfect adaptation.
I agree. Just really good plays overall. Again, my main concern is still the split push. However, they still have to deal with the Jax.
They don't have
the
that.
late game. Yeah. So
they don't have any split push power.
They do not have. They have to make sure that everything they're fighting a 5v5 every single time. And when there's no objective, that's where the Jax can shine, like right now, and just keep farming and farming and farming. So that is my main concern, the late game. So NBR, I do feel like they are on a timer. Unless they can stack up the dragons and even get the Baron, then maybe they're set.
It's bound to happen. The Jax overturning and having the better effect here in this split push. Good ult invested, but it's all a ruse. It's all just a bait here by NBR, and that's a key ultimate no longer available here for AD.
Oh, but they're fighting a mid.
That is extremely tanky though. Not really the best target here for NBR. And Eros entrance to be used. Good death sentence here, but
90
is on his way. And that's a good counter strike onto the back side. They now retaliate. All of the Forge God missing. Okay, still just one. It's not really any value just yet here on this fight.
That could have been amazing, 90. Honestly, that 5-man stun with a counter-strike. But unfortunately, there is no follow-up because, again, they're pretty much far away. That could have been disastrous for NBR, actually. And right now, Gold Lead's still on the WRB side.
I am starting to be nervous here on the composition of NBR. The lack of damage, Riku, is consistently being felt all this game long. 14 minutes, we don't really see that much potential of them getting an ace, getting any towers as well. Mid lane is still standing after that RH, and they can't really do anything about it right now.
Yeah. It's because of the Ziggs. The Ziggs is just really the king of wave clear at this point. And I do feel like they should leverage more. Oh, double knockup. I mean,
No follow-up though. Just taking their time. They're just shoving them away and just allowing D on the side lanes to do his job. 'Cause I mean, I repeat this time and time again, but it's bound to happen. The Jax of D is bound to be unstoppable later on, especially at 6 items.
oh yeah, and the fact that no one can deal with him at all. We're looking at no one actually to deal with that. This is a very classic 5v5 composition on the ends of NBR, and I really do hope they can leverage more on the hero's entrance of. Yeah, that's the thing. Even if, okay, you make it into a 1v2, I think it's still very difficult if the two of you are just going to be two tanks diving in. I think it's still possible at this point of the game, but later I don't think it's possible to do that kind of technique anymore. So right now, while it's still early, do it.
Yeah, they have to rely on heals so much.
Oh no!
Well,
do you see that?
doing some fancy moves.
There wasn't any damage onto aiding.
Almost onto you, fan.
That was
if that
close.
hit, that could have been it.
Oh, but they're getting outpoked though.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Yeah, we're feeling it.
We're feeling it.
Feeling
They're feeling the late game of the split push now. Another split. Now it's a 4v4. They definitely need Call of the Forge God for this wombo combo, because if it's just maybe the Cyclone, you enter first, death sentence. Oh, we'll see.
But it's still on cooldown though, and he's stuck there. Leo's stuck there into the top lane, so they have to rely on it. Emerald
Stand
instead.
United.
Stand United,
Wow!
gonna be used, and they have full confidence, and Sinstils is down. Nobody's actually there to deal damage here on the side of NBR, and the rest of WRB is just capitalizing on this moment. They're chasing them down. They're slowly but surely consuming them by the moment, by the second. Aiding is doing a really good job soaking everything right now, and has the shield as well. Naidi finally joins the party and dealing so much here onto the backside, and they transfer towards the Ornn. Finally take him down. 3 kills picked up by WRB. They can take this tower or maybe even go to the Baron.
They're feeling it. They're really feeling the pain of the Ziggs and the Jays at the 17-minute mark. After getting this Baron, the siege is even going to be more powerful. Forget the Infernal Drake. They don't need it at the moment that Baron is open, so they'll have enough space to take that later. Potential steal, perhaps?
Maybe.
No.
I mean, still alive. There's still a chance as long as he managed to go in. The steal! Oh my lord! The game is still alive for NBR basically, and WRB, that's a big oopsie.
What? Oh my. You can see Emerald like shake his head a little bit like, yep, I did that. Yes, we're keeping this game alive for my team. I mean, that seemed pretty dire because honestly, the Emerald was far away. Let's take a look at that replay. The counter strike came in from 90 just to stun, but it was it was him. They basically tried to CC lock him. He had the flash, he had the dash, the cyclone, and the 27. It was so close. Anyone would be rattled, honestly.
Yeah, that was the best move that he can actually ever make. But right now, I don't think that WRB is shaken by everything, but they need to escape. That damage is high from Akamoto. And they have to back away right now. Joko, get that hook done, but unfortunately didn't land it on a crucial target.
There's a Yomu's Ghostblade being acquired now by the Varus, which is so important again to kite and charge your arrows like that for that extra movement speed. So they're feeling a little bit of the pain now from the Varus. But again, remember, in a 5v5 scenario, Jace, Ziggs, double the poke versus 1. That is just my concern. Elder Drake now online, however. This is critical.
Yeah. Now they will have the damage. If ever they secure this Elder Dragon, they can actually close up this game if ever. But WRB, they need to fight back. Now they have to charge against this tanky lineup of NBR. That's a Call of the Forge God onto all the members of WRB. It's catastrophic now for WRB. They have to fall back. Knight is the only one left there in this pit, while the rest of NBR is happily taking this Elder Dragon. Joko to survive. Can actually still escape, but no, he doesn't.
No way,
But right now
Elder!
they continue on the onslaught. Can they actually get the steal? The Jax gets it. Knight is such a hero here for WRB, and now they capitalize onto the moment. Now NBR is wiped on the floor.
I suddenly sounded like a monster, but what? Because that was insane. That was 90, exactly what we were talking about, right? The 1v9 Jax. He had so much free farm from the first 15 minutes of the game. He was able to basically 1v5 everybody in the Elder Drake, bought enough time for the rest of the team to come in and rejoin the fight. Honestly, I really thought this is going to be NBR's game because they had Baron, they were about to have Elder, and they had the Alistar just really doing an amazing job. Well, not the Alistar, sorry. The Galio just zoning away Yufan to make sure that no one's gonna land any poke whatsoever. They were doing the right decisions at the right time. But the nightmare that we kept calling out rather, which is 90, that came back haunting them, not in the side lanes, but in that Elder Drake fight. And now they have to fight 5v5 again and have to work their way back on this game because the Baron expired now. They haven't even used it yet, unfortunately.
Oh no. It came from a dream scenario into, well, still a dream, but
Did you
in a
see
negative
that?
one. It's a nightmare now for them. One Mega Inferno Bomb can basically obliterate heals right now.
I was drinking like my water, and I saw it, and like, wow. Hold on though.
Now
Okay.
they get Baron and Elder.
This
Oh,
is Steel
man.
Part 2. Look at Cat. He's pushing Emerald
Go,
already
Emerald.
far away.
Oh!
Nah.
Can only do it so many times before they catch up onto you. And this time, WRB is more
1v5.
prepared. Now they go into a fight here onto Teals. He has to escape now. Here's entrance used defensively. Maybe even offensively because they now have an angle. But the mid lane, WRB,
Open.
okay, go into the fight. Will end the game. And we see again a 2-0.
Look at the casters. Whoa.
Oh.
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 I wish I could understand what they're saying because they're all smiles and they're feeling it right now. But still, you know, props to NBR. It was still such a close game. It was so close. That steal from Emerald was huge. I'm sure that the Wilder boys were sweating after that. Whoa. Lots of hydration needed.
Oh yeah, just chugged it all. And I'm sure if us casters were there on the stage as well, we would have a similar
reaction.
Exactly the same. I would be hyped so much as well.
Yeah, not gonna lie though, the motion felt like, see, I told you so. I told you to do this. I mean, I don't know what they were saying, but the motion was so hyped. Like, yeah.
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 It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. And the SMY as well, just being happy with the result. ThunderTalk happy with the result. And the pattern remains the same. 2-0 for today. And ThunderTalk remains undefeated against Nova Esports.
This is so sweaty. Like, honestly, I don't know what's going to happen now because the losing team on this series, so in this series, will have to play twice today actually, and fight their way back into that grand finals. And I'm just really excited to see which team ThunderTalk and as well as the Wildrift boys are going to be facing in the grand finals tomorrow. But yeah, congrats to them! Woo! Grand finals! We have one of the first team in the grand finals of the Ionia Cup. Let's go.
This is gonna be a big challenge as well to well, not only Nova Esports but also to Cerberus Esports because they have one more series before they get the rest for tonight. But ThunderTalk and WRB, they're done. This is why it's just so fun to see these teams compete, is because not only do you get a sense on their potential, but when they achieve something, the emotions, Rico, is just absolutely insane. It's fun to see their reactions and their celebrations. We feel the emotion that they have at that moment.
Yeah, it's so fun to see their expressions, to feel their energy, to see how happy they are when they win. It's just such good energy. I think the Wildrift boys really have a, what do you call this? have a really good grasp at that game, what we saw from earlier. I'm sure Thunder Talk is so proud to see them like make it into a 2-0. And yeah, like really best of luck to them tomorrow. I don't know who they're going to be facing yet, but you know, the upcoming match we're going to be having Cerberus and as well as Nova, which is the matchup that we haven't really seen in the Ionia Cup yet because Nova went up against NAOS instead.
It's gonna be tough for Cerberus Esports.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough.
They battled against Nova Esports already before, and it wasn't pretty for them.
It wasn't. It was. Yeah, it's quite tough. Especially when we looked at the match of Cerberus up against Thunder Talk yesterday. It wasn't even close. It felt close. There were some close moments, but gold wise, it's just too much. But let's take a look at the post match. 46,000. Am I seeing that number right, gang?
No way. 46,000 damage. Yeah.
What?
Ufan definitely had a lot of fun here in this game, especially using the Ziggs. Second time he used Ziggs. And again, back-to-back amazing performance by this player.
That's double of any of the 20 of 90 and
Any
D.
of them.
Usually the average number of damage is really just 20,000 up. I think the Elder Dragon ballooned it all up and the scaling of the dragons on their side. But it's 90, of course, that's going to be our MVP, which is understandable. He 1v5 on the Elder Dragon
1v5.
and save that for the Wild Rift boys.
Because it could have been, it should have been NBR's game. They had it. They stole the Baron. They're on their way to secure the Elder Dragon after taking down most of WRB. But he found a way to bounce back this game for WRB by securing that Elder.
And now it started, of course, with a first team fight here. We already acknowledge the lack of damage and the lack of damage scaling-wise as well on the ends of, you know, NBR. They were on a timer. They acknowledged that they were on a timer. That's why they were trying to make proactive moves here and there. But there was a glaring problem. They didn't have any answer for Naidi's split push. No one could deal with him at all, even in the early game. So at that point, it was just too many. It was just such a small time window, and there's just so many avenues for the Wild Rift boys to win.
Imagine if they picked up NBR picked up a different
Yasuo! Yasuo was so
champion.
perfect in this comp. Good scaling, good with this composition, like in general.
And I wanna add as well, Vladimir was available.
Oh yeah, that's
Wasn't banned out.
true! That would have been great.
They still have a chance, at least.
Oh yeah, they
not
are
yet
dropped
out.
into the lower bracket, so they still have survival.
Viable.
Survival.
It's gonna be a fun matchup as well, for sure.
Oh yeah. I'm excited to see
man.
what compositions they have right now, because I do feel like this game is the I keep saying that because I know yesterday we had one of the closest match ever, but I think this is the closest match where it all boiled down to steals.
Oh, yeah.
Like this from Emerald. They put NBR back in the map in this game, this steal, and even the Elder Drake. They almost had it, but because of Naidi, because of him. It really slimmed down the chances of NBR to really win this game, to take it to game 3. Look at him go.
Yeah, alone in this Dragon Pit. 1v4, 1v5, it doesn't matter. He believes, the whole team believes, and it all boiled down to 23 HP left on that Elder. And he had that last hit.
Yeah, it was just perfect timing. Naidi just had a really good read on that fight and just knew where to go, knew how to cycle through the abilities, when to counter-strike, when to jump. My target is now the Elder Drake, so it's really an impressive showing of the Wild Rift boys, and I'm looking forward to see their performance in the Grand Finals. But, you know, when we move over to the side of Nova and as well as NBR, they have to play 2 BO3 series today, the second one coming up real soon.
I'm just excited to see and hear the interview between WRB. I wonder what they're gonna be saying after that big celebration a while ago. I told you.
They were like fingers, you know, like I wonder what the conversation was. I do remember Omo saying a very interesting, what do you call this, observation of the interview between Thunder Talk and the Wildrift Boys. Like the Wildrift Boys are like all, what do you call this, very light and all fun and light on their interview, but then right next to them is Thunder Talk, was more of a serious tone when answering the questions. So I'm so excited to see that again. And see if we're going to see a repeat of that contrasting energy. It's cute.
You see a lot of memes about that kind of scenario, right? The pro, the veteran being like, all comes just another day in the job, and then just like the new one. Part of the team is like, let's
I'm
go,
excited
let's go,
to be
let's go,
here. Yes. Like I'm a caster, but yes, I'm the one who's being interviewed now. Let's go. I'm the one who's doing the interviews most of the time.
Now I get to talk.
Yeah, now I get to talk. I get to tell my story. And there we go.
Let's go.
恭喜 TT 和 WRB 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了两边的射手选手 Soil 和羽凡来接受我们的采访。And now we have Soil and 羽凡 with us。大家先和这些观众们打个招呼好不好？
大家好，我是 TT 的射手 Soil。
大家好，我是 WRB 的射手羽凡。
那其实今天的这场比赛是非常重要的，因为都是两支很强的队伍，两支队伍分别都是和 NOA 还有 NBR 交手。比赛之前垃圾话的时候呢，我觉得 TT 和 NOA 其实都是非常有自信的，觉得自己可以一把不输。那你们两位是如何评价今天这两场比赛的强度的呢？So this match is really important for today. You meet NOA and NBR. Before the match, I think that TT and NOA, you are very confident about this match. So how do you think the difficulty of this match?
这场比赛强度我觉得还是挺高的，但是我觉得只要我们按照自己平常的状态来打，绝对可以拿下。
我觉得话，主要是所有在旁边能够给我很多的自信，所以我们今天直接2比0干下了。
So I said that there's really some difficulty for this match, but I think if we play as Euro, we can get this win. And Yufan said that Soil is standing beside me. He gave me a lot of confidence, and we can get that 2-0 for this match. 第二个问题是，其实 TT 现在在胜者组也是一个不断连胜的状态，直通决赛了。那目前对于决赛来说，你觉得你们可以一把不输连胜，最后直接获得咱们爱杯的冠军吗？那对于羽凡，问题就是你今天有预想过会是一个2比0吗？ So you are in the winner group and you get a ticket for our final. So do you think you can get that consecutive win towards the end and get the champion title of Ionia Cup? And the question for Yufan is, did you expect it will be a 2-0 today?
能跟这么强的队伍配合，我觉得我们明天决赛肯定能3比0拿下。
主要是对我们来说，昨天大优势被翻了，其实还是挺愧疚的，不能让 TT 每次都来帮我们垫后嘛，所以今天想让 TT 多休息休息，准备好明天的比赛。
Soil said that with that strong ally, I think definitely we are going to get that 3-0 for tomorrow's match. And Yufan said that I think TT is tired these days. We need to let TT have a rest. We need to carry TT today. 第三个问题是，其实我们在刚才采访 CES 的 Taku 选手的时候，他说爱杯只有2支强队，那就是 TT 和 NOA。那两位是如何看待这件事儿的呢 ？So during the last interview that Taku from CES, he said that there's only 2 strong teams, NOA and TT in Ionia Cup. Is there any thoughts of that?
我觉得这些国外的队伍其实实力也挺强的，但是跟我们这些从 WL 然后决胜出来的队伍比，还是有实力差距的。
我觉得 APEC 赛区的队伍确实都有自己的风格，有自己的打法，但是面对上像 WL 杀出来的队伍来说的话，确实要学习的东西确实还蛮多的。
Soil said that the teams from other region, they are super strong, but I think there's still some gap between them and the team from WRL. And Yufan said that team from other region, they have different kind of play styles, but they still need to learn something learn something from team from WRL. 今天第4个问题就是， 其实今天 WRB 赢下了这场比赛呢，所以今天我就不会问你们第6人是谁了。那也想让2位评价一下今天 WRB 的这个 MVP 到底是谁，你们2个也评选一下。So who's the MVP of today's match for WRB？
我觉得都打得挺好的，但是一定要选一个就决胜手的话，我觉得就是抢远古龙的那个武器奶迪吧。
我也觉得没有，主要那一波团挺关键的，本来都以为大势已去了，就想硬拿操作弥补一下，但是奶迪抢下了远古龙，确实值得这个 MVP。
So Soy said that they are all very pretty good players, but if I have to choose, I'll choose Naidi, that he played Jax and grip that Elder Dragon. And Yufan said that it's a really important team fight, and because of Jax, we get that Elder Dragon and we get that swing, so he deserves it. 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，而且也再次恭喜2位今天可以2比0赢下这场比赛的胜利，直通决赛。那让我们明天见。我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束啦，拜拜。让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，千万不要走开。
Such happiness!
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself. And hammer. Nailed it.
I've got you. under my skin.
Welcome back to the Ionia Invitational Cup. We're now down to the last series of the day. The last chance as well for these teams to prove that they are still in this tournament. We're going to be seeing Cerberus Esports versus Nova Esports as well. And of course, their counterpart influential teams as well. We're going to be seeing NBR and BMG against each other.
Oh man, this is gonna, as we've stated earlier, this is going to be a tough matchup for Cerberus. As we take a look at their lineup first, it is going to be an unchanged lineup, of course, but just in case you missed their faces earlier and just joined the stream, this is their lineup: Taku, Y1, BMM, and the rest. And of course, alongside with them is what you've said, which is BMG.
Oh yeah, I mean, BMG, I think they still have a chance to prove themselves and break the pattern of the 2-0 this time around, because we've seen it on other teams. We've seen it. We've seen the other teams right now having the better performance, having improved themselves. We saw earlier NBR. I think that during their first on tanks, and they kind of lost a little bit of that damage that they needed. But I think this series, if we see them again going with a composition, I think it's going to be a balanced version.
Yeah, I think so too.
你们好不容易来中国一趟，明天就好好待在酒店里休息吧。
Đối đầu với nhà đương kim vô địch, tất nhiên sẽ rất là áp lực. Nhưng mà áp lực sẽ tạo nên kim cương.
Não importa quem seja time inimigo, vocês vão ser amassados de qualquer forma. Então vamos jogar.
我昨天睡得很好，所以我们打你们不需要手下留情。
I love the confidence of especially the influencer players. NBR said that it doesn't matter who our opponent is, and BMG is like very chill. So I had a good sleep yesterday, so I'm feeling pretty good today.
I know. Nina had the most, like, one of the most iconic banter, I suppose, in that video, in that set, in that trailer. It's like, I had a good amount of sleep today, so I think I'm gonna win. It's so adorable.
I have the optimism.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And of course, there we go. Vladimir is now available in League of Legends Wild Rift, so get ready to hone and unleash your inner Hemomancer.
Yeah, just unleash the inner for you. And also get ready for the Ultimate Showdown, because the Ultimate Spellbook will be released on September 8th, 2023 UTC, of course, only for a limited amount of time. So make sure to use that limited time to fully utilize this.
Exactly. So, of course, we gotta take a look at the lineup again. When we saw NBR earlier, it was a very, very different game from what we saw at day number 1. I felt like it was it was more cleaner, it was more defined, it was more of a different approach. I really, really like it. Maybe the composition, I felt like they maybe needed a Yasuo on that comp. But of course, on the opposite ends, it is Cerberus alongside BMG. Cerberus had a very difficult time going up against Thundertalk yesterday, so we'll have to see how it ends up later when they go up against Nova.
And this time, they started this day with a fascinating, amazing performance. 2-0ing NAOS Esports and SWG. Both the pro team and the influencer team had a great performance. And right now, they have the momentum as well to maybe face off Nova Esports and NBR. Both having some sort of motivation right now to cling on this tournament. And of course, both teams wants to reach towards the grand finals as well to contest Thundertalk in WRB.
Of course. That is the name of the game. That is the goal in mind. But before they even get into the super duper high impact action, they have to go through the more cold place into the Aram Rift.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, what does Aram stand for? Oh yeah, it's called, it stands for all random, all mid.
All mid, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played League of Legends for so long. We used the words for so many times already, but sometimes we do tend to forget the actual abbreviation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's nice to get reminded sometimes, and
Of
I
the
wouldn't
abbreviation.
even be able to figure it out right now if you haven't said it.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah, because we keep saying Aram. It's so understandable that you know what Aram is if someone said, "Oh, let's go play Aram" or something like that. You know what's interesting, however, speaking of abbreviations, it's not LOL, it's LOL. You know, when we want to play some LOL or League, you know, that's it.
LOL means a different thing. LOL means a different thing.
Oh yeah, that's
laughing
true.
out loud. But if it's LOL, League of Legends.
True. And Aram? All random, all mid.
All random, all mid. Yeah. And all in dive immediately by Long as well. Using the fizz. Don't have the bucket just yet, so we might have chill for a while and wait for level 5.
Wow! I like this comp from CES. Lux.
Wow.
Sona. Enchanter.
This is the first time I've seen Sona since a long time.
Yeah.
That I actually forgot that there's a Sona.
No, it's understandable because we have Seraphine. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I love you, Sona.
Oh yeah.
I love you, Sona. Your crescendo is still very strong.
Still ridiculously strong, especially at the time. Like we have seen a meta wherein there's even Sona and Seraphine being paired up.
Oh yeah, that's
Some point.
true. It's super annoying because it's very low cooldown. It's just insane sustain, insane roots, and also damage, by the way.
One plays instrument, and another
Yeah.
one sings.
If you full AP build Sona Sarah is so painful.
So painful and very irritating.
Oh, yeah.
Encore into
Agreed.
the crescendo, you are donezo for sure.
You just layer all of the blanket CCs and you are good. You're good. Let's talk about the composition now for NBR. Just assassins and sustain. This is interesting. Long on Nian on a very single target focused combo.
Almost everyone is squishy though, except for Remake. They need to be extra careful here because Yanwei is gonna be having such a good time here, especially with the final spark. Just like using a Jin, Lux has a great time on Aram.
That's true. Oh, hold on.
Mark moves onto the back line. Crescendo missing the best possible targets. Final spark as well, only hitting Remake. So
oh no!
They're unsuccessful in taking him down. Also, the sustain from the
Whoa,
Soraka
Jin
is insanely challenging. Now they go for round 2. They have the sustain. That's a luxury when you have a Soraka. Remake jumps once again, trying to survive, but fortunately, Cerberus Esports is able to take them down. Now Long capitalized on the moment. They're going too deep. That's 2 kills for 1.
Imagine if Long landed that, that playful trickster into an arrow from Teals. That would have been perfect. That would have been an easy triple kill. Good flash. Oh, Soraka kill on the Sona.
That was interesting, but now Duck B goes back in, takes 1 kill for the team, and it has been jumping back and forth action actually here for both of these teams, just not giving a break onto each other.
One unfortunate thing that I saw earlier is that the Chum the Waters landed on the clone of Duck B. So that's something that you definitely do not want. Have a very important ult wasted on a clone.
Oh yeah, because if you hit only the clone, then there's pretty much nothing that you have done here in the fight. But if the clone it becomes like the bait here of the Chum the Water, and it gets to hit the other members of Cerberus Esports and BMG, and that's gonna be a different story. Now DDJ is the first target. They pile onto her right now. Final Spark gonna be used defensively to try and answer back, but it's not really effective as of the moment, and we see Nova Esports and NBR having the best of time.
Yeah, like right now even with the Counter-Strike. What the root?
What?
Oh,
Okay,
my
Long is swiped off the floor, and looks like BMM is having the best of time this time around. Yeah, this is
Boom.
the Demonic Ascension, or rather, the World Ender being used and fully utilized as well. It's ridiculously strong to see an Aatrox with so much sustain.
So much sustain, yeah. Especially the shield on top of the heals because of the Lux and because of that Sona. I think this is a very solid composition in a way that it has everything. It has team fight. It has a lot of melee burst damage. It has burst damage on magic. It has consistent DPS with the Zeri. I think I really like this Cerberus composition. There is there's a chance for them to definitely win this ARM.
Emerald hasn't died yet in this entire game, so he only has the Ionian boots. Hasn't picked up any items yet. Might need to go back into the base later on, and there is a process for that. That is unfortunate, and that's gonna be putting Nova Esports in a bad spot. I would say they need the heal from the Soraka every single time.
They definitely are happy with that sustain, knowing that there's a lot of poke damage as well coming from Yanfei. Probably Genza. Whoa!
Ooh,
What is
Cyclone into the back line, Chum the Waters, zoning the rest of Cerberus Esports. Genza is so low.
Wow.
Duckby engages nonetheless, but it might be too difficult right now for the follow-up. BMM is so low as well. The damage is going to be there. The Shurikens almost getting the low HP members, and now they pile without hesitation, and Long gets a triple kill.
What was that? Oh my gosh, Long. He wanted to do that for the entirety of this ARAM match. I've never that is not a common thing to happen, by the way, where the Fizz just drops and just kills 3 almost immediately. Oh my word, that's crazy, Long.
And Emerald was so happy that happened, because finally is able to go back into the base and purchase items. Now has an Arcane Sensor, I believe. A couple more.
I'm sorry. I'm still at awe at what I've seen from Long. Remake. Okay, his team is already there.
It'll be fine.
So
low though.
I stand corrected. I said CES has a good chance to win this because of their comp, but I guess I shouldn't forget the fact that Neon is still Neon and Long is still Long. Like they're on champions that are difficult to use, but they are the players that are very amazing at these champions.
They make difficult things to achieve very easy to achieve.
Yeah.
There's a level of competence that they have right now here in Wild Rift. Crescendo going to be used defensively, but the backline has been breached already. Remake tries to survive. Fortunately, they have the shield from the Soraka to heal themselves as well, but BMM now trying to catch them. Has the World Ender, wants to end the lives of NBR and Nova Esports, but Long will catch a backline. Fortunately, wasn't caught off guard as well by BMG, Cerberus Esports. Now they go for a reset for a while.
Dude, that poke coming from Teals is so painful.
It's so hard to catch Long, actually. But now they catch Remake instead, but they need to be very careful. The silence is going to be there. Long with the slows. Good dodge. Find a spark. Genza might actually be in trouble here, but
they're
it is
forced
a little
out.
bit too deep for Neon to actually pursue that.
Look at the sustain though, like the wish coming through. Emrock has clarity. Look at that, from no mana to half mana. Just keep healing everybody on his team.
Just keep going.
Yeah, keep going. Go, go, go.
Oh no,
Wow.
Chum the Waters easily took down DDJ. And now they even had the opportunity to bash in the base. And now it's only Duckby and Genza remaining alive. There's a wave incoming. And they're really contesting for the fastest ARAM here.
Yeah, they
Last
are.
time we
really
have seen it, it's 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Now it's just a little over 8 minutes.
And that is okay, because either way, Nova and NBR will get to select their sides on this BO3 series, their priority. And I mean, we all know that's gonna be red side. Still a good showing on the ends of BMG and as well as CES. Felt really close up until it wasn't, when Long did that triple kill. And that, it felt like
Yeah.
it was going to be a very clear-cut win and victory for Nova and as well as NBR.
We were kind of excited seeing the potential of, Cerberus Esports winning that game with that kind of composition. But after that dive in the tower,
oh yeah,
we kind of got too excited with it.
So they got a bit too excited for sure, and it's very, very understandable. It did feel like it also did feel like CES had a decent chance, especially there were so many really good roots coming from the Lux. They had really prime sustain shields on top of the healing from the Sona as well, but they didn't have much hold on top of the root, the light binding of the Lux and the Crescendo. After that, it's pretty much free reign for the rest of Nova and as well as NBR to just hammer everything down.
We saw discipline as well by Nova Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, they're giving their all here. They're not happy with what happened earlier against Thunder Talk and WRB, and they want to bounce back. They want to challenge them again, because that is the goal. Break the pattern that Thunder Talk has made with the matchup against Nova Esports. And they need to do one thing first. This series is gonna be the most important for Nova Esports.
Oh yeah. I do have a feeling this is gonna be going to be a game 3, maybe. I think this game is gonna be incredibly close. But if it is going to end up in a 2-0 in favor of Nova against CES and BMG, I think it will definitely lie on NBR bringing their A game from what we saw on their match against the Wild Rift Boys. I really like how they played. I love their composition, except for the lack of damage. I love their composition. I love the way that they played. It's so coordinated. It's so really good steals, brave plays.
Yep.
Me likey. Just the last slot pick. I wanted it to be a Yasuo.
Yeah, we were rooting for Yasuo.
Yeah.
And anything else than champion did they lock in last? The Thresh was the last.
The Thresh
pick
last.
that they had.
Yes.
Any other champion that has damage would have completed everything, like a cherry on top of that.
It would have been amazing.
Competition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were good at layering the combos. They were good at using their ults, honestly. NBR, they were good at layering everything. It's just that they didn't have any follow-up. I don't think the charged Q will be enough as the Varus to take advantage of all of that layering CCs. I really want to see Yasuo. Not the Nian Yasuo that what happened earlier, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. I mean, if Nova Esports had a similar composition as NBR, then Yasuo, but yeah, that could have been a nice round, a nice match.
Yeah, imagine if they had Galio, Ornn, Wukong. Wow, perfect for Nian.
Layering.
Perfect.
For Nian. And no one was there to actually back him up earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the Nautilus, and I do think I really like the approach of NBR sort of giving up the split push, because they acknowledge that 5v5 will be their avenue. Like, they understand that maybe if they pick a counter pick or like a decent pick on a solo laner's solo split push, they probably don't feel as confident like that. So it's nice that they leverage on what they think their strengths are and just hammer that down instead of trying to maybe force something that maybe they're not comfortable with and against that particular player. So I really enjoy the game from NBR. I think it's one of my most favorite games so far in the Ionia Cup, the NBR versus the Wild Rift Boys match.
Yeah, same. I'm with you on this 100%, especially on how close that game. 27 HP steal on the Baron, 23 steal on the Elder Dragon. That's how close that game went. That could have been NBR's game. Nobody knows. That could have been NBR's game. If they secure the Elder Dragon, they could have had Baron and Elder to maybe just run it down mid.
Exactly.
It didn't go their way.
We would have seen a game number 3, I feel.
In which Nova Esports would really want to get their win against Thundertalk. Because they never had a win yet. Not even a single game. Not even a single game against Thundertalk. That's how clean Thundertalk has been performing against Nova Esports.
Yeah, and I don't think they're challenged at all just yet over here at the Ionia Cup. So I am sure Nova Esports want to again have a second chance or second rematch, at least for the Ionia Cup. They have been fighting each other constantly over either inter-region or maybe even at the international scenes. So of course they want to go to that grand finals too, and finally like break that streak, take that away from Thundertalk.
Oh yeah, we are just so excited for that.
Yeah, for
We're
sure.
just waiting as well, right? For the players to be ready. They have to be ready. There's everything on the line now. Nova Esports, NBR going up against Cerberus Esports and BMG. One last fight. One last battle here, at least for today.
Since it is day 2 already, and tomorrow's gonna be our last day, is there any particular champion that you are looking forward to or wish that gets played? Is it Senna? Is it
yeah.
Senna?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I get asked that question,
yeah, that's true.
Smile.
Automatic Senna. Okay, let's play coach at least for a few seconds or a few minutes. Let's just say you're a coach and you said, I want this team to play Senna. What composition should you build with Senna in the composition?
It's actually hard. For
Coach
me.
Giang!
Coach Giang.
Share with us.
Don't take it from me. One, I play Senna very differently.
Okay.
It's not the typical pro type.
Oh, that's okay.
Of Senna.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a greedy approach.
Greedy Senna.
The Senna to have like all the highlights and
nice.
have all the kills and scale up into the game as well. Very, very aggressive.
You're the
But
type
I do
that
love
uses
the standard approach of Senna.
You're the type that uses the ult to last it, huh? From across the map.
Not gonna answer that. I plead the fifth.
Okay, it's okay. I understand that. As an aggressive support myself back in the days, I very pretty much understand your feeling. And that is exactly why I'm now an 80 carry main.
And the only reason why actually I transitioned into Senna, because I used to support some of my friends at ADC, go on duo and rank games, and I was thinking, what's the best champion that I can use that can actually carry as support? And Senna was pretty new back then in 2020. I mained that and got addicted to it ever since.
It's just so good, right? Like Senna is very good overall. Good with roam, good with, with the mist, with sustain, has a CC, has shield. Pretty much has everything that you want in an aggressive support, It also has damage in late game, like infinite stacking.
I remember seeing a tier list or a category list on supports. There's like engagers, enchanters, the damage types, and there's like Bard in a separate area, right? And there's Senna as well, in the middle of everything. He has the damage, he has to engage, like some sort of CC, and has the kill potential as well. Like can enchant as well, since he has some sort of healing and shielding.
True.
Basically, like everything that you need, but you have to play it perfectly.
Yeah, I think she's pretty much in the middle, right? Where she can proc any of the items that give buffs because she can shield or heal you. And the fact that she has damage because of that stacking. But, of course, we will look at the pick and bans and hope for the best. Maybe Senna is going to be here and happier, for sure. Let's see now. This is going to be very heated up, for sure, as we get to see Nova, of course, picking red side. I like this Varus ban. I will be even more happier if the Ziggs ban happens because I want to see some action in the bot lane.
Ziggs ban, the Vladimir ban, just take away those
yes!
irritating champions.
Ban! Yes!
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, CES. Great job. But now the Ziggs is open, and now as well as the Camille is open. So this gives Cerberus the choice, do I want to prioritize the Camille instead of this Ziggs? But I do like this though, at least the CES secures the best like wave clear champion in the entirety of Wild Rift. So I think it's a pretty good exchange. For Nova, however, this is a very mysterious draft. We still don't know where that's gonna go. But because if they're gonna lock in this Fiora, which is so confident, by the way, now there's no mystery to this draft. We all know what's gonna happen. Like that's gonna be top or jungle. No mystery anymore.
I mean, the moment we saw the Ziggs being first picked here by Cerberus Esports, kind of know already that Camille and the Fiora is going to be picked up. That's how much priority there is already on this kind of composition. The Cerberus Esports is maximizing the Ziggs potential with Hero's entrance here from the Galio. They can still invest on an engaged champion that can be helped out. But the Galio Kha'Zix picked up quite early, but we do see the potential of it, especially under the hands of Y1.
Absolutely. I think this is good picking it early because constantly at the second phase of the ban, it's constantly banned and not being allowed to get picked at all. So one thing I want to point out though, however, is that because Jax is banned, because Nova has two of the best split pushers in the entire game, my biggest concern for CES, what do you have left to match? Perhaps a Gwen is a very big requirement on this draft to match the late game split push and damage potential in team fights and as well as the side lanes. If they pick a tank again, or not rather again, if they pick a tank for more a neutral standpoint, I'll be very concerned of the late game here, which is what they want to go for. Look at them, they're banning all of the good top laners. Now they're forced to just play Gwen. I wonder.
Yeah, these are champions that Aku is very much known for as well, especially with the ribbon, and it's so hard to take him down whenever he picks up this champion. So they're just fully respecting Aku right now, especially with this kind of composition. Whenever we see a Ziggs, a Kha'Zix, surely there is gonna be a ribbon as well to have the biggest burst potential.
That's true. Unable to match at least for the mid game against, or early game even, depending on how mechanically you're able to mechanically win the 1v1s on top lane. But it's my concern. Like you only have Gwen left here on top side for you to be able to match. But either way, there is still that big 1-3-1 that Nova has on their side. Okay, so they're going for the tank route of things to be able to hold the early game, hold top lane. You're not gonna win the lane, you're not gonna lose the lane either. But it's okay as long as you're able to get a big amount of lead. Make sure Y1 and BMM gets the farm that they require, farm that they need, then they're gonna be okay. My other concern, Cerberus, however, is that they have what do you call this? They don't have really that mid and jungle synergy versus Nova's mid and jungle is too strong. It's really, really strong. If they put the Ziggs in the mid lane, then I'm fine with that. But if they don't, then I'll be scared for BMM on that Zeri. I like this so much better. You just clear the wave, make it non-interactive, and then just stay safe under your tower.
For a moment, I actually thought that it's Nian that's going to be using the Ionia, because earlier you used a Yasuo, so maybe he wanted to have an independent version of a Yasuo, a self-initiating Yasuo, but it's actually Long, which is much better, I believe, because Long is such a hard carry, especially with this champion. It's almost impossible to win without jungle Long whenever he gets his hands on a carry champion like this. And he has used this a lot of times already, even in today's or in this tournament as well. That's gonna be scaring off Cerberus Esports a bit.
I'm really excited to see this draft as well in fruition, because just as you said, Long is going to be the absolute target of things when to make sure that he doesn't farm up a storm in the jungle. But take note, everybody, we're going to flash back all the way back in Horizon Cup, where a lot of the junglers in the grand finals, I believe it was DKG versus Thunder Talk, where it was also a very jungle-centric type of composition and approach. You basically just get stuck in the jungle, keep farming and farming and farming, and then you come out of the jungle around like 20 minutes of the game and just kill everybody. But because of this Kha'Zix pick, because of this Galio pick, the technique is here to make sure that you break mid lane. That's why the Ziggs wait, the Ziggs is not in the mid lane, but maybe later once they get Rift Herald, you break mid lane, you get more space to get access to Long's jungle, use Kha'Zix to invade, then you have the hero's entrance to go with you to lock Long down. This has been a technique back then, like years and years ago, and this was also the period of time where you also used the Twisted Fate for that global to make sure that you spot out where the enemy jungle is, and you just basically keep invading that jungle and make sure that that Long or the jungler just doesn't farm comfortably. So this is what I want to see from Cerberus Gaming. I want them to hammer down this composition and that a strategy for them to shut them down.
There's so much potential, Rodrigo, in Cerberus Esports composition, right? They have also the Ornn that is just gonna help so much in terms of the engage, maybe even disengage as well. That's why we're just both really excited for this particular game. I think they have the most potential right now in this kind of composition. Just need to be extra careful. Of course, this is still Long's Ionia, this is still Yitz's Fiora. So hard to take them down. If they time it perfectly, they might just take this win.
I really do hope, because this is oh, hold on, there might be a fight here. Maybe just a little bit. It's just two tanks kind of just trading on each other, except for Ita was more on the damage part of things. My other main concern, if they don't get the shutdown Long, if they do not keep Ita in check, he is going to be one of the biggest threats in a 1-3-1 comp. Like take note, there's a Camille in the mid lane as well. If you don't get priority, if you don't bully Nian out of this, you're going to have a hard time in the late game because there's no one that can deal with the side lane split push of a Camille and a Fiora at all in the composition of CES. So they're on a strict time limit again. Mid-game, early to mid-game is going to be so important here.
In terms of time limits as well, they
CES is on the timer.
Executing this perfectly every single time there's an objective available. That's their strongest point when they are grouped up. And speaking of grouped up, it's actually Nova Esports charging first, and that's a perfect way to start this game. First blood initiated by Nova Esports.
I love how immediately after level 5, they do not hesitate. They know Zeri is going to be vulnerable. They know no one's going to save them at all. And that's why they're able to quickly execute that first blood. They're even moving towards the bottom lane. If you fast push this, you're able to dive.
Yeah, there's no unbreakable will for Yami, but still able to tank in so much. You need to be extra careful.
Oh my word!
3 champions, low HP. That was so risky.
Too risky. Too close. Oh,
too close.
Why one?
Why one?
What's the execute? He can kill Long, actually. Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Or at least invade his jungle. He knows that Long is gonna go back into the base. This is a perfect response, actually.
It is a perfect response. It is how you definitely choke resources away from Long to make sure he doesn't farm up the storm, because this is exactly what the game that he wants to play, right? Keep farming, keep farming, keep farming. Maybe I'll visit mid lane once or twice if I see an opportunity, especially the mid and jungle duo is so good. Hextech ultimatum, and then you just basically lock someone down, funnel all the damage into one target, and then boom. Especially if it's a Zeri. Genza is super squishy.
The only defensive tool, well, there's 2 defensive tools that Cerberus Esports actually has, and that's Call of the Forge God and the Hero's Entrance. Maybe all of the skills of Akena is going to be used later on to try and protect BMM as much as possible when that Hextech ultimatum gets used. But I think there's still, a lot of tools here for Cerberus Esports. You have the Ziggs, you have the Mega Inferno Bomb to zone the others away, because there's a lot of squishiness as well on Nova Esports side. It's actually only Yami that's tanky enough to take all the damage.
That's true. Like, there's a... If ever, I do think Kha'Zix will have the time of his life on these squishy targets. Y1. Yeah, Y1 just gonna dive in, and then the hero's entrance will follow through. That is like a sure kill. But Dragon has now spawned. Let's see if it's gonna be a handshake instead. Whoever gets into the pit first will get the Dragon, we'll get Rift Herald. I do feel like Infernal Dragon is so important in the damage department, so this is why they're contesting it.
They need to. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Who's gonna get that? It's a Kha'Zix! Fall people, thank you, says Y1, but now they have to escape or maybe try to fight this back in a unique way. Nian gonna be falling back. Here's Entrance used defensively. Now Nova Esports lost a key objective. They have to scramble away this time around. Maybe find a way to get this RH, but they're being stopped. Yitse getting caught a bit, but good use of the repose. Now there's a good engage here by Yami.
Yami?
No follow-up at all. And has just given his life for this. Now Cerberus Esports just says thank you.
This is good. This is good. Now they're trying to decide whether or not they want to stay, get turret plates, or just get the Rift Herald. This is too risky for me. Duckbee doesn't have mana. It's going down quite fast. Duckbee can zone this out. Maybe it's a possibility. Oh my god! It's a bouncy castle!
Second time, double objective. Cerberus Esports against Nova Esports. This is mind-blowing. This is fantastic.
This is what I love to see. We are so happy with the performance of Cerberus right now. I love this composition. Let's take a look at that replay. How did it all boil down? Mega Inferno Bomb first to deal chip damage. Then you have Y1 on the sides, going invisible, getting that smite down. And the layers of CC that we were talking about is so good because look at Genza. Basically the rest of Nova were all sandwiched by everyone. So it's so hard to really pinpoint where your skills, your auto attacks, or damages are going to funnel through if your position is already broken to begin with. And now at this point it's just such a clean team fight or follow-up from Cerberus into the Rift Herald. Long wanted to steal himself because of course his objective was stolen earlier, so he wants to do the same thing. But no, it was a bouncy castle on the side of Cerberus. It was a CC lock and he was gone.
Cerberus Esports having more stability, but Yami having the ambition to isolate Duckbee right now, and it's actually perfect here. That's gonna be problematic for Nova Esports. That's too much damage and poke and CC and slows from Cerberus Esports. No matter how tanky Yami is, he's not tanky enough for everything here.
There's just so much damage. There's Zeri. Oh, the ult!
Good fate sealed. Y1 is comfortable though. Long almost got taken out. Now it's Yitse gonna be the next target. Call support card gonna be used to catch Yitse. I almost thought that he would die there.
Same here, but this is looking like a good sign. It's 4.1k gold lead. This is a completely different Cerberus from when we saw them back against Thunder Talk. And I really like the calls made here, the discipline, the way that they just outplay Nova in these team fights. Again, this is very peculiar, by the way, because remember, Nova's composition is a late game composition. You're looking at Kaisa, you're looking at Fiora, Yone. Everyone basically is a late game composition. So this is very jarring to me that Nova wanted to start a fight. Maybe they were confident that maybe it was going to be a 2v1, 3v2 rather. They didn't expect the rest of the Cerberus gang to be up there. So maybe that's why they wanted to start a fight. They wanted to even out the numbers. But at this point, Cerberus is looking really good and looking really clean.
Nova Esports having the cleanest executions, actually. Not the cleanest engages. We see spaces in between those engages, and that gives Cerberus Esports enough time to actually escape from their grasp. And not really the true embodiment here of Nova Esports. Very uncharacteristic of them, actually.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting a bit impatient. They most likely are, at least for the rest of this entirety of this tournament, they're always... Execute.
Good catch. Maybe Genza is going to be in trouble. BM still able to escape. How is that even possible? But now everything is invested. Long and Yitse going in here, but they need to be extra careful. Call support. Going to be double knock up. Yitse is blown apart. As Yami as well going to be the next start. Double kill by the Ornn is absolutely insane. As now Y1 gets the reset, gets the double jump, and now 3 for 1. Just perfect here for Cerberus Esports.
3 for 1 and a dragon as a big bonus. That's double the stacks. They get every single objective. The gold lead is ballooning up to 5k or towards 6k already after this, probably. And it's so strange to me that even though they didn't have information, Nova didn't have information, they just immediately jumped on BMM. I think they saw the rest being there, but because of that Zonius Hourglass, it really bought a lot of time. Also, I want to point out the combo. Genza with the kiting and the horn being blown. Taku, good assistance. Genza is able to kite this entire fight despite being near the rest of Nova's front line. They're very far ahead. Nova is a late game scaling composition. They still have to farm more, especially that they're behind. The time for this composition for them to be online is 15 minutes to 20-minute mark. That's their window. It's just 10 minutes. They were fighting already around what, 8 minutes, 6 minutes? This isn't exactly the Nova that I was expecting against Cerberus.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on this. It's very uncharacteristic for Nova Esports, and the time for them to have the proper power spikes to fully take control of the game is being extended more and more every single fight that they lose. Now we see 6,000 goldie by Cerberus Esports. Now we see double Dragon stacks by them as well ahead of Nova Esports, and not really the usual engages that we normally see by Nova Esports. It's odd, almost odd.
Yeah, there's always someone that's going to be, even if they Hextech ultimatum someone, there's going to be a Galio Old Heroes entrance coming their way. Really good siege potential as well. They don't have a lot of wave clear, maybe the Kaisa, perhaps, but it's not as powerful in range, in terms of range, like what BMM has on the Ziggs. But of course, let's not forget the split push. Remember, 5v5 is the strength of Cerberus, so not really the 1-3-1. So, okay.
That was tempting. I would have been tempted if I was the Fiora. But wise choice. Definitely pro.
yeah, definitely professional. They have discipline. I don't have discipline. I would have done the same thing. I would have gone for it.
Gone ham with it, yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
and die.
An isolated Zeri. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I am a Fiora.
Fiora.
But Baron has now spawned. This is a critical moment for Nova Esports. Cerberus can now use this Baron as a tool to divert attention around this map, to try and bait out a fight, to keep hovering around mid and top most specifically. My biggest fear if they're always here, the Fiora will constantly go try to split push, but the problem is it might be a 4v5, so that is the exchange and the trade that both Nova and Cerberus has to think about.
And the 1-3-1 is actually helping Nova Esports catch Cerberus Esports, or catch up Cerberus Esports rather, because Camille and Fiora wins on any single 1v1 matchup here, basically, against Cerberus Esports. And it's CES that actually needs to start picking up the pace, because every single time they hesitate or don't find an opening, that's how Nova Esports will climb back here.
Oh, so afraid for Yami again. Like, they really badly need Yami for peel on the side of the Kaisa. But the next dragon is about to spawn soon. That's why they're hovering around this more doable objective and see if they can bait out another 5v5.
We're going to be looking at Genza a lot later on as well, because a while ago he was able to kite out perfectly, right? And since Nova Esports focused on BMM on the Ziggs and wasn't able to get the burst fast enough, that allowed Cerberus Esports to actually slowly win that fight earlier.
It's very hard to deal with Genza right now, unless wow, fast reflexes from Genza.
Yeah. Inhumane reflexes.
Yeah.
That was a highlight in itself.
That really was.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Dragon fight.
Here we go.
5v5.
Wow, Genza going in too long? What is this happening here to Cerberus Esports? absolutely insane. Now they go
Whoa.
in. Neon gets cancelled on the Hexic ultimate. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is gonna be no. Cerberus Esports takes this under their control, and now they're having the full confidence, fullest confidence to charge onto Nova Esports without hesitation. Remake desperately trying to escape, but Duffy will catch him off guard, and Cerberus Esports will get that wipe out the ace here to Nova Esports. Genza with 4 kills. What is this happening? Cerberus Esports, can this close out this game?
They have the Ziggs, they have the wave, there is a shield, but it doesn't matter. They can end this, they can finish this, they can take it home, they can make it into a 1-0, and
No
they
way.
are doing it. It's crazy!
Crazy!
SCA, woo!
Oh man! Cerberus Esports getting a win against Nova Esports. This hasn't happened before. But now, this day, Rico, this day has been a day of breaking patterns, defying expectations, and going beyond your limits. And Cerberus Esports have done it.
I love it. I love this upset here. This was on paper should have been a walk in the park for Nova. Actually, it did feel like they were on a roll already, except against Thunder Talk. They didn't have issues when they went up against NAOS as well. So wow, okay. First of all, Nova. Okay, no. First of all, Cerberus did a phenomenal job with their composition. Their draft was amazing. I love the Kazakhs pick with the Galio, and to make sure that the Galio is always there whenever someone dives into the backline. And the Zonia's pickup as well, just to deter any sort of key ultimates like the Hextech ultimatum. Love it. Secondly, I did not like the composition of Nova. I felt like it was too greedy. Fiora, Camille, Kaisa, Yone. There's no one that is able to help to transition them to the late game at all. Beautiful on paper,
was resource,
right? Beautiful on paper, but it was difficult to pull off.
Because almost every single champion is resource hungry. They were basically getting resources against each other as well, and that kind of paves the way for Cerberus Esports to get in their way.
Exactly. It felt like a really huge bait on the draft as well. Like, okay, you're picking up Ziggs, we're gonna get 2 of the best top laners right now, and we're just gonna force you to play tank, and you'll have no answer in the late game. But that is in the late game. What happens in the early game and the mid game? Cerberus acknowledges that they'll lose late, and therefore they sped up the process. They got all the objectives, by the way. So strange how... Okay, never mind. MVP Cerberus Y1, amazing job. I want to see more Kazakhs, but I really doubt it.
Yeah.
If we're going to go to a game 3, I think that's going to get banned eventually.
Oh yeah. I mean, this performance on the Kazakhs is absolutely insane. We cannot help but feel proud for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah,
and a little
let's
bit
go,
nervous here for Nova Esports, because now they're going to be switching places with the influencer teams. Now it's going to be NBR's responsibility to push this to a game number 3. It's the same situation as a while ago, and BMG is on fire lately. Let's see what's gonna happen later on, but before that, we'll just go in a short break. Rico and I will be back.
Deliciously vain. A draining exercise.
I split mountains with my roar. All will crumble.
Insane turnaround of events as Cerberus Esports takes game number 1 against Nova Esports, and now it's up to the influencer teams to now battle in this game number 2. Potentially, this can actually go into a 2-0 by CES and BMG, and NBR has to find a way to push this to a game number 3.
I know the pressure, the burden and the pressure is on NBR's shoulders right now to make sure that Nova gets a chance to fight and protect their trophy of the Ionia Cup against Thunder Talk. Remember, it's Nova Esports that won last year's Ionia Cup 2022. No way that Nova doesn't want to not be able to defend their crown here.
Absolutely. We're still like trying to absorb what has happened there. It's like Cerberus Esports showed a different identity. Like,
I love it.
Yeah, same. Every single bit of it. They were like on a different dimension of performance in that game. They were unstoppable. 13-2 was the scoreline. Nova Esports only secured 2 kills in the entirety of that game 1.
Yeah, it was, what do you call this? It was just pure like amazing calls and execution in their team fights. And I think for me, the most, I guess the interesting thing there was not only was the draft of Nova, was also that they wanted to fight for the Infernal Drake, I suppose, instead of giving up, like acknowledging that, okay, we're weak in the early game, so let's just handshake. Let's just get Rift Carol and open up the mid lane or something like that. I find that call interesting. I think after that, after winning that team fight, because usually when, okay, here's the thing, because there's so many factors, there's so many things to talk about in that game. Number one, Yami is a good peeler. Yami is a semi-good disengage, not as good as a Gragas or a Braum, but still pretty much does the job. The interesting part is that even though they've suffered, Nova suffered losses earlier into that fight, they still kept going. They still kept fighting, forcing it. Usually when you lose 1, you lose 2, you kind of want to back away already. Like, you've accepted defeat. You're fine. We can't do this anymore. It went 13-2. It went 13 kills. Usually you get to see less than that, right?
Oh, man.
It just means that they kept losing more people. They just kept committing to a fight that they weren't prepared for, you know?
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but aside from X-Buy from Thunder Talk, we now see another one out jungling Long, which is Y1. And I'm just happy to see that kind of result as well. It's like, hey Pat, let's go. Now we're going to be seeing NBR and BMG fight off against each other. You saw the camera pan onto Leo a while ago. Definitely NBR is feeling every single pressure that there is to be felt, because they haven't won a single game yet here.
It was close. It was close again against the Wild Rift boys. They had a pretty decent comp. I have to say my honest complaints about that composition, where it was just the Varus dealing damage felt like a perfect Yasuo comp, but it was definitely something very different from what we saw in their previous games, which is I really love NBR. I definitely want them to, to win a game. Oh wow, we're heading straight into the draft almost immediately.
Oh.
Here we go. NBR on your blue, BMG on your red. Here we go.
It's on. It is on.
It's on
right now.
It is super on.
I don't know why I'm also nervous about this. We're not the ones playing, but for some reason we're feeling. Yeah.
I understand because imagine that Nova, the possibility of Nova being eliminated and not being able to defend their crown, plus happiness for Cerberus because we get to see, you know, what do you call this? An SCA versus China matchup. You gotta love that.
Yeah, we saw it during the Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 here, 2023. And we're about to see it for the second time, this time, the Ionia Cup. And it's up to BMG to make it happen. Right now, we're going to be seeing a first pick Volibear. Looks like NBR is going to be investing on a lot of front lines once more.
Yeah, I like this. This opens up for a possible Galio pick as well for NBR. Just imagine just hammering down on that dive. NBR's strength lies in their proactivity in the early game to mid game. I do feel like BMG will reign in the late game, knowing that they locked in the Jax. Please lock in wave clear. I'm so concerned that the Ezreal is getting picked, but they definitely need wave clear. Ziggs is off the table. They need wave clear. They must have wave clear.
They don't have wave clear just yet. Ezreal, yeah, it's similar to picking up the Varus earlier. They need a second ADC. I mean, not gonna complain if they pick up a Corki into the mid lane. That is gonna balance things out. Have enough sieging power to help out these front lines. The duty of the front lines is soaking the damage. But if you don't have anyone who can actually fight back with significant amount of damage or DPS, then that's going to be problematic once more here for NBR. And
yeah,
BMG removing some of those utility that can be useful for NBR, one of which is the cask, one of which second is the quickness into the grand entrance by the Rakan. Just full on respect.
Removing the tanks, basically. I do feel like if NBR doesn't take away I like this Vlad ban. I feel like BMG, it's so I wouldn't say it's easy to counter. If your last two picks are tanks, you're good to go. You literally, I do think you win this game immediately. NBR, if you don't lock in a wave clear, they will have problems getting priority in the lane. I like this. I mean, I'm not going to celebrate too soon. I do feel like Teals plays a mean Varus as well. So if they lock in the Varus, it's fine. They lock in the Galio, good. But the last pick better be a wave clear champion.
Not a Thresh, please. No. They lock it. Oh, man.
Okay.
It's round 2.
I'm trying to like analyze and see through the POV. Okay, that's the concern. Galio is a pretty decent wave here in the mid lane. So if you're up against Kai'Sa, I think that's a pretty decent matchup. Again, my big concern is always your priority in lane, because if you're up against a Kai'Sa bot lane, if it's not a middle marksman, then you're going to have a very, very difficult time. You're going to be very prone to dives, which is, I suppose, the reason why the Galio is picked. It's so good at punishing over-aggressive teams that like to dive you. So I want to believe in NBR. They were almost very close to winning their match against earlier. Maybe because I'm so biased to wave clear champions. Maybe because I have a list in my head that's why, you know, that's why I'm so hard pressed on the wave clear, because I have a list in my head that, okay, wave clear needed to get priority in the early game. Oh, especially if you want to siege, if you want to dive, check. You know, that's usually like the requirements in my head. But, you know, I want to believe in NBR. I want to believe in NBR that they get to reach game number 3.
I want to believe in NBR as well. I'm with you on this, Riku, but they have to answer the question first. Actually, 2 questions. Because a while ago, they had this question of how are they gonna take down the Jax? They had no answer. But right now, there's 2 champions they need to find a way to take down. And that's the Jax and the Gwen. Because Gwen and Jax can easily shred them down.
I have it. I have the formula. How NBR is gonna win. Remember when they had a hard time on this composition? It's because they had 3 tanks. Guess how many tanks BMG has now? Just the one, the Nautilus. Everyone's so squishy. If you combo with the Ezreal, just land all your skill shots. You're good. I think NBR got this. I think they can handle this.
There's a way, right? We see a path that they can actually take wherein they can push this to game number 3, and that's fully utilizing the lack of tankiness that BMG has, at least in the receiving damage. But in terms of sustain, BMG actually has that a lot. The Jax is gonna have so much sustain later on, especially with the Divine Sunder and the grass that he already has. When as well, up in here is gonna be quite scary. Asher's Tooth, Riftmaker, Rabadon's Death Cap later on.
Yep.
That's
Agreed.
so much damage that is translated into sustain.
I think they're doing pretty really well, at least for the early game. They're not losing their trades. They're doing a decent job evening out the minion wave. So I do feel like they do have a plan in mind, which is a much better matchup using this Ezreal, because again, there's only one beefy member on this lineup. The rest are very much doable by the Ezreal to burst down, and yeah, I think I like this much better. You know what? I changed my mind. I stand corrected. You know, earlier I was a bit worried that their wave clear might be a bit lacking. I mean, it is lacking, but when it comes to fighting prowess in the team fights later on, they can definitely match up to BMG's composition.
They have also a burst potential right now, right? Because the difference between the Garen and the Ornn, yes, you have the crowd control with the Ornn, but Garen has a massive injustice, and that can be used to like take one member down of BMG.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a good way to cut off the, what do you call this? It's a good way to cut off any sort of combo centered champion. So like what Pime is using right now as the chase. Also the Gwen also the Jax rather, once they dive in, counter strike you, jump towards you, then boom, you kind of silence them afterwards. I mean, it's a decent combo to stop them from doing anything any further.
We're kind of inkling a lot towards the NBR, right? It does make a lot of sense. The potential was set already a while ago, but it's up to them to put that into reality, right, Rigu? And this Ezreal has a big responsibility this time around. They don't have some sort of chain of corruption. Just like a while ago, not much.
Oh, nice!
CC. Dive into the bottom lane. That's a good Trusa barrage actually. Hit 3 members. AZ will be needed to back away. Instead, it goes Killer Instinct, a 1-for-1 trade at the very least. But BMG is losing a lot of members. Perfect way to capitalize on the moment here for NBR. And getting 2 kills in exchange for 1, plus now they get turrets, or third plates.
I love the proactiveness of NBR here. If they're able to whittle down this tower, I think that's a really good start for NBR to send them off on this on the first objective of the map in a minute or so. And I think right now this is a good start. Let's take a look at the replay here. And this is a good lantern into a flay. Teals had an amazing true shot barrage. And again, the funneling, that's a really good attempt on that Killer Instinct to just be out of range of Teals. But at this point, the tanks deal a lot of damage in the early game and you're just really squishy. So good job on NBR.
It's a good way to start this game up and also just get leverage on one part of the map. It's not yet enough to put a significant amount of impact against BMG. They're still the one having the better economy, I would say. 600 gold up, 700 as we speak right now. And late game scaling is so much better on their side. They have 3 late game scaling champions that can actually just shred through all those defensiveness of NBR, and that's what's scaring me as of the moment. Because we don't see YOLO or Nidahe just yet on any of the fights. We saw a 3 versus 4 a while ago in the bottom lane, in which BMG still managed to secure 1 kill.
Yeah,
That's
agreed.
scary.
It's not the full power of BMG just yet. And the fact that this is a very strong late game composition as well, if NBR is able to pull off what Cerberus did, which is quite similar, we have... Oh my gosh! That's painful!
Ouch.
Owie!
That's an owie. Yeah,
Mhm.
BMG will have the leverage now to start this dragon off. NBR, what are they to do?
Good question. Whoa!
Shot barrage.
Are they gonna plan
Are
a
they
steal?
gonna go in?
They're gonna
Emerald
go in.
dies with a Stormbringer, but everyone goes onto him, but it's okay! He managed to snip out the way the dragon for the team.
Really good job here. The Infernal Drake going over towards this side of this NBR. Really good steal. This Rift Herald now, they have a chance to just create chaos and start another fight, actually. Oh, no.
Maybe.
Joko's
But
gonna
since
go
they
home.
don't have the jungler,
Yeah.
I don't think they will.
Oh my word!
Ooh. Yep, that hurts. We see a lot of really good accuracy of Imeo on this Jace, especially the Shock Blast. Has been consistent with it.
Very, very consistent, which puts NBR in a tight spot when they do want to fight a certain objective. This, however, with 2 towers down, this will even out. Actually, no, swing the gold into BMG's favor.
Hero's entrance gonna be invested, but I don't think it's gonna bother BMG as of the moment. Because yeah, it's an Whoa, Killer Instinct! A little bit overzealous of AZ. Almost got hit by the true shot barrage as well. Fortunately, it didn't hit them. That could have been gone the other way, actually.
I know, that was a very heated 2v2 at the bottom side of the map with AZ and Sao Ming. But this stack of turret plates in a short span of time is gonna swing the gold immensely. That's what, 5k gold lead after this turret dying afterwards. There we go. That's 5k, and that's going to be very useful in the next dragon fight.
They're accelerating their scaling basically here for BMG. They recognize that okay, their scaling is being interrupted because of that steal by Emerald on that Infernal Dragon. So now they compensate through the tower plays, through the tower takedowns, and it's just helping them so much.
Now, what NBR needs to do is that they have to initiate fights before they get poked out by Pime on this Jace. That is one of their win conditions. They can also get picks before a dragon fight. They can keep getting picks also before neutral objectives with the Thresh, with all the damage that they have right now. This is an opportunity, actually.
They pile.
Wow!
They
What the
engage.
damage was that?
Oh man, that is a big amount of damage. And well, BMG gonna be forced to disengage for the moment. And to think that the Galio wasn't actually there, but still NBR making things work.
Really good job by Emerald. Has been a very pivotal, high-impact player on the side of NBR. Don't forget about his steals earlier into that game. And now they focused ban on Emerald actually earlier and removed that Wukong. So a lot of respect towards this player for sure, and is making a lot of plays for the team.
So many plays. Even in the previous game, right? Or in the previous matchup that they had against another influencer team, he managed to steal out a Baron despite all the attempts to pin him down. And in this way, there's not much utilities actually for BMG to pin him down. Also has this Stormbringer that is basically makes him unstoppable going in to a particular area. So that's just another upside here for NBR. That BMG needs to be extremely careful, because we're gonna be seeing another objective spawn up. This time it's the Ice Dragon here, and NBR, given the performance of Emerald, they're looking to be pretty positive on their chances on stealing objectives.
Yeah, they always have to make sure Emerald is dead, or they zone him out if they're first to the objective, because he's just so good at smiting down and stealing it away from enemy teams. One thing that I'm very concerned of, though, now that Baron's about to spawn in few, is that I do feel like NBR badly needs this Baron. They do not have siege potential at all. The Ezreal's not too bad, actually, but compared to the... Oh, are they committing to this? So tanky.
Xiaoming is not really the best target here. Teals felt that
Oh,
shock
nice.
blast and he hesitates going in. Now that allows Xiaoming to actually stay alive. Here's the end is going to be invested. That is a lot of utilities
flank,
being used
flank.
here by NBR. And
YOLO.
flanked by YOLO as well.
Oh, nice flank.
Being played out, but still the counter-strike stun is there. Nita as well onto the backside. Teals is going to be taken down in exchange for AZ, but that's still advantageous for BMG. Now who's going to be the one to stop this Gwen? That's a lot of CC invested, but
the
look
healing.
at the sustain of the Gwen. Look at the sustain of Nita as now they push forward. BMG is fighting back and NBR cannot resist them.
I was about to say, that was crazy. That was a really crazy play, but you guys are you're right. I don't think Xiaoming is the best target there. Look at him go. He's already full HP after that entire duration of that fight. He was almost close to dying. He had the shield up in time. The Ignite couldn't kill him and finish him off. And it's just, let's take a look at a replay. I don't think that was the best target. And the flank coming from YOLO was amazing. Nidahe being able to just destroy the backline. Teal's gone. Your main source of damage and hope is gone. And now all you have to do is clean slate after this. Look at Nidahe. Just pure sustain is the name of the game. And there was like really no chance to be able to win that. I just gotta reiterate that NBR badly needs this Baron for sieging potential. They don't have anything like a Jax. They do have range like this Ezreal, but it takes a while to actually destroy towers compared to, I suppose, auto attack champions, especially.
Not only Baron, maybe even an Elder Dragon to just have sufficient damage. It's the same problem again by NBR. And BMG, they are fully aware of the limitations of NBR's draft. And okay, Xiaoming again is going to be the primary target. Unfortunate there for Joko, who wasn't able to land that death sentence.
They really wanted to get... two top laners are fighting over the Krugs. Cute.
It's like, okay, what can we fight about? Let's go with the Krugs.
Let's go with the Krugs. Oh, there's Vision over there, so they know that Joko is coming from that direction. AZ is very squishy. I do think Emerald can definitely handle him. But the problem is the 1-3-1 or the 4-1 has begun. And Leo cannot deal with YOLO at all. Like, he can hold his ground and die less in a faster rate, a slower rate, die in a slower rate, I suppose. But the tower is just gonna get chip damage. They're gonna get lane pressure all the time, and this is where the 15-minute mark comes around, where it's just going to be very crucial. You can't exactly have a comfortable 5v5 because you always have minions going down towards your base on your side lanes. And how do you control the objectives if you're constantly pushed into your own tower?
That's where we also go back to Emerald, right?
Yeah.
He was the reason why the game extended during their match earlier against WRB. And now he has to do it again against BMG. Dives, the smites has to be perfect for him to steal out objectives, because if he hesitates even for a little bit, BMG is gonna take everything that they want to take.
That looked pretty painful. Oh, True-Shot Barrage? Not quite the damage that they were expecting from that one.
Yeah. No damage at all.
Oh, nice!
Okay.
That's the best. That's the best
might be a good
one.
pickup, but there's no follow-up. Thresh is gonna be in trouble. Here's Anta's gonna be used defensively. That's a lot of key ultimates being
YOLO
used
flank!
already. Just in the nick of time, YOLO breaches the backline. Joko has to escape, has to death sentence to maybe sentence a death, but a death is sentenced to them instead. As now AZ goes in with a killer instinct, killing everybody that touches their way. And BMG, after securing 3 kills, they just welcome the Baron. This can be absolutely free for them.
Oh my word. This is just complete domination. We're already counting down to the 10k gold lead, and BMG has everything in their power to finish this game. The fact that they have full control, and let's take a look at that replay once more. It is Joko landing a very, very good death sentence. The problem is the follow-up is quite far away. Nida is able to dash away, and after using key ultimates like the hero's entrance, it is basically very difficult to protect your carries. YOLO always has the perfect entrance to the flank, and everybody just compress into the single area, which puts Pingmei being able to land all the AoEs needed to deal huge amounts of damage.
Now, we go back to the initial situation of NBR. It's deja vu all over again, Riku.
Yeah, it felt much closer though.
And they have no solutions for it just yet.
Yeah,
it's so difficult.
It's very difficult. Look at this. What?
Whoa.
1v2?
No way!
Komodo?
Nina is basically unstoppable right now. There's no one that can take her down. And it's bound to happen. It's a ticking time bomb, like what you mentioned, 15 minutes. After that, it's basically over here for NBR, and we're just on time right now. The base is basically wide open as BMG takes every single inhibitor tower in a split second, as now they close into the game. That final fight here, last hurrah by NBR. I don't think it's gonna be possible. They're trying their very best, but they're not being allowed to defend as BMG helps Cerberus Esports secure this 2-0 against Nova Esports and NBR.
It's a 2-0 day, everybody, over here at the Ionia Cup Invitationals. And it is BMG and as well as Cerberus being able to proceed towards the grand finals to face Thunder Talk and as well as the Wild Rift boys.
Oh man, who would have predicted that this would be a full-on, okay, two things. Full-on 2-0s for this day, and it's gonna be Cerberus Esports versus Thundertalk in the grand finals. And a 2-0 victory against Nova Esports as well. This is just full of surprises and fascinating turnaround of events.
I know it's gonna be at least for the pro team side of things, it's gonna be a Vietnam versus China matchup in the grand finals of the Ionia Cup, and we're gonna crown a new champion with that title for 2023, and it could be Cerberus Saigon, it could be Thunder Talk, we don't know, but I really love the grand finals that we're getting tomorrow.
It's absolutely amazing to see the performance of Cerberus Esports and BMG as well. They're pushing their limits, they're pushing their boundaries, they're extending their efforts right now, and definitely defying expectations along the way. And with Esports, they're gonna be bidding goodbye alongside with NBR. They've made it till the lower bracket finals, and unfortunately, that's the end of the road for them. At least just here, the Ionia Cup.
Yeah,
it's a different perspective.
It is such a it's a new story now that we're looking forward to on the grand finals. But of course, unfortunately, at least for the Ionia Cup, we wouldn't be able to see Nova Esports get revenge on Thunder Talk in the grand finals. So maybe another time, maybe another tournament. We'll have to see. We'll have to see that story unfold eventually. But this is a different story in mind now. It's Cerberus versus Thunder Talk, the Wild Rift boys as well versus BMG. Should be an interesting matchup tomorrow, but still props to NBR, still props to Nova. They really held on, they really tried to change their strats and everything, but it's just such a big upset right here.
Yeah, 16 minutes and 10 seconds
speed,
and a while ago, it was 15 minutes and 29 seconds. And a very similar scoreline as well. This is 4-10. A while ago, it was 13-2 in favor of Cerberus Esports, of course. And BMG definitely channeled the same energy that Cerberus Esports had in Game 1. And this time, surely, we're going to be seeing me the hit. Yeah, as the MVP, he performed absolutely amazingly well here in this game, and a definite hero that they needed as well, alongside with YOLO, alongside the rest of the team here of BMG.
Yeah, Nita was such a really good positioning as well on the Gwen, entering a fight at the right place and at the right time, really setting up those flanks alongside with YOLO. But it all started with a very heated up laning phase. really props to NBR for dictating the pace of the game at the early stages. Unfortunately, however, this is when, like even this, Emerald even getting the steal. He is the king of steals actually in the Ionia Cup right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryu. I'm still like processing everything that has happened because we had our expectations prior, like we had our predictions along the way, and to see that being contested a lot is just absolutely amazing. We see growth, we see potential, we see expectations being exceeded right now by these teams. And to see Cerberus Esports now in the grand finals, an APAC versus CN Conference, that is just a dream come true.
It is definitely a dream come true, entering that final stage for sure alongside CES. The first match that we witnessed, of course, is a big upset. And while we're witnessing now the NBR BMG highlights, this is Nita just going ham right now. Of course, the MVP of that map, of that game rather, just so fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a fantastic to see. You know, Cerberus Esports winning against Nova Esports of all the teams. This is a big win. I cannot express as much. This is a big win by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah,
APAC as well.
Exactly.
They basically defeated the Icons Global champion.
yeah. Imagine beating the Icons Global champions in what year was it? 2022. Yeah, 2022. Wow. Like honestly, just big wow. Like I'm really looking forward to the grand finals because if Cerberus is able to defeat Nova, then I do feel like there is a chance for CS to beat Thundertalk. And that's BO5 too.
It's sky's the limit. It's all I can say. Sky's the limit here for Cerberus Esports. I'm just so excited for tomorrow. It's gonna be not a game, a best of 3, but a best of 5 as well. And still the same rules apply. The pro teams and the influencers take turns as well, and I just can't wait to see what's about to happen tomorrow. We don't know, Rico, what's going to happen tomorrow, especially after the turnaround of events today. And it's just amazing to see. Pattern keeps changing as well.
Yeah, there's
big
so many
respect
upsets.
on Vladimir, big respect on like Ziggs and the other champions. Like, there's a lot of shit. These teams, these players are adapting.
I'm really happy about the adjustments made. Like, yes, finally, we don't want to see the Vladimir. Also, the adjustments being made to just remove the Ziggs and the Varus, remove that big wave clear champions to force more aggressive matchups in the bottom lane, and it opens up the usual double marksman composition. I also like the anti-strategy or anti-picks rather to counter certain players. Like for example, Long, they use something like very classic, which is Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has been one of the very staple junglers, but of course, let's check out the interview on stage for the winners.
我们也是请到了打野选手 Y1 来接受我们的采访。接下来我会让他先跟大家打个小招呼。So please say hi to our camera first.
Em gửi lời chào tới khán giả.
Xin chào mọi người.
Em tên là gì?
Em tên là Y1, đến từ đội tuyển Cerberus Esports.
Hello everyone, my name is Y1 and I came from Cerberus Esports.
简单的打了个小招呼，第一件事一定要再一次恭喜一下他们赢下了这场比赛，因为其实老实说，从一开始的时候，我们真的没有预料到他们可以赢下这场比赛的胜利，但是他们赢下了 NOA， 而且是 NOA 是咱们 WRL 这边非常强的一支队伍，我也想问一下他们是怎么做得到的 ？So congratulations again. And to be honest, we didn't expect this result before. And NOA is very strong. It's one of the best team from WRL. So how did you manage to do that?
Trước mắt đó là MC gửi lời chào tới em, và cái thứ hai nữa là MC muốn hỏi là đây là cái kết quả mà không ai có thể ngờ trước được, tại vì Nova đã là một đội tuyển rất là mạnh ở WRL, thì một trong số những lý do gì mà mình có thể có được chiến thắng ngày hôm nay?
Lý do chiến thắng của tụi em ngày hôm nay là
tự tin và có một chút may mắn trong đó.
Today, our match against Nova, we have a lot of confidence and also a little bit of luck, which is why the result was a win for us.
所以说，今天在面对这场比赛的时候，他觉得他们其实是非常有信心的，而且也做了很多的准备。所以说，这也是他们可以赢下 NOVA 的关键。那咱们可以聊一下第一场他们和 NOVA 的那场比赛。其实，在那个时候，他几乎掌控了所有的野区资源，而且赢下了每一波的团战。我觉得他们的阵容其实从一开始的时候就是非常适合团战的。所以我也想问一下，他们是不是在那个时候这就是他们的一种策略呢？就是一开始使用这种打团的阵容。So let's talk about game 1. And in that game, you nearly take all the natural resources and win every team fight. I feel like your comp is very good at team fight. Is that some kind of your strategy?
Trước mắt là nói một chút về game 1. Thì game 1 là mình đã có một cái đội hình khá là tốt. Và sau đó là mình đã lấy hết gần như là toàn bộ số tài nguyên của đội phía bên địch. Và mình thắng gần như tất cả mọi giao tranh. Thì đó có phải là điểm mạnh của đội tuyển mình hay không?
Thì chính xác thì cũng là một phần là điểm mạnh của đội tuyển mình, nhưng mà hôm nay thì mọi người đều phối hợp rất là ăn ý và thể hiện rất là tốt nên là mình giành chiến thắng.
First of all, about game 1, the match that we play and all our team comp, we have a lot of team fight and that was our strongest side, and also that our team play as a team and more teamwork, which is why we have a win for this first game.
所以说，他们确实觉得他们在那一轮的阵容选择上就是非常适合搭档的，而且除了他们的阵容以外，其实他觉得他们的体系配合也非常的好。所以说，不光是阵容选择的好，而且他们也非常的有默契，所以赢下了这场比赛。那第三个问题是，其实我也很想知道，在比赛里的时候，一般谁是这个队内的指挥者？比如说，可能大家在陷入一些困境的时候，是谁引领大家走出这种困境的 ？So who is the in-game leader? Like when you are struggling, who's going to take the lead?
Nói một chút về đội tuyển của mình thì khi mà mình gặp những vấn đề trong trận đấu, ai là người cũng như là đội trưởng đưa ra những cái quyết định hay là những cái call mà có thể giúp cho đội tuyển của mình vượt qua được những khó khăn đó?
Người đã vực dậy tinh thần của mọi người chính là ADC.
Our ADC, which is Genza, was one of the player which is our captain and also the one who give us the call and get us back into the game.
他说是他们的 ADC Genza， 因为在很多时候他都是那个可以引领队内，给他们很多的建议，并且把他们带回正轨的人。那下一个问题可能想问到他，今天赢下了这么重要的一场比赛，有没有什么想要对粉丝说的？尤其是对自己国家现在正在观看这场比赛的粉丝说的。So do you have any words to the fans, especially the fans from your country who's watching this game?
Em có lời gì muốn gửi gắm tới những bạn fan mà những bạn đang theo dõi ở đất nước của mình và theo dõi cũng như là fan của đội tuyển của mình hay không?
Đầu tiên thì mình rất vui khi mà các bạn đã theo dõi và ủng hộ tụi mình trong đợt Ionia Cup lần này. Mong là mọi người và các bạn sẽ theo dõi đội tuyển mình sắp tới.
First of all, I want to thank all the fans at home and also that I want to express my gratitude, which is the reason that keep us going and also one of the reason that help us, to keep going in this Ionia Cup.
他说，第一件事他一定是要感谢所有的粉丝们以及所有支持他们的家人朋友们，也是因为这个原因，他们才可以走到这里，赢下这场比赛，来到艾欧尼亚杯。那最后就是明天他们可能要对阵到 TT 和 WRB 这一套组合，那他觉得明天会是他们夺冠的那一天了。So you'll face TT and WRB for tomorrow's match. So do you think tomorrow will be the day you get that champion title?
Ngày mai là ngày chung kết cũng như là ngày mà mình sẽ đối mặt lại với đội tuyển TT cũng như đội tuyển WRB của team khách mời. Vậy thì ngày mai mình có tự tin cùng đội tuyển của mình có thể đạt được chức vô địch hay không?
Mình và đội tuyển của mình sẽ tự tin giành chiến thắng trước TT ạ.
We are confident and we will try our best to have the best match and win TT tomorrow.
他说他们一定会尽全力明天赢下 TT 的，我也相信他们一定明天会有非常非常好的一个表现。那我们再次恭喜他们 ，Congratulations again. We are truly very happy for you.
Lời cuối cùng thì bạn MC muốn gửi tới em là chúc mừng em và đội tuyển của mình một lần nữa, và mong rằng ngày mai mình sẽ có một trận đấu thật là bùng nổ cũng như là mang lại được chiến thắng cũng như là chiếc vô địch về cho nước nhà.
Thank you.
Thanks again for joining me. 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，接下来让我们把镜头交给解说席。
Absolutely touching, of course. Cerberus Esports, let's keep on supporting them. And also for BMG in their fight tomorrow as they try to take on Undertalk and WRB. It's an amazing turnout of events, Riku. It's an amazing day as well.
It was a series of upsets for sure. I did not expect to have full 2-0s, by the way. Like, what? And even when the tournament began, of course we were rooting for NAOS. Of course we were rooting for Cerberus. But after day one, it did feel like it was going to be a Thunder Talk versus Nova Esports matchup. But then, wow, Cerberus with a big upset. But of course, I'm really, still props to, NAOS Esports. And as well as Nova Esports, NBR as well, and SWG. Big props to you guys for representing your region, and as well as, of course, your region in general, your brand, yourself, your skills into Wild Rift. So really enjoyed today.
Yeah, full on 2-0s, and who would have thought that Nova Esports is gonna bow down here to Cerberus Esports in today's matchup, and they're not gonna be having their revenge just yet on Thunder Talk. Maybe next time. Tomorrow, what is to be looked forward to is the match of Thunder Talk, WRB versus Cerberus Esports and BMG. Definitely an incredible fight to await, as it's going to be a best of 5 instead of a best of 3.
Oh yeah, here we go. We saw the interview earlier that, Cerberus is gonna try their best, and we're gonna see what happens tomorrow. But of course, we want to believe we're gonna see a full game 5 and see the similar close game that we saw between Nova and as well as Cerberus.
And well, that kind of wraps this day up. Before we close out this scene, is there any words you would like to say, Riku?
I'm excited. I'm excited for the grand finals tomorrow. Let's do it.
Good as well. And that wraps it up. I mean, this is day 2 of the Ionia Invitational Cup 2023. Let's look forward to the match tomorrow. Thunder Talk, WRB, and Cerberus Esports BMG. It's a big day tomorrow. Let's rest up for a while. We are your casters, Giyang and Riku. We'll see you again tomorrow. Good night.